Esto es gaming. Con nuestro software descargable gratuito para Windows, tendrás acceso a una aplicación de juegos. Esto es gaming. Con nuestro software descargable gratuito para Windows, tendrás acceso a una aplicación de juegos.
Yo, ejero un mapa. Yo, ejero un mapa.
It's another sunny day in Seattle here, and our road to the international continues. We've got day 3 of the group stages. Yesterday we saw 4 teams go home. We're down to 16 teams. I'm excited to see where they all place up in the upper or lower bracket. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and I've got Winter, I've got Gods joining me. Winter, you were watching those tiebreakers, those eliminations firsthand, so give me a bit of a recap if, I wasn't paying attention or if I wasn't tuning in.
I mean, the first series was what, the SMG series. They kind of got destroyed in the match against EG. They were clearly the weaker team there, like not really working well as a unit. So just unfortunate for them. One less SEA team.
Yeah, I mean, we only had 2 SEA teams, so we're down. Got all the SEA hope in talent, but a lot of other teams sort of scraping through. Gods, they're doing well, and now they get to have their fight for if they're going to be in the upper or lower bracket.
Yeah, this is, I think these 2 days are a big deal. We're still kind of at the group stage portion, but these 1B or 3 can really determine a lot. You win this, you're starting up a bracket. It just gives you so much more wiggle room when it comes to the main event. So this is the series that so many teams have been prepping for. Over the last 2 days, it's really just been about make sure you don't get last place. Obviously, you're in a great position. You get to finish first, pick your opponent. But now it's like, okay, now you're fighting to get into that good position for the main event of the international.
Yeah, it was SMG, Thunder Awaken, Beast Coast, and Quest that we said goodbye to. But the remaining teams, they got to have their matchups. Let's have a look at the bracket to see which opponent was picked, who will be facing off in the next 2 days to be in that upper or lower. So Spirit picking themselves, Rebellion there, Liquid went for Evil Geniuses, LGD for Keed Stars, Tundra, they went for Nouns. So the first place got to pick, and everyone else remaining did their matchups. Do you think any second places got shorthand change between their matchups, and they might have a bit of a tougher opponent and a tougher road to get to that upper bracket?
Looking at this one, I think possibly, BetBoom 9 Pandas is a really spicy matchup, interregional. Definitely that feels like one that could really go either way, 50-50. And also Gaming Gladiators versus Talon. Gaming didn't get a pick, they finished second. Those are 2 teams a lot of people would have had in there, like maybe top 4, top 6 of this event. So that's a brutal matchup.
Entity against Azure as well. I feel like Azure is not a team that you want to play early. They are pretty unpredictable. They are a strong team. You have FY back, with Somnus. It's not an opponent I want to play in the first BO3 match, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for themselves there. Anything that you feel is very one-sided in the matchups where you can feel, or you're pretty confident in being like, okay, this team we will probably be seeing in the upper bracket?
The first series, I would say. I feel like Shopify is going to storm today. All the doubters out there, just you guys wait, RTZ is going to carry the game. This is his year.
All right, so that's your one.
I don't even think he believes that.
I believe it, you know. I believe it.
And maybe we can pick your brain a little bit more. You guys should be all following Dota 2 socials as well, because if this is all new information for you, then it was already updated on the socials. The secret shop is also open if you want to get yourselves some TI goodies, some Dota 2 goodies there. Do you guys have a special, like a favorite in the secret shop? Have you looked at it?
Honestly, no.
Okay, well that's fine. We'll talk about something that you know that.
I've been here, but as soon as group stage ends, I'm hopping on, so I will be getting something.
Yeah,
Do you now? I feel like this is something you've done your research on.
Yeah, the mouse pad.
Okay.
Oh, for sure, the mouse pad.
Oh, I love the mouse pad.
It's so good. I really want to get that one. But we'll look at something I do know that you know, gods. It is going to be the schedule for today. What matchups we will be seeing out of those seeding matches. Starting off with Team Spirit up against Shopify Rebellion, the one you alluded to just then, Winter. TSM versus VP. Then it's Liquid up against EG. And that Game Minute Gladiators Talon being the final best-of-3 matchup.
Yeah, a lot of really great series today. It's the #1 seed, so on paper, some of these should be more one-sided than the games tomorrow, where it's the 2 seeds playing against. Well, they're not. Obviously they pick their opponents, so sometimes the first seed chose the 3rd place team. But I'm really looking forward to that Game in Gladiators versus Talent matchup later today. And also even this first series, I think as Winter said, I don't think Shopify Rebellion team that's just gonna roll over. If anything, you asked about teams that got the short end of the straw. Team Spirit, you pick Rebellion. They've looked like the worst team in that group of death, Group B, but they're still a very tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. You pick the team, and if you lose the first game, and you're like, oh no, did we make a mistake? And a lot of negative thoughts come to your head, and adds a lot of pressure, So.
And it's the underdog thing. It's like, oh, these guys picked us because they think we're, bad. That's locker room material. That's the stuff you pin up on your wall. Like, these guys think they can beat us. We're going to take them down. It really motivates you as a team when you get chosen as the opponent, because people
you're seen as the weaker.
Yeah. And I think you get that underdog mentality where it's like, okay, we're gonna stick it to them. So I think that's something that could really work in Shopify's favor. Although, at the end of the day, you still got to play a game of Dota, and Shopify need to play better than they did in the group stage. Yeah,
we were also talking about, it's kind of difficult. There's 4 teams in your group, trying to prep for that, maybe have a look at it. And we also didn't know what the meta was going to be coming into this. It's a new draft for us, 7.34D, so we didn't know what heroes were going to be sticking out, which ones were going to have those better win rates. But we got a little bit of a graphic. We're going to have a look at what heroes really have shown themselves in this road to the international group stage. Dazzle. So minimum, the conditions for this graphic were that they had to have over 10 picks. Dazzle is in #1, 75% win rate for himself. Primal 72, Naga 70, Chaos Knight 65, and then Murata on 60% there.
Yeah, the Morita being the most picked hero of the tournament, and it's a hero that's getting first pick, first ban, in a lot of games, and I think will continue to do so. And still at 60% is really impressive. It seems to just be this hero that everyone's like, we're going to pick this and flex it, but still, some of these other heroes really successful with there.
Yeah, Morita and Dazzle kind of feels very similar in a way where you pick the hero early, you can flex it as different roles, and it gives you a lot of wiggle room in the draft. I would say that it's especially more important when you're in the first pick phase, where you don't have the overall last pick, so you kind of need heroes like this to kind of make it hard for the opponents to predict your lanes, and it gives you a lot more room, since you don't have the overall last pick.
Yeah, the Primal one is probably one that I question mark, because we didn't see too much of him on stream A. The only one that comes to mind is Team Spirit picking up yesterday, and they had a bit of a rough game. It was a big comeback for themselves. So he's got a high win rate for himself. Very interesting. I do want to turn our eyes to the other hero. We talked about him a lot yesterday. It's Bristleback, right? We saw him picked up a little bit. We had, 50 games, I believe, on day 1, and he was only picked up 13 times. And then we had 32 games yesterday, and he was picked up 14. So lower game number to be picked up in, but still picked as many times. And his win rate is an interesting one, because I thought being picked up that much, maybe it's because he has a high win rate. It is overall 48%, so just under 50%, but he's being flexed and changed between a carry and an offlane Winter.
Yeah, I think the stats tell you that you need another DPS, another carry in the game. You don't want to pick Bristol as your lone carry. So I think some of the teams that have a lot of success, they were picking him offlane and safe lane Chaos Knight, because the safe laner, you can't pick too greedy of a safe laner, for example, like a Faceless Void or a Terrorblade. You need an active safe laner. I think if you want to make it work as a carry, your offlaner has to be somewhat of another carry as well, to kind of compensate the fact you don't want Bristleback to be your lone carry.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think it's a good choice of words here with the impact choice, because the Bristle really, the impact of this hero is it just changes the entire dynamic of the game. It reminds me in some ways of like what Brood used to do. When there's suddenly this hero in the game where you kind of either have to completely avoid it or all the attention is on it, because this hero just gets so strong so quickly in the mid game, where, you know, if you don't have an answer for a way of dealing with it, suddenly you can find yourself in a lot of trouble. So it's one of these picks that every team has to be ready to either like address and deal with or just ban out.
Yeah, some of the games yesterday we've seen like Primal Beast or Phantom Assassin picked as a counter to the hero, but they just have another core, you know. You can counter the Bristle all you want, but as long as you have another core in the game, Bristle is not your only core, then you don't really care, you know. And he's a hero that you can open the draft with. It gives you a lot of flexibility, and even if he gets countered, I would say that there's still ways for you to play the game.
Yeah, so a massive contingency plan, and that is why that higher win rate is seen when he is that off-laner pick. But, you know, the other thing that's changed today, we're down to one stream, but did you guys feel a little bit of a shift in the hotel? A little bit of a shift in the energy in the environment?
I didn't sleep as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, look, I might have a little bit of an answer for you, because I do know that Slacks has joined us now, and we're going to hear from him right now.
Thank you. Yes, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am outside right now. Every 20 years, a celestial event happens. The grand eclipse. It's not Puppy not making it to TI. No, my friends. This is the eclipse. The sun will be covered by the moon or something. I don't quite know how it works. Now, what causes the eclipse here? No one knows. Perhaps it is a normal celestial body. Perhaps the Earth is round. No. The real answer is, with our combined hope that Shopify Rebellion can beat the team spirit and Arteezy can win TI, we have summoned the curse of Ra. The god of the sun has come. Behold, give your eyes to Ra. Look at the sun. The eclipse is happening right now. Look, Myron, look, I'm telling you. Oh, Ra's coming here. Buenarta, win TI Arteezy. Back to you guys, thank you.
I was expecting like a blood sacrifice at the end of that or something there. Oh my goodness. Is that the cosmic shift that needs to happen though for Shopify?
It's a sign. Pick Luna win game for Arteezy.
Oh, that's it. That's the drafting. That's the whole pick Luna build around her. You win.
Yeah, Luna plus what? Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian, Eclipse.
Everything celestial, moon, sun themed.
You need a Night Stalker in there to block out this. I don't know.
So Phoenix, they have to ban Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix is the counter.
It's actually ban Phoenix, ban Dawnbreaker, and then pick up the Night Stalker and the Luna itself. I love it. It's great to hear from Slacks though. I'm a little bit. My train of thought is kind of diverted from that.
Also, do not go look at the sun 12 years out there.
Yeah. I think it's over now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the solar eclipse is over now, so it's just back to normal sun. Still don't look at that, though. Still don't look at that.
Yeah, same rule applies.
The same rule does
We don't have to worry. Dota players, gamers, they're not going outside.
I mean, I'm not.
And what I did in school was we had a pool of like water on the ground, and we would just look.
Oh, so you watched the reflection?
Yeah, we looked at the reflection.
We were. Isn't it like a certain shade of glass is what you can look through to be able to perceive the sun?
That is true as well.
Yeah, we had those ones. So, and we had the high budget way to look at solar eclipse. The new technology. But let's talk about this first series. Shopify up against Team Spirit here. Team Spirit coming in as seed number 1 for Group A, paired with Group B. So they picked the 4th seed, Shopify, who only got 2 wins for themselves, but enough to avoid elimination, Winter.
Yeah. Team Spirit is gonna learn that they made a mistake today, you know. My boy Arteezy, you know, I bet he's gonna show them, you know. We still have some SEA power in this team, you know. Since we only have talent now, I have to try to adopt as many other teams as possible, you know, to take SEA banner. So today I'm gonna be adopting Shopify Rebellion, and I'm gonna give you the reasons why you should bank on Shopify winning today.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm all ears. Let's go.
They're gonna first pick the carry right now. They've seen the sign, you know, the sign from Ra. Pick Luna and make sure that Arteezy gets the hero, and everybody's just gonna play around him, and they're gonna be able to wait for the victory at the end of the day.
You know how well that Luna's worked out for them so far?
Yeah, because they have picked it.
They have
picked
picked
it.
It's one of the few heroes they picked more than once. Because Shopify, interestingly, like they're a hard team to prep for because nothing's really stuck or worked for them. They've actually picked 31 different heroes.
I know Saberlight in the offlane. It just feels like a new hero every time I look.
And that can, be like, obviously we talk about Spirit. Yotor are playing new heroes every game, and that's it's a strength of a player and a team when you can be super versatile. But when you're losing lots of games, it can also feel like you're not sure it's working. So you're trying to try something new every game. Luna, I mentioned, one of the few heroes they picked more than once. There's 0 and 2 on it. But I mean, they've lost with a lot of heroes because they went
I was gonna say
group stage. So
0% on a lot.
You can't take away too much from like what heroes they've won and lost with, but it's more the fact they've picked so many heroes. It feels like they're still struggling to find what they want to play in this patch because historically they're a team that just sticks to their same drafts and they're predictable. But that's obviously not the case here so far.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned about how I feel like they should try to pick the carry hero out early because when I look at their games in Dream League where they had a lot of success, they were picking Arteezy's hero early and trying to build the draft around it. And whereas the last 2 days, it feels like they weren't really sure what hero to put Arteezy on, so they were picking Saberlight's hero early out. And sometimes it feels like their draft doesn't really come together very well. It gets countered, and at the last pick, when you're going to pick Arteezy's hero, a lot of his good heroes are banned out because people are just targeting him. They know he's the important player on the team. So what I'm thinking is they should try to pick his hero out early so he doesn't get banned out.
Okay, so I mean, there's some of the issues that they're facing in the draft, and then obviously when it comes to playstyle or execution, Team Spirit have shown that they have that versatility. They're able to close out games really fast. They're able to have those comebacks, right? They're able to take games to 60 minutes and still win them themselves. So let's focus on Spirit and being 100% right now, not having lost a single game. How comfortable are you feeling, and how, I don't know if wacky is the right word, but how experimental are you going to go knowing that it's a best of 3 now, even though there is a lot of weight for upper or lower?
I think it's like no experimenting time.
Yeah.
You just go full in, hard.
In some ways, I mean, this is...
Maybe one game.
It's the best of 3, right?
If you want to do something funny, it's going to be the first game and you want to try something, you want to catch your opponents off guard. But unfortunately, I feel like in this position, they should just be, doing what works for them. And it's an important game, winning this best of 3. I don't want to mess around with this game.
Yeah, you get to stay in the up bracket, go down to the low bracket. It's in some ways the start of the bracket here. So it's a huge series, and I think Spirit, they want to stick with what's kind of worked for them, unless they have some stuff they've tried in scrims that they want to pull out now, because this is a big series. So it may be something new, but it's not going to be something new for the sake of experimenting or like, hey, we just want to see if this is good. It's going to be, hey, we know this is good. We can beat Shopify with this strat.
Well, what has been working for them exactly? Because they've picked a bunch of different things. Yotaro only, again, doubling up 1 game when it comes to carries that he's picked up for themselves. So what exactly is it, or is it so hard to define it in a small amount of time of what is working?
I mean, they have some kind of, I think, player characteristics. Like Mira loves his ranged 4s. He's been playing the Morita a couple games. He's been playing some Skywrath Mage. They like these high damage 4s paired with Collapse playing some of his signature kind of initiating tanky offlaners. He's looked really good on the Primal Beast. And then Laurel's just been kind of owning mid lane as well. So I think with Spirit, when you say what's looked good, it's like really every player. I don't think this is a team with like no weaknesses, and every player understands their role, plays incredibly well, and I just don't think they have weaknesses.
I mean, even the Enchantress, he was carrying the game yesterday, even on position 5. I feel like every single one of their players they are doing a lot in the game, so it's really hard to pinpoint. Oh, I need to ban out this guy. Whereas for Shopify, it's quite easy from the draft that you need to make sure that Arteezy doesn't get his comfortable hero, and you can always use your target bans against him. So for Spirit, it's hard, you can just look at the stats. Okay, they did the best with this hero, and then maybe try to ban those, based on the numbers.
Do you want to put out any predictions for heroes that we could be seeing in this game 1 before we get into it?
I think we'll see some Invoker, some Primal Beast.
Primal.
Yeah, true.
I think Primal will be maybe first phase hero for either team. I think maybe some Grimstrike, that's a support. That seems like I think the supports are kind of interesting because teams came in with like, oh, the Shadow Demon, the Venge, these are the supports, and these supports have just kind of sucked. So now everyone's like trying to find, okay, which are actually the good supports? Is Trine still good? But I think Grimstrike seems to be pretty solid, like especially because supports you just kind of blindly pick at the start of the draft. So you want to just pick ones that are solid, that don't have weaknesses.
I mean, I would say like Grimstroke is a bit different from the other supports compared to like the Skywrath or the Dark Willow. I would say that when you pick the Grimstroke, you really need to have like a pairing like Primal. You said it would be.
It pairs with Collapse's heroes. He plays like the Spirit Breaker, the Primal. Like
You need to pick the hero and have a pairing. You can't just pick the hero. Oh, I want to open my draft with a support. You know, I'm just picking a support. Grimstroke doesn't really work like that.
All right, well, we'll see how accurate you guys are because game one is ready. Our casters are ready, so we're going to head on over to them now.
Thank you very much, Nat, Gods and Winter. Yes, indeed, it is time for the battle for the upper bracket here at the road to the International. Shopify Rebellion versus a Team Spirit. And these two teams, you know, they've had some similarities throughout the year and also some differences as well. I mean, I think it's fair to say Shopify have been pretty inconsistent throughout this year, landing some top fours here and there. Lima, Dream League 19, Dream League 21, but then knocked out first round at the Berlin Major and at the Bali Major as well. So really don't want to see this team in the lower bracket team.
Yeah, and on top of that, you've got the head-to-head between the two teams, right? Like Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. When you go back to when Spirit won TI, they never competed against each other. And then this year, it's been quite a one-sided effect. Like you're talking about that top four at Lima. That was the last time that Shopify actually beat Spirit. The rest of the time, it's been Spirit win, Spirit win, Spirit win, and then maybe one other draw in the mix. So yeah, this is going to be quite an uphill battle for Shopify, for sure. And if there ever was a series to win, this is the one, right? Get yourself that ticket to the upper bracket. Sneak your way into a position where, with the old format of TI, you wouldn't even be discussing upper bracket. But yeah, this is a kind of last lifeline for Shopify to get there, for sure.
It is. It could end up with a very good start for them if they can pull it off here. But Team Spirit, you know, you're talking about how strong they are. And, you know, they had a pretty bad start to the year. You know, we weren't seeing much from them. But then they just started knocking it out of the park. And all of a sudden, getting some huge wins under their belt and winning the last two major tournaments.
Why did they decide to get good in like the last 2 months? Of course, they're very good the entire time.
They're just chilling.
They would like just big chilling, and then suddenly they rock up to a couple tournaments and oh my god, they're back! This is the Spirit. And I feel, of course, the beauty of competitive Dota is it does take some time for things to click. Maybe heroes just aren't really meshing, some philosophies aren't clicking, but yeah, right now, of course, Spirit are arguably some of the favorites, right, of this TI run, and yeah, they're putting on an absolute show so far. I think they were the only team to go undefeated in all the other groups. Liquid 7-1, LGD 7-1, Tundra 7-1, but Team Spirit 8-0, completely undefeated, leaving the groups.
And that has to be like some sort of psychological consideration for Shopify Rebellion. Like, sure, you're trying not to think about it. You're trying not to be like, these guys haven't lost yet, but you know in the back of your mind. But maybe they can unlock something within themselves to really bring the fight here to Team Spirit and prove that they can be the team to bring them down. Because if you can just get one win in the best of 3 series, it's going to send you up on a real high, I reckon. So there's always that kind of counter spin. It just depends on how good the mentality is coming into this, and we shall see. So we have a draft in front of us right now. We have some interesting heroes coming out. First thing to mention, I would say, is probably this Enchantress coming out for Team Spirit. You kind of got to expect it if you let it through that first phase. And yeah, we're going to see Maposhka's Ench, and this is a very exciting pick for him.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit of respect towards Shopify. I think this is a hero that they themselves would love to pick up, and because Spirit utilizes this hero really nicely, I think when they are first pick, they love to second phase this Enchantress, because then Shopify need to respond to 2 heroes, and then you get this like ultimate last pick in the phase that gives Yataro the comfort of, okay, I see 4 heroes, what's my carry? I know my lane's always going to be good because Enchantress is there, either healing me up or taking over the jungle to just offset that lane. And I feel like Spirit pushed the priority of this Enchantress all the way up to the first phase just because of the opponent that they are up against.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw the potency of it in their last series as well. You know, like he can go for the kind of, you know, normal Enchantress build where you kind of like get some treads and maybe what your team needs and go for like the Hurricane Pike, or he can just go hard farm as well. Sometimes Bosch just decides, hey, this one's going late. I need my money. I'm going to get a Moonshard. You know, that's what we saw from him last time, and it was crazy. But it worked. It's what they needed in that game, and did help them come back and secure yet another win versus EG. Fire Rebellion, meanwhile, they've got this Earth Spirit. This hero, it's very strong. It does a lot of damage. It gives you a lot of rotational ability. Like, sure, we don't see him really stomp mid lanes very often, but it's not about that. It's about being active on the map. Do you think that's something which Shopify play well with?
I feel like they need to, I'd say, improve at this. They are the team that finished the groups 2 and 6, right? So I don't really want to be going, yeah, they're playing well, because they haven't had the best start. So, but I think the heroes that they are drafting themselves will kind of lean into how their overall playstyle, right? Arteezy's been playing a lot of these slightly greedier carries compared to other carries right now in the tournament. Think about like Terrorblades, Naga, Void, even the Muerta. So having heroes like Phoenix and Earth Spirit who like to make a lot of moves and action in the early game, either through Phoenix's reactionary moves or, like you've already mentioned, Earth Spirit being at the forefront of every engagement, that does buy time for some of the greedier carries to kind of sit behind that team fight that he knows is reliably occurring in front of him. I think, of course, just Earth Spirit should just be the mid here. Having crit on your team, there is that flexibility, but in recent time, I feel like Earth Spirit has just looked so strong on the mid lane, being able to go Vessel, Midas, or the Blade Mail Heart builds, and just take over the game for the damage that you have with Magnetize. I would be surprised if it did go to a 4 position, but still, very solid openings, and I think Spirit's response with the Kunkka, it's very nice to deal with Shopify. Like, Earth Spirit, if he looks to take the damage to the fight, and if he can't actually get the kills, then the hero can feel quite lost. And I think Kunkka, damage mitigation with your run buff, Enchantress already with the heal, like these are quite tanky heroes to try and survive from Earth Spirit, and you can match the team fight now. Phoenix has X, you have X, Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave, both, like you're kind of keeping toe-to-toe right now.
Yeah, definitely both teams kind of matching each other in terms of tempo and aggression, and they're even turning it up now as well. Skywrath and Tusk, respectively. I mean, Tusk, I don't think we've seen that much off. Not as popular as it's been previously, but still coming up around. And now Dawnbreaker comes out from Shopify as well. So, what are you thinking for the roles here? Is this a offlane Dawn, I guess?
Yeah, it's an offlane Dawn. So Saberlight, coming into this series, he's played 8 matches. He played 8 different offlaners. So now he's actually going to play the hero for a second time. So pretty impressive stat. Again, it's impressive until you see the scoreline, but it's fine. Just ignore that. Just enjoy the stat for what it is. But no, I think for Shopify at least, it really just goes down to they find a hero, they will execute. And I think for Crit on this Tusk, he's going to be that kind of blink buying 4 position that will marry up with the Earth Spirit and just look to do anything in the fight. And then at any point, Phoenix or Dawn can just join in to help you out. And for Spirit, we haven't seen a lot of Troll Warlord, but this hero is very good in this game because of the lane, right? Like if you just look at what lane he's playing into, it's a lot of physical damage through the tag team of Tusk, the right clicks of Dawn. You throw in some Whirling Axes, that is going to offset the laning threat that a Tusk +1 can provide. And with an edge as well, like that's a very potent lane.
It really is, yeah. They're looking to win this safe lane, that's for sure. And, you know, Dawn, she can do stuff when she's not ahead. She can still pop that ultimate, you know, throw out stuns in the fight, etc. But you want her to be a little bit ahead. You want her to have a decent amount of farm so you can pack some punches, you know, really deal damage with that Starbreaker. That's when you see the hero come into its own. So being able to shut it down a little bit and ruin the aggressive potential of the Dawnbreaker and maybe even the Tusk as well is certainly going to be a big thing to think about for Shopify Rebellion. Also puts a lot of pressure on Arda to do well out of this mid lane. How does that mid lane go versus the Kunkka?
It's pretty much a trade-off farm between the two. Like Kunkka can get a couple more denies with the fact that he's just has better base damage, and then you look towards Earth Spirit making the rotations. It's always going to be Earth Spirit seeks to fight first, and then Kunkka will see, okay, can I TP in and take that fight? And I think for Earth Spirit, just rotate when the fight's further away from his opponent's tower, just so that Kunkka can't just copy every move that he makes. And of course, 6-minute runes are pretty impactful in this matchup, because both heroes, if they pick up a haste or a DD, they're certainly going to be looking to side lanes even more. But yeah, should be relatively even in that regard. Draft-wise though, I think for Spirit, I like the Faceless Void ban. I think for Troll Warlord, like a lot of the carries that we're seeing RTZ play so far in the tournament aren't looking too good. You throw in the Faceless Void, of course, you can stop that Battle Trance getting kind of put into mix. And I think you kind of want RTZ to have some impact on stopping Troll from free casting. Because you don't have the most reliable of stuns. Like, it's what? Snowball punch from a Tusk, a roll from Earth Spirit, and that's about it. So Troll should be pretty unkillable. And there, we see the Spirit Breaker come in as well. This is a really aggressive lineup from Spirit.
It really is, yeah. They got a lot, and they're going to put Terrorblade on Shopify. No big surprise there. Laughter coming out from Collapse even, as, you know, you could have seen this one coming a mile off. The writing's on the wall, so Shopify going back to the old favorite, the RTZ Terrorblade. It has come in clutch for them many times before. Let's see how it goes. He pushes up the hug from Bulba.
I'm just
denied.
I need to double check the stats on this Terrorblade real quick.
Okay.
All right, what do you think its win rate was for the entire year of DPC?
Bloody hell, I'm going to go 45%.
45.45%. Congratulations, you are a winner.
Yes! Let's go. Stats god over here.
I mean, you have the same document open. Or are you a god? Who knows?
No, I just eyeballed it. I'm a gamer T.
You are a gamer. And we have 10 gamers here seeking to lift the Aegis.
Which draft is going to help them do it? I mean, from what we've seen from Team Spirit, it's very hard to count them out. However, I can see holes in this draft. Like, I can see them not being able to put the pressure on in the early mid as much as they'd like to. You know, like, Shopify Rebellion, these 4 heroes, they can fight. And they can fight without RTZ for a pretty long time, I would say. That is my concern, is that they're not going to be able to find what they need on the map, and Shopify should be able to answer as well. They've got 3 heroes, maybe even 4 if you count Phoenix, who can respond to the aggression from Team Spirit. And that's what I like to see versus the Spirit Break, you know, versus the Kunkka, that kind of thing. So I don't know if you kind of echo that sentiment.
I don't think I do, really, to be honest. I think Spirit are actually in a pretty good spot for this draft. I think Shopify, there's a lot of pressure on them to be able to get to a point where they can dictate the game, because a lot of their heroes, if they don't cleanly use their first round of spells, the secondary fight gets even harder, right? Like a Terrorblade with meta, you want the fight to be contained during it. The Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian, the Phoenix with the Egg, and of course Earth Spirit with Magnetize. Like, all of these heroes are somewhat locked into needing that one key spell to get themselves into the fight. And then for Team Spirit, it's kind of the opposite story, right? It's a lot of poke. It's Spirit Breaker charging in, baiting the spells. It's Enchantress can walk up the high ground, see what's up, tank a couple spells, and then Kunkka doesn't really care too much. So I feel like for Shopify, their draft does look quite nice. Items are going to be their best friend, and also just being very methodical with how they use their spells. But if the games get scrappy, Spirit will be able to just exploit some of their timings.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at, like, you know, the BKB from RTZ. You know, when are you going to use that? Can you hold out long enough to not kind of have it just kited out by Team Spirit, and yet also use it at the right time where you're not just going to die due to chain lockdown, which is possible. But then you've got the saves coming into the mix as well, right? You've got a Snowball, you've got a Solar Guardian, so it's a very interesting game when it comes down to it. And yeah, I think there's a lot of nuances in this draft we're going to see played out by both of these teams. Of course, Team Spirit, they've been so scary recently, and when they pull out something aggressive, you've got to be ready to weather the storm, that's for sure. Batten down the hatches.
It's also, you're picking the Terrorblade into the Troll Warlord, where if Troll can get on top of the Terrorblade in those like late game clutch 1v1 duels, it's not the easiest matchup for Troll to, you know, let me just sunder that Troll real quick. He's going to have that BKB, he's going to have ways to disjoint that, and yeah, positioning is going to be super key for Shopify, and it all kind of stems back down to that Earth Spirit on the mid lane. I think Crit and Arbed, these 2 players are going to be very pivotal for Shopify's entry into this game.
They're definitely the guys we're looking at, for sure. Crit and Arbed, the Tusk and the Earth Spirit, they're the ones who need to make the moves. Need to respond, like, they just need to match, like, the 5-hero tempo of Team Spirit adds 2 heroes. And also, of course, you've got that lovely Solar Guardian coming down as well. But that one's a little easier to land. So what kind of build are we expecting from Collapse this game on the Spirit Breaker? Because we've seen a lot of variations on the Spirit Breaker throughout the road to TI.
Ooh, I think probably they'll go for Phase Boots Midas. Octarine is like currently the favorite, because you always just become, you know, top 2, top 3 net worth in the game with this build. And I think if the game gets difficult, he can maybe change it up a bit, but yeah, I think just Phase Boots Midas is just the most stable entry, and then he can just kind of feel out the game. Interesting enough, actually, in the top lane, so when the creeps met, Poshka and Yataru just double right-click the range creep down straight away, just trying to get as much XP as possible from the lane. But now they're kind of pulling it back. So the lane's pushing into Shopify, but they should be able to hit level 2 earlier and just give themselves kill threat because of that play.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just trying to rush the level 2s is down at bottom as well. Mirror and Fly just constantly trading with each other. And Fly, honestly, doing pretty good at just putting the fight towards the Skywrath Mage, who's usually kind of favored in these trading situations.
He's already buying more salves. That is going to be the key thing in this lane for Fly. As soon as you use one salve, get another one coming out. Like, do not allow yourself to have any downtime in this lane without any regen.
Yeah. He just needs to keep himself healthy until RTZ can go to the junglers in the top lane. They just run him down. The damage from the tag team plus the Starbreaker was way too much for the Enchantress to handle. My goodness. 512 damage dealt in just a short space of time there.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they tried to go for a cool play to get level 2, but yeah, they didn't get it in the end. And Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, if they get it before you, they are going to be getting the kills.
Yeah, kind of seem like that's what Team Spirit were avoiding as Mira. Getting cooked a little bit hard here by Fly. Won't end up dropping quite to the Blood Grenade and to those Fire Spirits, but very close indeed. Meta being used in lane as well by RTZ just to secure the CS, lay a bit of harassment onto Collapse. Again, just trying to survive through these early levels. Mira, he comes back in for Fly. My goodness, need to keep your distance from this Phoenix, who's just bullying the Skywrath Mage at the moment. Mira is just going to TP back to base, get his health and mana back.
Yeah, I think the start of this game just going to be quite a nice little trader farm there. RTZ is going to be complete free farm. Fly, he did a lot of just early damage onto that Skywrath Mage, and so far, no real concerns getting generated by either side, right? Everyone's hitting the creeps quite healthily. Of course, Breaker, he's one of the offlaners that scales into the game. Like his early first 3-4 minutes, not very strong. It's why it is potentially an exploitable minute for 3 minutes, and then it's relatively broken for 57 minutes.
One thing I like which Mira did there as well is he knew where the ward was, he got out of range of the ward, hit behind a tree, and then TP'd out. It's up in the top lane. This time they're going on to Yatoro. They're trying to take down the Troll Warlord. They don't quite have the damage to finish off the job here, and with Miposhka just kind of harassing them down, they can't chase them down. But still, I'm very impressed with this lane. Tusk, Dawnbreaker, apparently it's enough to fight up into a Troll and an Enchantress.
Yeah, you're seeing Miposhka go for that enchant and heal build, so he's not being able to punch from a distance. In doing so, a lot of sustain coming out from the Spirit safe lane. Shopify, I was about to say Spotify, Shopify are trying to whittle down as much as possible. We haven't really had to talk about mid lane. This is very much just as expected, the trader farm between the Kunkka and the Earth Spirit. Arbed,
that's kind of
cute, level 5. What's cute?
Yeah. Lal just fortified just as Arbed tried to combo down the range creep and was able to deny it from him, and give him a little bit of an advantage here, at least for the time being.
Like how the Observer's really locked onto Terrorblade. We know our RTZ Terrorblades. At any minute, things could go south.
You're never sure. I mean, last time we cast RTZ game, he somehow ended up giving first blood next to the enemy Ancients down this lane, so yeah, don't take your eyes off him.
Arbed though.
Making a rotation in, yeah, but actually just getting rotated upon. He needs to get away from this right now. Fairy Fire comes out, Fly comes swooping on in, but the bash is there, the right click. It won't come in time for Collapse.
The bolt's coming in.
He's going to be able to escape on the Spirit. It looks like Mira might be trading his life. Yes, he will. Fly takes down one. Collapse also being right-clicked to death here. Needs to get away, can't do it. Fly gets a double kill on the Phoenix. An unconventional rotation for sure, but it worked.
I'm annoyed because medically it looked like the bolt should have... Yeah, I guess it already hit him and it just looked like it hit him. But yeah, fair enough. So Spirit, they look like they're going to get a free kill on Arbed. They get the bash as well, but rolls away, invulnerable, lives the dream, and yeah. What could have just been an absolute disaster for Arbed just turns it around.
Yeah, I mean, the bait rotation where you just run at low health into the bottom lane, force two heroes to try and run you down and get out of position so that your side lanes can kill them. It's probably wasn't the plan, but if it works out, it works out. And Crit immediately goes towards mid lane as well to sponge up some XP for himself. Very important for the Tusk to just try and stay ahead on XP. And also give Saberlight a chance to get a bit of solo up on the top side because they know he's going to be alright in the position he's in.
I just checked the combat log. So Earth Spirit went to 7 HP from the Spirit Breaker right click, and then 13 HP from the Arcane Bolt. Whew.
Calculated.
2 instances of near death for Arbed.
Nero coming in, sees crit. Yeah, it's all about the minute 6 frames, but up on the top side, they're chasing down Saberlight under the tower. Saberlight turns it around with the Starbreak from Poshka. He's got to be careful. He has got the Nature Attendants healing him up, but Yatoro, he's just gone down to Fly, who's just found 3 kills in a matter of instants, and Saberlight is just hammering Maposhka to death. See you later. God, Saberlight tenderizing his venison up here.
Very nice tip as well coming out. What a dive from Team Spirit in the fight. Now back into mid lane as well.
It's non-stop right now. The tempo is very high, but they managed to catch out Crit, but Crit, he's got the wand, gets himself up to the high ground with the kickback from Arbed. A little bit of nice 2-play there from the 2 of them.
Yeah, Spirit looking to be the aggressors, right? They're making the moves. They're the ones going for Arbed, going for the dive on Dawnbreaker, just giving away these kills when they don't connect on the spells. And Shopify, they're going to happily take up these freebies. Sitting back, continue to farm. We mentioned that Shopify, their draft is exploitable if the game gets chaotic, and Spirit, they were trying to get the chaos to begin. But yeah, Shopify doing a very good job just rebuttaling that. Now making the stacks up, in position to go for a Wisdom Rune. Crit, unable to steal away Team Spirit, so it should just be a one-for-one trade.
And how do you feel as Team Spirit drafting this Troll Warlord and then, honestly, just not doing that great in the top lane?
So Troll Warlord is going to be a very strong laner for sure, because you have the Whirling Axes, both aggressive and defensively used, and I think this hero, after lane, it can feel a little bit lost, but then you just can come back into the game just like, oh, how do we kill him off? We don't have enough stuns. He's locked onto our carrion. Maybe you could argue the lane could have been a bit better, but he's still CSing perfectly fine. His game, other than his dive, is good.
Very patient here in the top side, waiting for Saberlight to do exactly that. The moment Celestial Hammer comes out, Maposhka makes his move, but he hits level 6. He could actually get away from this with the Soul Ring, and they realize on Team Spirit, and they'll back themselves away, especially with Arbed's rotation as well. That got read out, and that's going to be enough for Team Spirit to back themselves away, but yeah, kind of the wasting the rotation there from Arbed.
Arbed has been incredibly active on the map, and that will be the key difference here. A Kunkka on mid lane, halfway through towards level 8, just farming up constantly, whilst Arbed 8 CS down, just making so many moves, nearly died bottom, just rotated top, not really able to connect anything too much in the game so far, but these are the natural moves that you expect from an Earth Spirit. He is one of the more active mid laners right now in the meta. And meanwhile,
yeah, I think with the state he's in at the moment as well, it's not like you can really stop him being an impactful hero in fights. Even if you do stomp him down a bit, even if you fail some early rotations, he's not like other mid heroes where he just won't have a game after that. But Poshka, he's getting run down again here, and that combination is so damn good. Tag team into the Starbreaker, but Yatoro looking for a bit of revenge, and Saberlight's just gone. He's going to TP across to Mr. Terrorblade over on the other side of the map.
I was hoping he'd instantly go back into the Twin Gate and then just go back to farming top, but
come back to top.
Trying to get
Collapse here. Collapse now does have the Charge of Darkness, but the damage is there. The damage is more than there. They take him down anyway, and even a little clip coming out from Saberlight as well. It begins.
It is kind of like Saberlight versus the world in regards to the tip game. Like, he's tipping Yatoro, he's tipping Collapse. But, using that charisma, using that energy, Shopify. In the context of this best of 3, you win the best of 3, you're in the upper bracket for the playoffs. You lose the best of 3, you go into the lower bracket. So even though Spirit topped the group, this best of 3 really can dictate the rest of their TI journey. It's a very important, step.
It is essentially like everybody starting in a seeded upper bracket run, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We got the without the crowd upper bracket games right now.
Group stage.
Yes.
All right, well, the farm wars do continue, and Arteezy is definitely in the lead in that regard. It's on Terrorblade, farming the lane with the illusions, farming down the creep avenue in the bottom side. It's a very straightforward game for him, and exactly what we expected from this Terrorblade. Collapse not really playing a hero that can super pressure.
The real question is it too good of a game for Arteezy? Some may say. Because he's going for a Midas.
Oh my god.
Which is, to be fair, on Terrorblade, carry players have been dipping in and out of going for the Midas and Terrorblade. And if he sees this game going later, buying it at this point after such a free lane is going to be perfectly fine. The question is, he could have gone for, let's say, Dragonlance Manta, go for the Hurricane Pike, then you have kind of mid-game tools to deal with the Troll plus the Spirit Breaker combos, and tanky enough to survive through the Scarab. Instead, he is going for Midas, which will delay his ability to join the rest of his team. This will be something that we'll have to reference in 15-20 minutes time, most likely.
Roll into the middle lane. Oh my goodness, everything is being thrown at Lal here, and I mean, it's gonna work, but they throw an egg, they throw a Solar Guardian, and down he goes. Fair enough, job's done. Mira also going to be the next target. Abed moved on in here. He's got the Magnetize. He's got the double damage rune as well. Mira does not stand a chance of surviving this one. He's going to go down as well. Nice shots from Crit helping out with that one. Middle tower is likely going to be sacrificed here. I can't see Team Spirit mounting a defense.
Yeah, so Shopify, sorry, making all the right moves. And on top of that, I like the fact Saberlight is looking to go for this Desolator. He's not just going for a casual Blade Mail like you see from most offlaners. His game is very good. He's 3-3, 62 CS, get that Desolator, and then he will become a really big ticket core. He can easily kill Sky Orange the entire game just with one blink into Starbreaker. You know, I like the fact that Saberlight has decided that he could also become a really big core in Arbed with the Blade Mail. Yeah, they're hitting a sweet spot. Key thing here is RTZ will just be AFK in the jungle. Like every move that we see from Shopify will just be everyone without RTZ. Maybe Spirit looks to try and exploit that. It will be quite difficult as the Troll also kind of wants to just AFK farm right now. Looking to complete that Battle Fury, about half a Claymore away from it. And we'll need to play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an okay timing, of course. You know, Yotoro, doesn't really matter how his lanes go. He always hits decent timings on his items. And to be fair, no one's really gone to find him in the jungle or anything like that. But yeah, like Artis is just having such a freebie right now. But you won't see the impact of that until much later on. So still going to be the kind of four-man fighting from the side of Shopify. But, you know, as we mentioned earlier on in the draft, if these four heroes can get their money, which they absolutely have, then they are a formidable fighting force. They don't really need a Terrorblade until they start going for objectives. And Arbed, even looking for the heart as the second item, Blade Mail Heart. This is the build which I think you mentioned, and yeah, it's pretty sick when you have a start like this.
Yeah, I think Shopify just kind of reading the fact that Spirit, because their lanes didn't go well, you know Spirit Broker naturally wants to go for a Midas. You know that Troll needs to go for a Battle Fury. You have two side lane cores who kind of farm backwards, right? Like all of their items look towards going to the jungle, look towards their own economy compared to let's smoke with my team. So I think Shopify, that's why they are being a little bit greedier themselves, because they have this breathing, this window of breathing, and on top of that, they just have 9 kills to no deaths. Oh, farewell, Maposhka.
Yeah, thought he could get away with throwing a few toothpicks at Fly, but unfortunately the boys turn up. Crit and Arbed, the rotating duo. Always got to be ready for that one with an Arcane Rune on Earth Spirit as well. They want to make something more happen here.
And then instant smoke up as well. Did you expect the first game of the day just to be a 10-0 kill lead to Shopify?
Like, not to Shopify, that's for sure. And now they move on. They found Lal in the middle lane who just walks into them and gets absolutely shredded. I mean, Team Spirit, they are just getting picked off one by one across the map. This is
Be careful, you know, whatever we say right now could technically jinx Shopify. There's a lot of NA fans right now who are very excited to see what's happening. But can they keep up the same amount of pressure? Spirit have been that team to always find re-entry to games.
Maybe that's it. The Eclipse hit and everything turned backwards, and now all the lower teams are just going to stomp their best of threes.
I'm here for some upsets. For sure, for sure.
So what real timings are we looking for RTZ to hit to really get involved in this game?
I've already mentioned Hurricane Pike being pretty good. I think having that way of cancelling charge yourself is always helpful. Providing that distance from the Troll, also very good. On top of that, it's always going to be Manta, just to be able to continue farming. And then I think most likely Skadi after. And then that will be your big timing of let me go play with the team. But because your Dawnbreaker's gone for Desolator, you can now just go for Roshan. You have the tag team as well, you have the medallion. Yeah, nice reads coming out from Shopify once again. Yeah, they're just going to look towards Roshan. As mentioned, even use the meta. Just take it away. Taking away all
That's
the
pretty
mini
damn quick.
objectives to...
Throw in a tag
I like
team
how
as
you
well.
said that,
yeah.
and it got real slow. It's going down really quick, and then it just stopped dying for a second.
Yeah, the tag team runs off, one of the illusion dies, and all of a sudden, it's not so hot. But yeah, we'll be uncontested here. Team Spirit not in any situation to go and deal with this. You know, they're still farming on their troll. Their Spirit Breaker's got this Midas, so he's not really looking to get involved too much. I'm just going to give this one away. And Sablight's going to be the one to take it as well. I mean, you're not exactly giving it to your Midas Terrorblade with a single Dragon Lance, right? Bottom side, though. They're moving on to Fly a little bit, but Crit's here. He's ready to respond. They're checking the cliff, making sure there's no wards around. Mira just kind of moved into no man's land delayed. Oh, Crit. Did he see him?
Scan connect.
Yeah, he saw him. And he's just going to be able to get on top of Mira and should be able to do this all by himself. Although Mystic Flare comes down, not going to be enough, though, to turn that one around.
It's Mira rotating. No, it's not.
Push is farming so deep at the enemy side of the map at the moment. They're just trying to split the map and...
Yeah. That's kind of going to be Spirit's game, right? When you don't have a single kill to your side, when your cores can't really make any plays, it is just kind of throw bodies in, right? So you're going to be seeing the Enchantress, the Skyriff Mage, just make these weirder plays. Spirit Breaker, of course, one of the best heroes at just getting in, poking, press bulldoze. Now I've wasted a little bit of time, and that is the key thing for Spirit. Buy as much time as possible. Wait for your troll to pick up the BKB, and then hope that Shopify cross the river with a bit too much confidence and maybe fall flat in a fight. But right now for Spirit, they are farming in the hope that Shopify put themselves in a bad position. There isn't really opportunities right now that they can just dictate the game. And potentially with the Octarine on Spirit Breaker, once he picks that up, should be tanky enough maybe to also look for a fight. But you're going into a level 2 Solar Guardian, the level 2 Magnetize with Blade Mail. It is not going to be an easy fight for Spirit, and that's why they are going to be delaying as much as possible.
Yeah, Thor does make his way up the net worth charts, looking for that BKB, which is actually coming out pretty damn soon. But yeah, it's hard to see a fight going well for him at the moment, for sure. I think, ultimately, we've seen Team Spirit in these situations before. Like, it's not like every single game they've played, all 8 of their victories have been complete stomps. They've been down, and they've been down bad. But they've always found a way back into the game. They're so good at playing the map in the late game situation, and even in the mid game situation when they're really far behind. But once again, Lal looks like he's going to get caught out here, and it will be him dropping. Are you seeing similarities in this game to the game we saw with against EG, where they had that PA?
It does kind of have the same kind of tune to it, which is Yataro's telling team, guys, just play your game, push out, do what you need to do, and they actually go, oh, did they find Terrorblade?
That is massive. Collapse. Brings them down. But elsewhere, I mean, they get a kill on some Boschka, sure, but Yatoro, he's just farming whilst the Terrorblade is dead. This is what it took. Skyriff Mage and the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, you take those victories if you're Spirit. Your first kill of the game, it's going to be on the Arteezy Terrorblade. And he hasn't really got any streaks or anything, so it's not too crazy of a death to have, right? It's not like he's giving away 500-600 gold, right? But still for Spirit, you were asking what's going to be happening, and this is kind of what I was going to be hinting at. Yataru, he needs to hit the creeps, play away from that pocket of aggression, and for Spirit, get those combos in play. Get the Scarf behind the Spirit Breaker. Hope to find maybe just one pick off to give yourself some confidence, and probably the best hero that they could pick off, they got it.
Absolutely. That's crazy. Well, that changes things a little bit.
A little bit, sure. But they are still 15 for 1. It is still a 5k lead. I think if anything... yeah. And also, it's not as if Arteezy has done anything different. He's been very predictable so far, right? He's been farming the spot side of the map, pushing out, then he came top, took a Roshan, and then he instantly scurried his way back down to the Radiant safe aim, right? Like, he's basically been here for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. It is just wild to have your carry die when you're 15-0 and you have an Aegis, and then the only target they ever kill in the entire game has been your big max net worth Terrorblade, but that is the kind of the draft thing of Team Spirit, though. You know, you have a Spirit Breaker and you have a Scarif Mage, so these two heroes will always be able to make this happen. But the gold went to the Spirit Breaker, you know, it was a bit, but it's just going to make him more and more annoying, so he's going to pick up the shard, get the planar pocket for the next engagement.
And on top of that, it's 15-0 for Shopify, but look at the hero levels. The Troll and the Spirit Breaker are actually top of the levels right now, both level 15. Earth Spirit and Dawnbreaker 14, and Arteezy's only level 13 with a Midas and complete free farm. And of course, it does help that Spirit Breaker got the kill on the Terrorblade, helping out a little bit more. But
Ooh, crit! Catches him out! Oh my god, what a field coming in from him as he catches the long ball collapse. That was cute. I like that.
very nice. And the key thing there is they get the kill on the Spirit Breaker, and they're all here ready to start progressing the map, right? Arteezy, he's left the jungle, he's with the boys, he's taking the tier 2, and that's now kind of what you expect, right? With the lead that they have, you want to see some metas actually kind of just converging on the map, pressuring Spirit a little bit, because like I mentioned, their levels for Spirit are looking very healthy. The item timings are slowly kicking in for Spirit. This isn't a game where if you just ignored everything and just looked at the kill feed, you'd go, wow, okay, Shopify, they're insane, like they're gonna win the game, right? But the motions aren't really hitting you right now. Like you're not feeling the momentum and the pressure that should choke out a team with this type of kill score. Spirit are doing a very good job at continuing to just stick throughout this game.
So I wonder what we're looking at for Team Spirit here. We've got a BKB up on the Troll Warlord. He's moving in to the Sanjin Yasha soon as well. Perhaps that's his fighting item back there. We're going to look at Spirit here. Spirit, I mean, he's got no BKB, so the Mystic Flare is just going to be able to rip through him, and they'll lose him. No Solar Guardian to come down and help him out there, but Grit is actually going for the play with Fly onto Collapse, and in comes Saberlight sliding in from the sidelines. But Team Spirit, they smell blood in the water, and they want to chase this one. They know there's also no meta available for a little bit. Fly needs to get himself out of this one, but there is no way out. He's used his egg, he's used his dive, and he will go down as well. And that is a kill streak going the way of Mira here. So these little wins are pretty impactful to the Team Spirit lineup.
Yeah, I think you're now going to have to start asking the questions. Shopify, they got that first Aegis so freely. They had Desolator, they had some pretty big items available, but they weren't really making the moves. They kind of made the game a little bit more stagnant. And now Mapushka, is he misclicking a tip? Is he throwing out an Arteezy? You bought Midas on Terrorblade and haven't really done anything on the map type tip? Like, I don't know, but Shopify for sure.
Interesting, but down on the bottom side, they catch out Yatoro. It looks like things are coming back together for Team Spirit. But Saberlight and Crit make sure they stay on top. And there it is again. You tip my carry, I tip yours.
I mean, they needed to get some type of kill, right? Like the fact that Spirit have had freedom to do anything they wanted now.
Saberlight drawing a bit of attention here, and again that Mystic Flare coming on through. Abed comes in to share the damage, make sure he's going to be okay. Now once again Crit jumps in, throws in the punch, Collapse. They're looking to take him down here. Naposhka doing a decent amount of damage from the sidelines, might not be enough to get Collapse out of danger. That said, he's going to ulti across, very cute, not cute enough. He does still drop. Naposhka and Mira don't commit to this one, they just back away. Now the tower starts to drop. Arteezy not here to drop the Metamorphosis and help out with this push. No real commitment coming out from Shopify, especially when Roshan could be respawning anytime soon. They don't know that it's coming in 2 minutes' time.
I think Shopify are refinding their footing though, in regards to the aggression that they can bring to the game. And on top of that, Arteezy is close to his Skadi. Potentially this next Roshan, the Skadi, the Aegis, like this has to be the window for Shopify to try and build up this lead. The entire time it's been what? Bouncing between 4 to 6k gold. It's now finally getting to the 7k part. I think both teams, Roshan needs to be the next call they're both making here. Whoever is able to obtain that second Aegis most likely should be able to take over the entire map and dictate how the game is to be played in the next 5 minutes. And it is respawning in 1 minute and 10 seconds time.
Yeah, so quick stop off for the Shard. So we'll get that on Abed. Can have some uses, maybe not the one which they were super looking for. Probably wanted that Demon Zeal, depending on, yeah, I think just about everyone else has a Shard, so could have happened, but alas. Smoke up now from Shopify. looking to go and contest this Roshan area, which Team Spirit have already cemented themselves in. How do they approach this engagement?
But be careful, Kunkka does have his Aghanims. Torrent Storm is available.
Oh, Crit jumps in, doesn't find anybody though, immediately getting silenced up, and he's just gonna get taken down. The smash casualty fight on the back lines. Mirror's gone down to Saberlight straight away, and Saberlight trying to look for more here as RTZ pops the ultimate, bashes down into Lull. He's getting controlled up a little bit by Spirit. Coming in there on top of RTZ, silenced up and pushed away by Abed. Abed trying to keep him alive here, and may have just done it, staying upon him, and now uses it to sunder and stone. What's happening? It's not gonna be enough. He's surrounded by Team Spirit heroes. RTZ will fall, and now Saberlight's going down as well. Team Spirit, they just stayed upon him. So cute from Abed to try and get him away from that one, using the pull, using the push, but it didn't make a difference. Team Spirit never lost sight of their prey, and now they're in the pit.
Spirit, they farm for that perfect fight, and it's happened time and time in the group stage, and now we're seeing it here in game 1. They were down by so many kills, they were given room to hit their timings, and Shopify, they smoked deep into the Spirit side of the map, and in their attempt to do it, Crit, he wildly blinks in, doesn't find anyone, and at this point already, the fight is somewhat over, right? Collapse instantly helps heals off the Tusk. Terrorblade's trying to run in, but the egg is instantly killed off, and Terrorblade by himself, sure, Abed, he's making some impeccable plays to try and keep him alive, but this isn't a fight construct for Shopify to ever really win with that botched initiation. Spirit, super disciplined, and punishing Shopify so damn well.
Oh, just watching that again, it's so tragic. Like, you know, again, if these kind of plays, it's great from Abed. Like, it's super sick to try and pull this one out, but unfortunately, you know, two of the teammates are dead already. Oh god, put that away.
That graph was
Jesus. Oh my god, if you've got any Shopify supporting friends, now might be the time for a supportive phone call, maybe a message or two. This is a tough watch at the moment. Such a massive lead from them, now completely gone. Team Spirit, you can just never count them out. They've been doing it again and again and again this road to TI.
Yeah, the key thing for Shopify is they need to get through this Aegis, and the next time they take a big team fight, they need to provide their heroes to layer themselves in to defend each other correctly, right? Keep the egg alive. Allow for Terrorblade to enter that 1v1 duel, but with a Solar Guardian on top. Keep the Tusk in position to maybe provide snowball saves. Like when it was so just kind of loosely thrown in, right? Like a Tusk over here, a Phoenix over there, RTZ, oh, he's running in. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to beat the previous TI champions like Spirit like that. And of course, they're going to have about 5 minutes to kind of refine their footing, decide how they want to approach the fight, but they do have it in them. Their heroes are able to slaughter some of these engagements. Just needs to be under their vision, under their control. But for Spirit, on the other hand, with this Aegis, take the top tower, move towards mid, sweeping throughout the map, and already Yataro looking to go for that MKB. Often Terrorblade likes to buy a Butterfly to deal with these big physical damage carries, and Troll, one of the few position ones that likes and actually enjoys buying an MKB. This is an item that's a little bit lost nowadays. Yeah, Troll, happy to go for it, and happy to continue playing that threat to Arteezy.
Yeah, it's a big
like
payoff.
at this rate for Arteezy, he kind of needs too many items, right? It's like you want Silver Edge to maybe position nicely, you want the Hurricane Pike to push them back, but also at 35 minutes doesn't feel too great. Maybe a Lincoln's to deal with the charge, but then you're lacking damage. A Daedalus and a Satanic. Like, I'm listing so many items for him to feel comfortable in an engagement.
And you're also playing against Torrent Storm and Boat and all this stuff coming out from Kunkka, you know, the tidal wave. Surely a BKB is necessary here as well, and all of those items are coming after that on the shopping list right now. Oh, it's very awkward for him to efficientize properly as Fly has been seen, does get out. Nice TP from him, gets himself to safety, drags back a bunch of Team Spirit heroes in the process.
Claps. Got the BKB complete. Already halfway towards the Aghanims. Okay,
almost timed that very nice on Saberlight. In fact, he is still going to be able to get off the X mark, so it's going to have to be a BKB Solar Guardian used from Saberlight. So many resources to get away from that one. It was required, but man, it hurts.
Spirit just sticking together, right? Like Spirit, he can play on the sides of the map. How quickly he just pushed out the lane. It's why this hero is going to be so powerful throughout the later stages of this TI. You have Bulldoze, you have Planar Pocket, you've got magic resistance, status resistance. kill creep waves in a split second. The rest of his team can then just play together as 4. And there's another wave. Are they gonna try and go on him?
Yes, they are. Crit jumps in, stun comes out. BKB immediately responded to by Collapse. And Crit, well, he's just going to see if he can play his way out of this one. He's got an Ogre Steel Totem, he's got a full staff, but it's not going to be enough. Snowball shall delay the inevitable and full staff away, but the clicks are there, and Collapse will bring him down. But decent amount of time wasted, I suppose.
He nearly had blink though. Like with that force off disengage, without the Tidebringer hit, he would have been able to blink out. No,
Well
I
timed.
think for Shopify, playing into an Aegis, just taking away a BKB, you probably take that as a win.
Once again, Shopify just trying to leave this area. Trying to just keep away from Team Spirit. They don't want to give them anything. And that's kind of the difference between the way these two teams are playing from behind. And like Team Spirit never really care about giving away a couple of kills or so. You know, as long as they're out on the map getting stuff whilst they're behind, they seem to be fine with it. Shopify, meanwhile, you know, sure they dropped the Tusk, but Sableye just using everything to get away. No one really brave enough to show on the other side of the map or anything like that. No, is that something you're thinking about this game?
It's a little bit of a difficult one. I'm just trying to think though more for Shopify. It's like, what realistically can they do? I think once they're in the open map, it's so hard to position, and it's obviously the strength of Spirit Breaker, right? And now the whole script's turned, where Shopify now need to wait for Spirit to play into them, come into the high ground, and maybe would have towards.
Crit jumps in, they find Lal, he's going to be the target. Will Collapse immediately getting on Artesian, stopping that damage coming through. Do they have enough? No, they do not. The cheese is there from Lal's going to heal him right the way up again. He's just going to run himself away. BKB is gone from him, sure, but Collapse is continuously running at Artesian in this fight, not letting him stand his ground whatsoever. Sableye, he's going to be left behind and just taken down by a billion spears as Collapse finds another, collapses onto Fly. Arbed all alone all of a sudden, needs to escape this one, needs to dodge the X marks, and looks like he was able to do so inside that rolling boulder. The 1 and 2 will survive, but 3, 4, and 5 are dead.
Didn't expect Shopify to go and seek the fight like that. Sure, the Aegis was expiring, but I just wasn't expecting Shopify to be the aggressors, especially with how the fight's been going. And yeah, they kind of did a good job. They kept the egg alive, but they weren't able to contain within that egg space. And yeah, Spirit beautifully disengaging, waiting for those key spells to get used, and then upon the finish, boom, go for that second fight. Shopify, they can't take multiple engagements. Solar Guardian, Egg, if they're down, it's going to be quite a struggle to deal with Spirit. And yeah, Spirit are just seeing through the Shopify draft beautifully. Probably not taking Rex unless Maposhka wants to just stay here by himself. Already leaving now.
Lal just kind of starting off that fight wonderfully as well, just kind of being the big bait and holding that cheese, ready to get it off. And of course, that was made possible. They would have had the damage to bring him down, but Collapse was just there, charging in on Arteezy over and over again, stopping him from just being able to stand there, use his Metamorphosis, and kill off that Conquer in the stun duration. And that really was a difference maker. Like, Shopify weren't wrong. They could have killed the Conquer, but Spirit Breaker just constantly disabling their damage dealer. It's ridiculous. So hard to play into now for Arteezy.
It kind of feels like Shopify already are talking about, okay, so where's our big comeback play? And of course, I think when a Tusk's in the game, Aghanims will be maybe the saving grace here. If you can get it in, what, maybe 10, 15 minutes time, you don't lose a lane of racks, you kick someone deep, it could be enough. But yeah, right now, they're going to have to play a little bit more of a farm game, get the waves pushed out, and just respect the Spirit Breaker doing so much. He has Octarine, Yashakaya, Aghanims, BKB. He's nearly level 25 at the 35-minute mark. This is insane. He is just taking over this game.
That was really cool as well. I'm watching him here. So he was charging for Vision, right? The team weren't really in position to follow up. He was moving his phase boots and his Kaya and Yasha out of his inventory to slow himself down in the charge.
No, it's a really good play. Yeah, I think some of the best plays from Spirit Breakers are backpacking move speed, and he's doing.
Toro just scattering the pigeons right now. Shopify just being forced back, and Artesia is trying to load onto an enchantment for people. Can't get off the damage at all. Saberlight already taken out of the fight. Is going to buy back into this one. Has the Solar Guardian if needed. As Fly just playing a bit of Dance Dance Revolution over here, trying to get out of the water park, and does survive it.
Shopify, they need to find something right now. Artesia, he popped the Metamorphosis. It's going to be on cooldown for 2 minutes and 10. And but Spirit, they see it. They're like, okay, just disengage, guys. Get back to our high ground. And that's why Shopify have smoked up. They can feel the desperation. They found your tower.
It's a great target. He has got that butterfly, so they're not really dealing damage to him right now. He's going to pop the BKB to get on Fly, but he manages to get off the Supernova in time, but Toro just takes it down anyway. They've got Mira stunned up in the backlines here, but look at the damage coming out from Team Spirit here at the moment. Toro is unstopped. Terrorblade getting low, needs a Sunder target, does find it, takes out Lal, but doesn't kill him off. Stunned up by Collapse once again. Collapse will not leave him alone, and Maposhka comes in with the damage from the Impetus, gets the kill onto Artesia. It was a very, very close engagement, but in the end, Team Spirit are the victors once again.
The damage done in the fight as well. Spirit Breaker, 6,500 damage, and sure, Fly goes down as well, but Trowan did 5,000 damage in the fight compared to Spirit Breaker's 6,500. Like, who is the carry in this game? Collapse, he's played Bristleback, he's played Spirit Breaker, like he's making these heroes just completely demolish these mid-game fights, and sure, use all your resources to kill off your Toro, but it just isn't enough. Shopify, I just don't see how they can take a fight at all. They're going to lose top racks, most likely mid as well.
Yep, and by the way, a little moonshot on the Maposhka as well, so Team Spirit, you know, we're all carries on this joyous day. This is disgusting. Middle barracks starting to fall. Bottom barracks being hit by Collapse as well. Still working on that tower. Poshka and Lal dealing with the middle lane. Feeling like Shopify don't have much left in the tank. They can't find a win.
I mean, you know the game's rough when your opponent offlaner is charging from bot lane to top through your tier 4s to kill off the creep wave. Yeah, but we are going to see the replay of the fight here. Like, they do see your tower at the start. It looks like, okay, maybe it's something, but just look at Spirit's positioning already. They're just hugging the northern side of the fight. And for Shopify to even get close to the engagement, they're kind of having to scramble in. The Egg's not in a very good position. The Solar Guardian has already been used. And the rest of Shopify just aren't able to help get in and do any of the damage needed to potentially have a comeback fight. And yeah, Spirit, they are just so incredibly tanky. Like, Collapse is still more than half HP in this fight. Just charge after charge after charge. And you can see on Artesia's face, they're just not finding the fights. They're not connecting on the damage.
Doesn't know what to do at this point, and I can hardly blame him. These fights just feel so damn difficult. Like, how do you play as this Terrorblade with his Spirit Breaker on you the entire time? That's really it. Like, you get on this farm, and it just doesn't matter. And talking about having all the farm, Spirit Breaker is now net worth, top of net worth, just from taking down
he belongs.
Lanes.
Yeah, he's got the Wind Waker. Oh. So now if Shopify do find a hero, he can just charge in. Oh, sorry, Toro, you dying? Let me just Wind Waker you real quick. Like, oh, it's so good to have TI back in, not TI back in the meta, Spirit Breaker back in the meta. As a Spirit Breaker player myself.
Yeah, I think you're probably, well, you and Team Spirit fans, probably the only ones in that camp at the moment.
Oh, yeah, LGD, sorry, I keep saying PSG. LGD, they enjoy it too. The thing with Spirit Breaker though is, like, he's not a first. I mean, he could be a first pick hero. Like, he's in that territory. The only issue with him is there are certain lanes that completely demolish him. Like, we saw how Nine Pandas picked an Undying Morphling to deal with Spirit Breaker. But I think how Spirit's drafting it, especially with like the Spirit Breaker and the Bristleback, they draft it way later down the line. So there's no room to kind of pivot your draft and to stop him just free farming. Artesia, he is now charged as well from the
Whoa. Surely he's punished for this one at Nat Wind Waker. See you later. The punch is there, but the BKB is out. The Poshka's in the area as well. And Fly, he's gone. No Egg able to come down. Terrorblade stuck in the air. He does get off the Sunder, but what difference is it going to make? He's just being beaten backwards and forwards like a ragdoll through the fight. Oh my goodness. It is just a beat down now from Team Spirit. No chance of taking any fight for Shopify Rebellion. GG's probably in the chat line right now, not quite entered into the chat, but there we go. There it comes. Game number 1 goes to Team Spirit. It was looking so good, and you can see it in their faces. You know, everything was going their way until it wasn't.
A little bit of despair currently floating around the Shopify camp, and it does boil down to when you have such an impeccable start to the game, double-digit kills to the 0 on Spirit. Every item you buy needs to further punish your opponents, and I kind of feel like Shopify maybe missed a beat on how to close out the map a little bit more. They got that first Aegis really nicely. The Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, of course the tag team, the Medallion from the Tusk, but there wasn't that little bit of conviction after the fact, and in doing so, you give Spearbreaker, who bought a Midas, freedom to full farm. You buy the Battlefield and Troll, also able to free farm, and I think, yeah, if you are Shopify, you need to be more aggressive on the map. You can't spend 25 minutes just farming your own side, enjoying the fact that you're getting kills. You need to play with a bit more conviction, and Spirit, just time and time again, even when they are backed against the wall, they just find that moment. It's like, guys, this is our minute. We win at this time. We're going to crush the game from here, and they are just so ruthless. And yeah, you're seeing it here again, especially in this game. This is probably one of the nicer games for how Spirit can just come back into any type of game.
So sick. Team Spirit breaking spirits with the Spirit Breaker in game number 1. We're going to throw it back to the panel to break this one down a little bit further.
Yet another fantastic showing from Team Spirit there. They do take out game number 1. It is a best of 3, so there is still hope for Shopify, for the Shopify fans. And Winter, I know you're one of them. And this game 1 didn't go exactly how you thought it was, especially not in the first 15, 20 minutes that we were watching.
I don't think there's much hope remaining. You know, if you lose a game like this, it's very demoralizing. I felt like if you have such a perfect setup for you as a carry and you can't carry this game as Terrorblade, it's very, very bad, you know. Like, you can't ask for a better start. The 4 of his teammates made so much space. They had a free lane. He was free farming all the way. And when they got the Aegis, about 15 minutes, the first Aegis, they put it on the Dawn. Then after that, the Terrorblade went bot. I felt like that was a really huge mistake. He went bot and he pushed out the wave with his real hero. Like, why would you ever do that with Terrorblade? You're always going to push out with the illusions. Why are you taking a risk? And he died there, and it sort of messed up their momentum so much because they couldn't do anything with the first Aegis, where you would feel like they started the game 14 or 15-0, no deaths, and then you should be taking the whole map. You take the Roshan, you should be controlling the whole map, but it wasn't feeling like the game, they were extending their lead, you know. Everything was stagnating, like the casters mentioned, they were playing on their side. They weren't really aggressive enough.
So you think they could have shut down Team Spirit a little bit more if they had have, after that Aegis, run together as a 5 and kept pushing on that way? Maybe the fight that they had that kind of changed a lot around that 20-25 minute mark wouldn't have happened?
Yeah, I feel like there are a couple of reasons why. I think the fight you were talking about when they were smoking towards the top top Roshan area, and they went into they jumped with the Tusk without vision because they were kind of like maybe a little bit affected by the Terrorblade's death on the bot lane. And if they made that smoke and Terrorblade has a BKB, I feel like it would maybe make a lot more sense. But at the same time, it was kind of the Tusk jumping in without vision that also made them lose the fight, you know. But there's a lot of reasons why the fight went wrong, but your carry not having a BKB and then he died when they were leading so much, it makes it very weird for the other players too. They feel like, why are we, you know, not taking the map? So they decided to make a smoke. And the following fight as well, again, RTZ he built a Silver Edge instead of BKB, and in the whole fight he got stunned by the Torrent Storm, everything. He just got control and he didn't do anything at all in the whole fight. And you have a Dawnbreaker that wants to cast Solar Guardian. So he wants the carry to sit in one spot and right-click hero so that you can jump and support him, you know. But your carry has no BKB there. Then what is the Dawnbreaker going to
Everyone's just on the outside.
Yeah, every time he casts his ulti, he's like running around because he can't stand on one spot because he's getting stunned, he's getting controlled.
Yeah. I mean, look, everyone's prone to mistakes. We were able to have a bit of a chat to Saberlight, and he was reminiscent of some of the mistakes that he had made in the past.
I feel like being a competitor, it kind of, you have like very high highs and very low lows. If I could change one match, one that comes to mind is probably Berlin, the first round of playoffs against 9 Pandas. I was playing Tidehunter against Ramses Void, and the reason for it is I just feel like that was like a really easy match. Like, we're so much better than them actually, and like I was destroying my lane, and then I just played so bad the rest of the game. That was supposed to be a free win, and then we win that one, and then, you know, there's no more insta lose after that, so we would probably do well at Berlin. Yeah, I don't know. I just made some like silly mistakes. That's my specialty. So you know, just don't make silly mistakes.
Do you think he was making silly mistakes in that game, that Gods?
I don't think he was. I think as a team they were making, because I know Winter focused a lot on Artesian. I think he had a pretty dismal performance. I'll kind of second that. But as a team, I think they just didn't understand how to play from ahead, maybe. For whatever reason. I mean, I mentioned how when the Tusk went in that top 5.
No. You have last pick, and this is a carry draft. Everything's revolving around
Support player talk.
Everything is revolving around the carry, and if the carry is not doing anything in the game after having like a free farm game, something is wrong, you know. Like sometimes I feel like the way he's farming, he's prioritizing his own farming pattern a lot, like efficient farming, and then he doesn't farm near his team. Like some Terabyte players where you see the way they are farming, they're always farming around their team, so he can use meta to push towers, you know. And you would expect the Terabyte to take all the towers after the start that he got in the game.
Yeah, if you watch some of these other TB players, they are really making even early rotation and not having a BKB. To me, inexcusable. This game, like you mentioned, the Kunkka, but the Spirit Break in charge constantly. You cannot play this game without BKB. But I think that's obviously one big thing they have to look at. But like when it comes to, like you mentioned, they're running in with Tusk with no vision. Like why don't they have map control? They have this huge lead. They're up like 13 kills to 0, 5k gold lead. They're in control. Troll's just got like Battle Fury only. This Troll can't do anything except keep farming. That's like what
they were really good to stick on top of Uturo and shut him down. Like he really had to come back into this, like something that Uturo has done many times. But you're right, this Troll should have been a non-factor.
Yeah. So at this point, like why can't Shopify play the map the way other teams do, where you get that complete map vision control, you hunt down these heroes. Obviously, Arteezy needs to be a part of that. Needs to go BKB, but it's not just on him. Like as a team, they failed this game. This like kind of funny. We saw Sableye talk about some of these games that should be like the free wins. This felt like again that should have been a free win with the start they had, and they threw it away. We're not even talking about how well Spirit played. They played amazing to come back, but the talk is on Shopify because they really did.
They let them come back into the game. Like if they played, they tightened the nose, they played the map properly. I feel like it's going to be so hard for Spirit to get to the stage where the Spirit Breaker could have done so much in the team fights. You know, like it's just difficult. You know, in a game like this, you're losing a game like this, and when you have almost close to perfect, I would say maybe perfect start, how are you going to play the next game, you know? Like it's so difficult mentally.
Yeah, try and aim for it, but there could have been a little bit of a flashback for Uturo because we had a similar chat with him, asking him about something that he might still be pretty reminiscent of.
Ну, я думаю, когда я пришел в команду в 2020 году, я был слишком юн, я поддавался эмоциям во время игр, во время тренировок. Я был очень вспыльчивый. Со временем это у меня ушло, я как-то это перерос. Я больше начал понимать, что, в принципе, такое командная игра, командная коммуникация. Среднего нужно коммуницировать, как не нужно. Без опыта я был таким средним average игроком, без опыта, но спустя года, я думаю, я стал очень хорошим игроком, как именно тиммейт. Мне один момент запомнился, это была третья карта Лима Мейджора, когда я играл на линии, мы играли против Shopify Rebellion, где я играл на линии, и я не нажал там БКБ, я помню, и мы из-за этого проиграли, в принципе, карту. А это была третья карта за топ-6, я думаю, если бы мы ее выиграли, мы бы, скорее всего, пошли дальше или выиграли турнир. У меня до сих пор возникают флешбеки с этого момента, когда в меня катится Тускар, я не нажимаю, и мы проигрываем. Я тогда был в тильте после этого момента.
We could have been seeing almost the same reaction from Uturo, but he was on point. He made sure he had that BKB. He was making sure he was popping it at all the right times.
He bought one. That's the key point. Even in that loss, he still knew to buy one.
Maybe that was something he was really aware of when they pulled out the Tusk again, picking Shopify, seeing it all run back for himself. He's like, I need to redeem myself. That's the real reason he picked Shopify, I reckon. He's like, I need to redeem myself from Lima.
Yeah, and they've had some redemption series at least since then. If anything, I feel like Spirit's kind of had Shopify's number. You know, really, throughout the year since Lima Major. So
yeah, because they faced up in the finals for the Dream League Season 21 leading into this one, and they had a very nice win for themselves there. But Game 2, it's able to bounce back for Shopify. We talked about all of their issues there, but I actually want to highlight more on Team Spirit, right? They were able to capitalize. So you lose one fight as Shopify, but a team to be able to capitalize as much as they did on that. Team Spirit looking amazing. So again, what are you guys taking from this in light of Shopify, how they're able, Team Spirit, on how they're able to utilize the map?
yeah. In some ways, it feels like a game that Spirit can actually learn a lot from, because they had such a bad start, and against a stronger team, they would have lost. So I think they need to maybe look at the way they drafted, set the Trolls lane. I think particularly they picked this Troll after seeing Dawnbreaker, and that lane didn't go particularly well. The TB wasn't really being contested either. So, I think there's a lot that Spirit need to look at when it comes to how the early game and the lanes are set up.
Yeah, you would expect a Troll plus Enchantress to beat a double melee, Tuss and Dawnbreaker, but somehow, the Dom kind of still farmed less than the Troll, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't good enough for them to say, oh, we picked this Troll at 18 and he won his lane. Enough to the point where he makes one call from the enemy team kind of useless, but that didn't happen, so they have to go back to the drawing board, and maybe the Spirit Breaker as well, because he didn't really pressure his lane a lot, but because he's an SB, right, you don't see the carries lane. So I feel like whenever in this kind of scenario, I would say that you might want to prioritize picking an offlaner with a stronger laning phase, so you don't give the enemy carry such a free time.
Okay, and when it comes to Shopify, you were very hands-on, Winter, on how you wanted to pick. We saw RTZ getting that priority again. Do you think that they're going to run it back? That's something they need to do? Or do you still double down on, let's pick him early, let's change it up?
I think they have a good plan there with opening up with Arbet Hero. In the past, they've also done it, with his Storm opening pick. I feel like the Earth Spirit was kind of like a similar idea, and they kind of managed to build a draft with when it comes to the 24 pick, it allowed RTZ a lot of options. I think that's a very, very good thing when you have an overall last pick, because sometimes you see drafts progress, the first 4 picks kind of feel like a bit meh when you go to the 24 and you're trying to figure out the overall last pick, but you don't have options, but they had a lot of options there, so I felt like they did a really good job in the first 4 picks, and it's about the mental part, how are you going to overcome this barrier when you had a perfect start and you still couldn't win the game?
Yeah, I feel like Bulba did his job perfectly as a drafter. Now he's going to do his job as like a motivator, as a coach, mental coach, because you could see it after the game, like when it showed all the player cameras, everyone was just kind of looking at their screen, not looking at each other, not communicating. They looked like a team that was just shocked from that loss. I mean, obviously they come in maybe knowing they're the underdogs and that Spirit's going to be tough, but when you have that kind of a start and you lose, you just see it on the faces where they're not necessarily look like they're in full despair mode, but they're not communicating and looking at each other the way you'd expect a team to be looking at each other.
Bulba has a lot to do.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an uphill battle for them, but all the teams are back there. The players are sitting down. They're ready. We do have our second game in this best of 3. Let's see if Team Spirit can close it out. If Shopify can come back. All I know, though, is that we have T-Gov and Nomad ready.
Thank you very much, panel. Yes, indeed, it is time for game number 2. Can Shopify Rebellion come back against that one, T? I'm not sure, because we saw a very similar opening to them in the Dream League Season 21 Grand Finals, which is, of course, a best of 5 against Team Spirit, and almost the same thing happened. Shopify Rebellion were ahead pretty much the entire game, and, well, Team Spirit, they found a way back into it, and every single game after that was a complete stomp, so I am worried. Shopify, they really need to find some TI magic here.
Yeah, and I think Winter shared the same sentiment with me a little bit. There's a lot of points for Shopify to look back in that first game, right? So this time, in between game 1 and game 2, it's going to be a little bit of readjustment, understanding quickly what went wrong, because the start of their game, it was exceptional. It just, they lacked a voice entering that mid game. Maybe it was just too much of the go kill, no, like, this is how we win the game. Just, this is good, we're doing great, guys. We're at the road to international, we're 15-0 up, right? But this time around, it should be a little bit different. And already, I would like to think that this is occurring, because once you pick up an AA, you need the rest of your team to want to find the kills, to want to find the ways to close out the map, because AA loves throwing out Ice Blast and killing off heroes. And sure, okay. Spirit, of course, get that once again. Such a great hero for this team.
It really is. It really is. Yeah, a little surprised they let it through, but then again, what do you substitute? Give them the brew, give them the tree, and that doesn't really seem like a good option, so they will let it through. Please ban Spirit Breaker. I don't want to see it again, T.
I think we are going to be entering a phase where teams will need to either pick to counter a Bristleback and then ban Spirit Breaker, or pick a really strong lane and then ban the Bristle Breaker. Jesus, Bristleback. There we go.
Yes, ban Bristle Breaker. Get two
ban the
heroes in
Bristle
one
Breaker.
go.
Do it.
Perfect.
But no, I think already with the AA first pick, they're looking at, okay, Bristleback's answered, so now we can, if we want to ban Spirit Breaker, that is an option. But additionally, Shopify, they have to first pick exiting this phase. If they have Ancient Apparition and Spirit Breaker in their lineup, that in itself is a very good combination, because you have Vortexes to throw additional damage into the mix for that magic amp on the bash. You then have easy Ice Blast setups. So this could just be Shopify's way of going, we've got rid of the Bristleback, and we've stole the Spirit Breaker because of our draft opening. Maybe it's a route they're going down, but these are the two key heroes, at least in the last couple games that we've got to cast a Spirit, that have allowed them to demolish games. Collapse is just on another level right now in his performance.
Yeah, always finds a way into the game, but that is the thing to mention about the hero. You know, we saw it just absolutely owning in the late game, but it doesn't really do much for the first kind of 20 minutes of the game. You know, gets the Midas, just kind of farms a bit. I mean, sure, he killed off RTZ with the help of the Skywrath mage, but if you don't make a play like that happen, then the hero can be very impotent for the first kind of 20 minutes of the game until you start getting those Octarines, those Ags, those Shards. So that's kind of like the flip side, which we didn't really see exploited too much in the last game. Like, sure, Shopify Rebellion were moving around the map, getting some objectives, pushing their objectives, and getting a lot of kills, but they never really threatened for the jugular of Team Spirits. You never really had to see the Spirit Breaker come into play too much early on, and that was a difference maker. So we'll see if Shopify Rebellion do pick it up. We'll see maybe Team Spirit go for a very aggressive draft, which can take advantage of that fact.
Yeah. It's also one of those things where, like, Spirit Breaker has like a 54% win rate right now at the road to the International. So it's not as if this hero is like winning every single game. There's a lot of like information about how the hero loses. You kind of touched on it there with that first 20 minutes, and I would like to see teams not be so afraid of the hero, and they ban out the Invoker. The question is, it's now got through the phase. Will Shopify go for it for themselves? Does Spirit care? They already have the Enchantress for a little bit of Dispel in the laning phase. Spirit Breaker normally doesn't go for Bulldoze in the early levels anyways, so that's not really a counter that you need to think about, but throughout the game it could be something. And okay, ignored for now. Shopify go for the Earth Spirit. Everything that I've said about Spirit Breaker and AA, identical for an Earth Spirit, right? You have the same logic of you have magic damage built into your hero, you have initiation, you have that ability to control and facilitate where the fight is taking place, and then AA gets to free cast his spells behind.
Yeah, and you know, Albert absolutely did his job last game for the most part, at least in the early stages of the game. You know, he rolled around, he made plays happen, he linked up with crit and found the pressure. It was just in the late game where he didn't really have much impact, but the whole thing fell apart for Shopify. One bad fight and all of a sudden they couldn't play the game anymore. So yeah, part of me is worried. They got 2 picks here. But, you know, I do respect that Shopify is sticking to their ideas. No team has ever won TI by abandoning their ideas and entirely adjusting to the meta in front of them.
We're talking about Shopify right now, Nomad. They stick to it no matter what, through thick and thin.
True, absolutely. We all remember. I'm not even going to mention the hero because I'm sure it's flying through pages of it in Twitch chat right now, but yeah, we all remember. Yeah, Team Spirit, this is where they always stall out the draft a bit. They always use their reserve time here. This is when I'm pretty sure they've just planned out the rest of their picks throughout.
Yeah, because like normally right now for them, in this phase, it's going to be the Spirit Breakers, the Bristlebacks for them. They've already got the Ench picked in their draft, and supporting-wise, it's the Skywrath Mage or the Grimstroke is kind of the natural look of their lineups. So if they do want to go down that route, they could potentially still go for a Sky or a Grim plus any of these big offlaners. The question is, you already see the Earth Spirit mid, so you could just go for that, and yeah, they just go for Spirit Breaker. I would like to see Sky or Grimstroke with this pairing, because it just gives your lane better purpose. Dark Willow as well, a perfectly fine option if Mira wants to play it. Whenever you pick Spirit Breaker, the key thing for this hero is make sure that your lane, you have a little bit of punch in it. Like, if that support steps up the lane, charge into spells, get the kills, and all right, fair enough. I didn't expect them to double pick the cause. maybe, I'm gonna say maybe, but like a 1% maybe. Maybe Spirit Breaker's a 4 position here, maybe. But Collapse, 99% probably playing it. But that's where the puck could come into the mix here, where it's like, okay, let's not show our hand too early. Let's keep the Spirit Breaker a little bit ambiguous if we have to. And that's why we'll go for the puck, because we want to see our mid matchup. Yeah, I feel like Sky and Grim still so powerful for Spirit if they were to be able to get it into their lineups.
Yeah, definitely. And perhaps one of those for Shopify. They've still got a support hero to pick up here. I mean, again, the 1% applies to Earth Spirit as well. Maybe Crit Earth Spirit could come out, but more or less it's just going to be a mid laner, and there's going to be a centaur for the position 3. And might just pick up their full off lane here and once again save that last pick for RTZ.
They don't have that perfect hard lockdown, right? Centaur, a very slow hero to blink hoof stomp. Same thing with Earth Spirit, you have a roll, and then you can't rely on the cold feet as well. So is Crit going to step up into the game and pick up that extra bit of stun? Because Puck right now is kind of a free game for Puck. Same thing for Spirit Breaker. Once he gets bulldozed, there's not a lot of continuous control. It's very much like they kill one hero. Maybe Crit can fill that void a little bit with his pick.
What do you feel about the Crit Willow?
One of the best Willow players for sure across the world. I think Willow or Grim also fits pretty well for them. The only issue with that is Willow is exceptional against Spirit Breaker because he can't freely charge through the fights. He's always going to accidentally hit a root, and that does pretty well. But when I was mentioning instant lockdown, they don't go for lockdown. They just go for the silence aspect. And the heroes that we were talking about, all of them would have. Like, I think Willow's probably the best out of the options, but they go for the Scarif Mage just for that burst potential. You know, if you see a hero right now, Vortex, Ancient Seal, Stomp, Double Edge, that hero is going to die no matter who you are on the map, right? For a nice blast on top. And of course, Puck doesn't like playing into Ancient Seal. And and sure, as expected, there's the Grimstroke for Team Spirit that we were mentioning earlier in the draft.
Ooh. Yeah, well, you thought a Spirit Breaker was scary last game. How about a Spirit Breaker with Inkswell upon him as well? That is going to be quite the thing to play into. I'm worried, T. I'm worried, T. There's no answer for the Spirit Breaker again. If he gets to that point in the late game where he's got all his items, he's got all his net worth, then Collapse is just going to absolutely roll them again. I'm shaken.
Right now, I want to see a Lifestealer for Team Spirit. I think people might go, well, he can't regen, but no, he just infests during the Ice Blast. He can also buy Agnums to further hide offensively in that regard. You don't really care about the initiations because you can always hit Rage, and then you can jump into Puck or Spirit Breaker and get the old school Infest bombs going into it as well. They're already banning out Void, so I think, Lifestealer for me is one that instantly comes to mind for Team Spirit. Shopify will have ultimate last pick in the draft though. So Arteezy will get to see absolutely everything to then lock in his carry. So a lot of pressure on him to execute in this game. Yeah, Spectre, pretty cool ban. We saw a little bit in the group stage. Very low cooldown now on his ultimate, 60 seconds level 1, scaling down to 40 seconds at level 3. Loves to play in a pick-off game, and of course Team Spirit is pick-off central right now with their draft.
Yes, we'll expect something similar along those lines. A killing hero. I don't want to see a TB minus again, and thankfully it's banned out, so we won't. But I'd like to see something active, something they can pressure with. You know, utilize this Spirit Breaker's weak period, and maybe get some more objectives on the board and put a bit of a chokehold on Team Spirit, because you need to find a way to lock them in the base. Like, these guys don't like staying in their base.
Is Spirit going to steal the PA away from Shopify? It is available, and Shopify, their entire draft is about finding the hero to burst them down. If you then have a PA who's inside Blur, with the chaos of a Spirit Breaker Puck in front of you, they might never be able to fully kill off that hero. And yeah, I think stealing PA could be a pretty good option here. Just trying to think if there's any major counters in play for Shopify to then go back with, but okay, you're Wraith King. I guess it kind of, I leaned on the point of, if you can't find the hero, you can't kill them. Imagine the point of, okay, you find the hero, but you can't kill him twice. And what will RTZ go for? I think PA is like not an obvious choice, but like it's just a casual RTZ hero, right? Do I think it's the best hero for the game? Not really. So okay.
Chaos 9. All right. Well, it's active. It gets stuff done. It gets onto the map. I think this will... I mean, it completes the draft. Again, after last game, I'm so worried that they won't be able to put the pressure on, but this is everything they need, right? I mean, it completes the draft.
It's good for their own draft, not great for their opponent. I think for their own team, they need constant fight, that constant go. So now Spirit, when he looks to a side lane, he should get a kill no matter what. It's a Centaur Sky lane or a CKAA. Like there it is. You should expect Shopify to find double-digit kills again very quickly in the start of this game. But on the flip side for Spirit, the longer this game goes, just the easier it will get for them. The Wraith King will be able to survive that burst. Ice Blast, he doesn't really care about. He has a second life. If CK uses Phantasm and his illusions die off over that burst, again, you're never killing off the Wraith King twice. So I think for Spirit, we're going to be looking at an identical game one where they will play out their lanes, sit back for a second, evaluate if they can be aggressive. If they can't, they will then delay until all the items kick in, and the damage and the pick-off potential from Shopify will start slowly falling off as the game progresses. But for Shopify,
so
they executed really well in game one, right? So they just need to copy that.
Yeah.
I say game one, first 10 minutes. Let me just clarify.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, they didn't just have a good first 10 minutes of the game. They had a fantastic first 10 minutes of the game last game. They were killing off every single lane. Like, they basically came out of the laning phase, like, I think 2k gold ahead, which is all right, and a bunch of kills. And, yeah, like, do you think they can repeat that again with this draft? I mean, surely you can't rely on that.
It feels like they're kind of looking to rely on that in some regard because of how they've drafted, right? They've looked at the positives from the previous game and gone, how can we take these few positives that we did find from that game one, how can we use that to our advantage in this second game? And they have drafted pretty much on the beat of that logic, and it's on them to execute now. I think, of course, it does help this time around that Arteezy's playing an illusion hero that uses illusions across the map rather than to his own jungle. He naturally needs to be part of the team and to fight. But I just cannot emphasize how important it is. If you are a Shopify fan, you're looking at them executing cleanly and closing out the map methodically through constant pickoffs and smokes.
All right, let's see if they can put it together here in game number 2. It is, of course, Shopify Rebellion versus Team Spirit. The winner of this series will be going through to the upper bracket of TI. The loser will be stuck down in the lower bracket. And neither of these teams have much success when they do start a tournament in the lower bracket. It's important to mention that.
Not only that, you get to the upper bracket, you're ever so close to getting to that, that position to play in the Climate Pledge on the final weekend of TI, right? That's the arena that you want to be in. That's the arena with the nostalgia, the fans, and everything. And yeah, getting into upper bracket just makes you one step closer to being able to play in such a prestigious
arena.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. I was like, well, how do I want to close that one out? Nah, that's all good. I'll let you finish it. I like how you finish my sentences. It's all good.
We finish each other's. Yeah.
Thanks, mate. I was like, well, how do I want to close that one out?
But yeah, both of these guys, I mean, you look back at the Berlin Major, you look back at the Bali Major, both of them went through the group stages in the lower bracket, both of them knocked out in the first round of it, so kind of crazy is. The Poshko just takes a face full of damage here, trying to heal up with the Nature's Attendants. It's not going to be enough, though. First blood goes to Arteezy. That's some nice Midas money right there.
Yeah, so he's already put it in his quick buy. No, he's not.
Some nice Midas money right there. So middle lane, it will be the Arbiter Spirit versus the Lal Puck. I don't know how many times we're going to cast Spirit mid games. It feels like a lot, but yeah, this hero, kind of doesn't do amazingly. It just kind of trades in lane, uses the Boulder Smash to secure CS, and then runs around the map and bonks people.
Yeah, the key thing is the run around the map, right? This time, as we mentioned during the draft, it's so easy for him to be able to go to a side lane and net kills. You've got Centaur Stomp, Double Edge, Mystic Flare on the off lane. In the other side, you've got Chaos Bolts into Cold Feets and Vortex. Like, this should be such an active laning phase for Shopify if they can get the levels. Level 2 advantage is going to be critical as well. I think Spirit need to respect that. The Spirit Breaker and Wraith King, these side lane cores don't really pressure too much.
Again, And as you mentioned before, it should be a pretty good laning phase, although not if Arteezy gets bashed this much. I mean, it's been like 5 hits and 2 bashes. He's getting low. Collapse will die. Arteezy survives. No, he will not. Mira finds him with the stroke of fate. Now Fly, he's trying to finish the job onto Mira here, but Mira has turned around upon him with the Inkswell. Fly fighting up right now. What do they have in terms of regen? The answer is Mira has more. And he will be able to take him down and get the double kill on the Grimstroke.
Really nice set of kills there, and it all started because Cloud's able to get a couple clutch bashes, and Arteezy getting a freebie.
All right. Comes back in, gets a kill. That feels pretty damn good, honestly.
Well, that's nice. Just drop a couple more items, allow his AA to bring them back in. Resources should be pretty healthy for Shopify, but again, Spirit surprisingly packing a little bit more of a punch in the lane than expected.
Collapse. He's going to have to charge away from this one, just enough to break the cold feet and then come straight back to lane. Again, look at the harassment coming out from these two in the bottom side. They just want to use all their abilities, all their spells. They are getting a bit of revenge for game number 1, I feel, on Collapse, just taking out their frustrations on him.
Yeah, Spirit also being very vocal with their voice lines, right? They're spamming this like goodbye clowns line. They're doing a lot of just like a psychological warfare that you often see from the teams that really are finding their groove at the in some of these tournaments. But yeah, for Shopify, I'm surprised they actually didn't bring a couple mangoes back down to this bot lane. With how spammy they are being, it could have helped out. And Saberlight has 8 sticks, so should be fine.
A lot of toothpicks coming his way, but Tanky Boy, he can take it. A lot of trading going on right now. So far, big one is the laning phase, honestly. Are they? He's kind of just owning the middle lane on CS. Lal. It's pretty impressive, and he's going to try and race Lal over for the bounty rune here. Sees that Lal's actually on him as well, so gives up on the idea.
Yeah, pretty nice move there from Arbed, right? If he can push this wave in a little bit, and then go stand back on that high ground, potentially Puck might miss a CS, but okay. Doesn't opt to use the border smash there, so yeah, Lal not missing out on any of that XP or creeps. A very good start for Arbed.
Yeah, he's doing great. All in all, no one's really suffering except for the cow in the bottom side, who we've seen every time we click on him, he's just being blasted with spells. Top side stun comes out onto Saberlight, but immediately just returns with the hoof stomp. They realize that Crit just isn't here at the moment, and Saberlight might be suffering for it. He's got the Ring of Health and 2 rings of protection. Will it be enough to keep him alive? No, it will not.
This was a disaster of a 4-minute rune, by the way, because not only does Saberlight die top, but Crit comes to the secure top rune. Arbed then rolls for the bottom rune, but as he rolls, Lal, he phase shift dodges it, so then Arbed just goes super far past the water rune, and Lal takes it for himself.
Oh no, bottom side Mira should be dying here to the combination of Fly and Arteezy. There's something, but yeah, I mean, your support rotates for the water rune and doesn't even help Arbed secure it. That is pretty brutal, especially when your offlaner dies for it.
Yeah. Utara going to be thoroughly enjoying the start of this one. I think this game, the build for Wraith King, the collapse is going to be charging up.
No mana for the Chaos Bolt just yet. Very close to it, though. Collapse just continuing to be hammered every time he comes near the creep wave, so he really is going to have a slow start. Like, he's not even got the Midas queued up at the moment. He's realizing just how grim things are.
Boschka, he's rotating in.
Yeah, certainly is. Stun out onto Arteezy. Charge comes in. Boschka from behind. The damage is there to take down Collapse before Arteezy does fall. Fly, can he get himself back to the tower? Yeah, but Boschka saying, no, sir, you will not. The right clicks are there. Mira gets the double. Sure, they take down Collapse once again, but 2 deaths in the bottom lane does not make it worth. But over towards mid, this might Lal. He could be in some trouble, but there is no roll available, and Lal has the phase shift and all back. Not enough damage coming out from Crit or Arbed.
Just a really nice rotation there from the Enchantress. And you know that the CK and AA are stepping up so far down the lane to apply that pressure, and yeah, Boschka rotates in, gets the double. Grimstroke, with his 2 double kills, already has the mana boots as well. The spam from this lane will just slowly increase up.
Arbed rolls into Mira. Mira already has the Inkswell going, pops it early to try and get himself away, going for the TP out here. They don't have the damage to bring him down here, and the Grimstroke narrowly escapes with his life. Team Spirit kind of outplaying them at the moment. Yep, see you later. Heads back towards the middle lane. We'll be fine.
This is one of the better ways to shut down the Spirit Breaker, right? Like, even though you're trading it live a couple times, he's only just hit level 4. Like, compare that to Saberlight, he's quite healthily on the way to level 6, and net worth. He's about to get overtaken by the Enchantress, right? So this Spirit Breaker doesn't really have a place on the map right now, compared to last game where he was just fully free farming up, getting the Midas, existing in bot lane, doing everything he needed to do.
Top lane, roam in onto Yatoro. He's going to be going for the first time here. Does hit level 6 just in time before they're able to catch him. And now he's TPing out. They don't have it. They don't have the roll. There's nothing. Oh my god. And not the case.
Cooldown, yeah.
Yeah. Just TPing out. I mean, sure, I have the wall back to lane, but I mean, Yatoro doesn't care about that. He stays alive, and that's the big deal.
The fact that he also had ultimate, right? Some of these Wraithing players, they're incredibly greedy with how they level up their hero, but yeah, he keeps that point, has the ultimate in play, and Elsewhere also doesn't have 4 points in rolling boulder yet to always have that TP cancel and play with the 4-second cooldown.
I'm not sure when. Yatoro literally hit level 6 during that gank as well. Like, they were going on in at level 5. So very fortunate that he was able to get that off in time. There's a movement once again onto Collapse. Collapse moving aggressively with the Inkswell though. Forward onto Fly. I don't think he's going to be surviving this one though. Moving to the tree line. It's not enough. Although in comes a puck. Breaks the coil on Fly. Fly just trying to get away. Crit will get beaten down by the supports. Fly duking through the tree lines, but it's not enough. Lol gets upon him regardless. Now Maposhka and Mira helping out that puck. Making sure he's okay, so it's just kind of the off lane of the two supports down here in the bottom lane. Arteezy absolutely fine for now.
Collapse is potentially about to be bottom net worth of all the Spirit players, by the way. It's like 100 gold difference. Well, officially we can confirm that Shopify have shut down the Spirit Breaker. That is at least one checkbox ticked on the road to getting a game 3.
Yeah, they eat steak tonight, that's for sure.
Spirit Breaker is very
with the double damage.
It's not going to be the nicest steaks. It's quite... You'd have to do like quite a slow-cooked dish for him.
Yeah. But middle lane, Arbed just used the double damage rune to just take the tier 1 tower at mid whilst the puck is rotating. They're trying to get a bit of revenge for that now though. As Team Spirit, the 3-man squad comes rotating in. Arbed, has he read it? He could roll away if he moves now. He does stand a chance of getting out of this one. In fact, he just walks in the opposite direction. That's an effective strategy.
Yeah, Fogged drew on the... I won't say Fogged. Fly, sorry, Fogged lives right through my head.
Nice roll. Does it make a difference? The silence a little bit late there from Crit, meaning that Coil was able to come off. Magnetize coming down with the supports are in. They've got the damage to bring down Arbed. Crit also taking some heavy hits here. Mira just throws down the Soul Bind, holding him next to Saberlight. But Saberlight wants to kill Lal. He wants to get the damage off, but Crit running the other direction means he can't get the right click off. Crit's gonna die. Goes down as well. Yatoro coming across as well. Saberlight going for the TP out. Yatoro from the low ground gets the Wraith by a blast. Beautiful movements from him as the Inkswell onto the Hellbear. Smasher brings down Saberlight as well. The slaughter across the map as Team Spirit take down 3.
Just, yeah, really nice moves there from Spirit. What I was trying to say was, Fly had, on the minimap, he was like, guys, they're smoked, they're rotating to the mid, and that's why, Shopify, they're moving towards the top side of the map, but for Spirit, they just continued making that move. They never let it off, and in doing so, yeah, just get punished. All 5 heroes in Spirit ready to take that engagement, compared to the few that Shopify did bring. Now Mira able to get out again.
How many times are people just going to TP out against these two?
We need to be careful, Shopify. Like, they're the ones who should be getting all the kills right now. They're just not really connecting that perfectly on some of their moves. They do need to get some levels as well. Like Fly, he's got level 6, Crit. Basically a whole level away. Once that comes in with the Mystic Flare, it will simplify a lot of these engagements. But until then, they are victims to Spirit. Just moving a little bit better on the map right now.
Yeah, you don't really need net worth on your Spirit Breaker when he's just kind of providing vision with the Charge of Darkness and kind of getting into the fights, using his ulti. Like, sure, he's not having the most impact. He's not having the same amount of impact as other offlaners might be at this point, but he's there, and he's going to have his Midas very soon as well, so let's start to get that XP coming on in.
yeah, Spirit Breaker's game is soon going to return. I'd say he's got about 9 more minutes of Spirit Breaker not being the busted hero that we've seen, and the Midas will need to kick in. This will be the perfect example, though. Does he still go for the Octarine, knowing that his game is difficult, or will he just rush towards the Shadow Blade or the BKB or something else instead?
That depends on the vision of the game for the whole team, really. What they want him to be providing and when. Team Spirit have been preferring Greed as a recent. Meanwhile, Fly caught out in the river, an ancient apparition, unfortunately.
Radiant's top tower is under
Taking
attack.
all collapse from these guys.
charge.
Does get away. A little close on the coil there. If the orb did connect, he might have just been jumping in and coiling him to get the kill, but Fly somehow survives that. And jump in from Abed. Abed gets on top of the puck, but once again, puck might just survive through it. No, the silence is there. Surely they bring him down this time around. Surely they can get the kill, and Frostbite comes up, and they do get the kill. Collapse moves in onto Fly, throws down the ultimate. He just wants to bring him down. Does he survive though? Crit, they're all chasing him at the moment. Silence is there, stuns are out, damage is in, and Collapse is down. 2 cores dead on the side of Team Spirit. Shopify, do they finally get a chance to take a breath here? Yeah. Nice couple of kills for them, and also Shopify, these are the kills that they need to help accelerate their early game timings. Earth Spirit about to complete that Blade Mail. You've got CK completing the Echo Saber, and Central about 1,000 gold away from his Blink. Like, once these 3 items come in for Shopify, you expect them to be crossing that river and making the bigger plays. And for Spirit, of course, continuing to poke. They go from mid straight back into bot lane, using that twin gate. Yeah. Saberlight should be going down for free there. Saberlight trying to get away, not going to happen. Too much damage coming out from Utoro the post current while. 4 points already on the Enchantress with that emphasis. Level 8. Doing the work.
The cool thing about drafting Enchantress is just making sure that you have a couple heroes to frontline for you, because you know that you will always be able to scale. Right? Like time and time again, Miposhka, he's not changing his build. You're not seeing him go for some like Holy Locket, Glimmer Cape style Enchantress. He's consistently going for Treads, Drum, Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike into Moonshard. Because the way that they draft it, you've got Spirit Breaker, Wraith King, even Puck to some degree, a lot of heroes to facilitate the fight and give Ench that scaling potential.
I'm like, sure, you can make the argument that Shopify can just destroy an Enchantress if they want to, but using resources to kill this Enchantress is never going to feel good, especially when there's a Puck in the game who just thrives. But okay, there's no longer a Puck in the game. that was consistent.
Oh, now Spirit onto mid lane.
Yeah. He's looking, but he's not cooking just yet. Mira trying to sidestep it, but unfortunately moves into Arteezy. Arteezy starting to make moves on the map with this Echo Saber, with this Armlet. They want to start taking some names and maybe some towers this game as well. What they failed to do last game was get objectives.
Yeah, I feel like if Shopify was able just to see the big picture of the game right now, like if they click on Wraith King and see Midas with a Radiance queued up and a Spirit Breaker with a Midas into Octarine queued up, like this is like the most alarming moment. Guys, we need to fight. We need to punish this. Like the last game, they got an Aegis and then they just sat back, continued farming. But you cannot allow Spirit to itemize like this and then to farm for 20 minutes. And already, Abed, he's hearing these calls. He's constantly trying to make something happen. Coils missed. The pressure is being applied.
Change to Rolling Boulder. He's got an Arcane Rune as well. Abed, there's no coil. He's got an Arcane. Surely he wants to fight here. Team not quite behind him at the moment. Arteezy moving around to the bottom side of the map. Of course, still looking to keep these lanes pushed out and get farm where he can. A little over aggressive, but I don't know. Are we looking for another early Roche here from Shopify if they get a couple more kills and secure this top side of the map?
That's potentially the biggest downside for Shopify right now is let's just watch them execute Bambi real quick. They can't execute Roshan that quick, right? They're going to have a Solar Crest on AA, which will help cushion their lack of Roshan damage, but they will need to probably get a couple team wipes before they really look to entertain it, because at the time spent doing it will give Spirit so much freedom on the map.
Center? Jump by Lava there a little bit. Wow. It's kind of clicking the dude. It's like, all right, buddy. But meanwhile, elsewhere, they're going for the kills. They managed to find Mira. Mira tries to get the 4-star wave. Not going to make a difference, though. Still gets brought down. And now, well, Collapse going to charge it onto Fly. That'll be at least one return kill going the way. Collapse trying to TP up at Arbed. He's got a billion rolling boulders in his pocket with his Arcane Rune. No chance of getting out of this one. Arteezy comes in to help out as well. Collapse does fall. Shopify responding well to what Team Spirit are trying to do here.
Yeah, getting some pretty important kills. Spirit, it's fun to see them, even when they're in like kind of a farm state, still look to entertain that potential pickoff. But yeah, for Shopify right now, just sweeping around. I think, of course, Arbed is leading the charge on pretty much every engagement right now. Heart soon to be complete as well. This is going to be one incredibly tanky Earth Spirit. The blink is complete on Centaur. Do they have smokes available on Shopify? Yeah, they got one on Crypt. This will be the important, I think, window for Shopify. How do they utilize this smoke? Do they get to get off Wraith King 2 times? Stop him from freely farming up to his Radiance? Like, what is their kind of their big plan to enter the mid game?
Shopify, they're looking for something here. Arteezy TP bottom, but he's not interested in the creep wave just yet. Looking to see if anybody comes down to deal with his bottom wave. Nobody does, so we'll look to farm it and probably take this tier 1 tower, which is already pretty darn low. Wondering what the fight conditions look like for Team Spirit. They've got themselves this Midas on this Wraith King. He's going for the Radiance. Maybe Radiance Blink is when we look for an engagement from Yatoro.
I think just having level 2 ultimate, which he's already got, plus Radiance is enough for him to entertain joining a fight. So they're pretty close to being able to actually want to engage onto Shopify. But the lack of building damage, lack of Roshan right now for Shopify is going to constantly cause them some concern. And they're trying to get collapsed, but they got the charge, and it's quicker than the bolt.
It's quicker than the bolt, but it doesn't matter. Arbed's got the reach, he's got the catch, and they're still able to bring him down. Unfortunately, only charging across the nearby creep wave was not enough to save his life.
Yeah. Unfortunately, didn't charge to mid or top. There were some creeps in vision if he wanted to, but opted to go for the shorter range charge.
Just had to be quick about it, but yeah, ultimately ended up costing him, and they go on to Earth Spirit here. He does have the blade now, so it's gonna hurt them. They need to get this one done quick, and it does look like they're gonna be able to bring him down. And Maposhka once again just firing out the impetus, is obliterating crit. He needs to run right now because he does not have the health to keep this one going. Arteezy nowhere near in the neighborhood as well. There is no chance. Shopify taking this one, and they will leave Fly for dead.
Shopify just aren't able to connect on the kills that you kind of expect them to look for. And on top of that, in the river, Earthspirit gets hit by the Soulbind. Crit then walks into it, connecting, preventing Earthspirit then to disengage. And yeah, Spirit, the Radiance is complete for Wraith King. You can see that instant shift of their logic in the game. You get this item, they group up around him, and they start moving him towards the buildings. I think if Shopify are to try and fight this Wraith King, can they kill him 2 times now? This mischance really does hurt CK.
Yeah, it's all about the Chaos Knight. You know, can he keep those illusions up for 2 times in a row and kind of enable his team to keep on pounding away into the Wraith King, or can they just kill off everybody else? You know, that's going to be the big key. I think Lyle, there's a lot of pressure on him to be surviving these engagements, at least for the first life of the Wraith King. Can they just kill off everybody else? No,
I think CK right now is still in that window of able to execute pretty much every hero, and he is trying to do it with that Shadow Blade. Sorry, I mean Silver, even better.
There you go. Collapse does get taken on down, but that's been a pretty staple of this game. Winter's Midas, you know, like, you can kill him, sure, but he's always going to just be Midasing stuff and keep progressing in the game. Still a good pickoff. What do they do with it, though? That is the big question.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looking to potentially try and steal away Automenta here. There are 4 heroes positioned on the dire side.
Doing it under a Watcher though, so
Spirit's gonna watch him do it then.
They don't have the vision. And that was quick. Jesus, I mean, Fly almost got blasted in the process as well, but there we go. Yeah, it's a pretty nice shot to pick up, right?
Yep, very nice shot for Ancient Apparition. It's also one of the reasons why the hero is more viable. They pushed the damage into the spell for Ice Vortex, then reworking the shard so it applies a stun on Ice Blast Connect based on your current level in Cold Feet. And yeah, just giving just more stun, more purpose to AA. Very, very useful. Spirit, though, they are currently smoked up in the mid lane. They have drawn a perfect line to find Arteezy. And they have one sentry, so they do have detection for the Silver Edge. Oh, he just used it as well.
Anyway, they won't even need to. Here they go, onto Arteezy. The rest of the team, they need to get here fast. I mean, the Stampede comes down, but it's not going to make a difference. Arteezy is dead. Shopify nowhere to be found. Crit gets caught up by a coil on the sideline, just going to get back up onto the high ground and get themselves away from this. Wow, Toro. Very aggressive. Blink up onto the high ground there. They have zero respect for Shopify if they don't have their CK.
Just don't misclick your Silver Edge, guys. He's using it to... I'm sure it was an accident on that Ancient camp. And then in doing
I don't know, I've seen him do it a couple of times, T.
Well, either way, whatever he just did there sealed his death. If he had it in play, there was no detection. He could just walk south. The Edge wasn't in position, but using the Silver Edge like that, yeah, got him killed off. And yeah, Spirit, they are just making all the moves here. Equally kind of awkward for them to go Roshan. Like, neither team wants to do this, right? A very quick kill.
Yeah, no team has like the huge Roshan lineup, and it's more about going on the map and finding stuff rather than trying to set up for the big 5v5s. Like, I don't think either team does that particularly well in terms of draft, but yeah, Arbed, you know, he's kind of just... There's been a lull in the aggression, really, from Shopify. Like, it feels like, I mean, they're not that far behind. In fact, they're barely far behind at all, but it feels like they're just so afraid to go out and make moves on the map.
Are we about to potentially see 3 hearts in the game? Centaur's got 1 queued up. Earthfruit already has a heart, and CK's just buying a Reaver.
Seems that way, yeah.
That's a lot of heart to put into a game.
Minute.
Yeah.
Good item. Bottom lane, there's a Shopify hunting at the moment. They don't have their Scarab Mage with them. They see Lal, but they don't get the silence off Lal. Predicts it, gets off the phase shift, and instead they're just going to go for Collapse. Collapse will get brought down. Well, hang on for a pretty big call here. We'll do it onto Arteezy and Saberlight. Yatoro jumping in now, throws out the stun onto the Centaur. Centaur happy to turn around Tangus. Actually, they're turning around to Yatoro. His first life goes very quickly indeed, but there comes a Grimstroke once again, leashing them together. But Yatoro is dead. They have the damage, but down goes Arteezy as well. The toothpicks do the work. Puck silenced up 1,000 times over. Apparently, he's going to die as well. Lal out of the fight. And Shopify, they grab a few of them, and what the hell? Apparently there's a Grimstroke here. I don't know how he ended up in this situation, but nevertheless, will be another hero taken out by Shopify Rebellion, and that's 4 heroes dead. A successful engagement.
Yeah, really successful engagement. The smoke wraparound, they instantly find the puck, but Lal, beautiful reaction to disengage, and then Collapse. He's kind of in just in no man's land, and in doing so, Spirit like, well, I guess we should take the fight, and yeah, Crit, showcasing how much damage you can do on this Scarab Mage, and it was really nice positioning from Fly as well. He was holding that high ground position underneath the cover of his ward, holding his ultimate until that second life of the Wraith King. And as soon as the reincarnation came into play, pops the Ice Blast, prevent Wraith King from really feeling too good on that second life. And yeah, Spirit, a rare moment where they're not truly ready as a full 5. A nice smoke from Shopify. It's been something we've been looking for, I think, in the last like 8 or so minutes. But it does finally connect, and instantly they go in again. They're smoked up. Earthfruit, AA, and Scarab Mage. Incredibly short cooldowns on their kill spells. And they would love to find Wraith King right now without his ultimate. But he's on the other side of the map, so potentially Lal is the target of choice here. And they would love to find Wraith King right now.
Move in. Vision about to be placed down. Mirror, and that will be an easy pickup for them. Not a particularly high value kill, but might set up for them to look towards Roshan now. It has just turned nighttime, and this pit is kind of free for them at the moment. Do Team Spirit mount a contest?
Okay. Arteezy scared me for a second. He just misclicked, put a second Reaver in his quick buy, and I was like, do not try and make me talk about double Reaver build on CK. Okay, that is not a thing.
Don't make me justify that one, Arteezy, please.
No, I'm here to flame if he does it, but no, he does not go for the heart. So we are going to see Shopify Rebellion by maybe the 30-minute mark with a triple heart on Centaur, Earthfruit, and CK. They are going to be incredibly beefy boys with an Aegis to boot.
There you go. Aegis into the hands of the Chaos Knight. Now, What can they get done with it? And Team Spirit, how well can you move around this map? I'm almost excited to watch Team Spirit be in the losing position again because they play it so well then. Immediately they're going on to Arteezy here. They want to take this Aegis out the moment they have it. And they might just do it. Oh, invisibility. Just keep them alive.
Don't do Shopify like that, man. The previous game, they used their Aegis to not do a lot. In this game, if you take it away instantly, come on, give them something, Spirit. Let them have a moment, please.
This time, Arteezy spies through it all. They kind of got him up to the high ground. The impetus is starting missing, and that's when they realized, like, they respect the damage output from this Enchantress so much. The moment he got onto the high ground, they were just like, no, it's not happening anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, they respect the damage output from this Enchantress so much. The moment he got onto the high ground, they were just like, no.
Rifkin completes the BKB, so this time, when he enters the fight, he isn't going to be annoyed by any of these cheap stuns that Shopify have. He will be able to freely get off his right clicks.
Sword, not aggressively positioned down here then. Cancel the TP. That one could have been a bit disastrous. They have the damage there to bring down pretty much anyone who TPs in on
So
that.
many careers.
If they do it, yes.
That'll help the heart game for sure. Yep.
Sure. And yeah, Arteezy has his coming out to him now. Team Spirit still waiting to see if anybody shows on this bottom side. The Skeletons are just going to town on this tier 3 tower. Shopify just not willing to send anybody back to deal with it right now. They want to find something on this map, but they're just not going to.
They're looking for Saberlight though.
Oh my god, yeah. Here we go. Someone comes back to defend. Saberlight gets called out, uses the Stampede, trying to get away, stunned forever. Will the impetuses land? Yes, they will. Miposhka gets him. And the tower's still falling. I mean, they've almost got it. They're playing into an Aegis, and they've almost broken the high ground.
Dark Troll Summoner plus the Skeletons. That's a lot of damage.
It's the Bone Zone down here. Arteezy running out, looking for a target. Doesn't quite see Miposhka due to the nighttime vision. It is unfortunate. And he's seen on a ward now as well. Team Spirit, they want to get behind. They want to see who is behind the big boy. And they've completely cut him up. Look at the mini-map right now. They're just going for the targets, which Arteezy cannot help with at the moment. Crit, he's just going to get obliterated. Fly trying to hide on the high ground. Arben just says, see you later, buddy, and rolls himself away. Doesn't want anything to do with this one. Collapse comes in under the tier 4s even. Oh, CK, he is in here. He's going to take the fight. Buyback comes out from the Skywrath mage, but once again, Miposhka just blasting away from the backlines. This Enchantress, who's the real carry. She's doing so much work. Arteezy comes back immediately looking for Yatoro. Yatoro with the beacon, trying to get his way out of this one. A Centaur goes in deep. Yatoro, though, still standing his ground. The Inkswell heals him up to full charge through the both of them. They're being controlled heavily here. Arteezy needs to get off his damage. He needs to find a target. Miposhka could be the perfect target for it. Playing our pocket, though, going to redirect the stun and keep Miposhka alive for the time being. Charge in, though, onto Arteezy. He's being beaten down. He doesn't have the help, and he is going to fall. 2 lives taken care of. Saberlight TPs away. Another game, another tragedy for Shopify Rebellion, and Team Spirit just playing so damn well. Jumping on the park, at the very least, they might be able to catch out Lal here. Phase shift, not going to save him. Saberlight and Fly find something for themselves.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Miposhka's doing so much work in this fight. I'm kind of left a little bit speechless.
Damage.
Like, Shopify, they got all this heart, but, like, there's an Enchantress. And Peter's just, boom, just hitting through them. See, like, Arteezy, he starts to fight by himself, trying to get into the middle of the Team Spirit's lineup, but he just lost the Aegis. And at that point, Miposhka just free casting his spells. He wishes he had a little bit more mana. He ran out at the very end because he'd used, what, like 20, 30 plus impeders across that? Yeah, Shopify, they are struggling a little bit here. I think now they got to think about this Enchantress first. If they don't shut down Miposhka, it's just going to rip through the entire lineup. Just Hurricane Pike sitting on the back line. And he's got Moonshot. He's already got a Moonshot available.
He's already got the money for it. Miposhka is a crazy bastard. I cannot believe he gets away with this every single game. No drums even this time. Just every single game he just pushes it further. Oh my god. So sick. Team Spirit, man, like, it's every single time they're behind, I'm just like, all right, sweet. Like, we get to watch them find some crazy way back into this game. Awesome.
Not only do they play exceptionally well, but they find their opponent's mistakes so easily, so cleanly, right? And I think for Shopify now, Arteezy, he has the silver edge, he has the break mechanic. Maybe he needs to think about finding the Enchantress first, instantly kill her off, and then force Spirit to lose out a little bit.
There you go. Yatoro, he's dead as well. Fly God kills 2 heroes. Oh.
That's what they needed.
What now in
Shopify, they just
Chakra
needed the
fans?
6 man. They've already brought Tormentor into their roster, and that's how they're going to do it. We've seen it before in the history of Dota. 6-man rosters do relatively well, and yeah, the Tormentor pulling an absolute shift with combination and fly. That's how you kill off the Poshka.
How did they even see that? Like, I don't know.
Don't ask
Super
questions.
sick.
Just enjoy the
Unbelievable.
fact.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
got to witness the magic.
I'm sure we'll have a replay for it very shortly as well, because that was absolutely unhinged. All right, Shopify, they're back in a reasonable position then. Take a bottom tier 2 tower, easy as that. Wraith King can't fight for the time being until his reincarnation is back. Collapse, running in the bottom lane there. Oh, Arteezy shows. Could have maybe been caught out, but actually a CK alone isn't enough to take down a Bulldoze Spirit Breaker, I think. Pretty silly hero. All right, well, now it's time to wait until Roshan respawns. Both teams going to kind of play a little bit more carefully now, I would imagine, whilst they wait for the Aegis to be back in play. Now, the interesting thing here is that it could be a daytime or a nighttime Roshan due to when it's respawning, and that always makes
we got a
things little
replay.
bit fuzzy.
This
Here
is
we
way
go.
more.
Jesus.
And then the skeletons.
The skeletons, no! Stop!
Sorry, I take it back. It wasn't a 6-man roster. It was like a 22-man roster.
20-man roster.
Shopify really pulling everything to get the win.
Stop, my children. You're killing your father. Oh my god. All right. That's fucking hilarious. Shopify. They are smoked up around the bottom area of the map, seeing if the Spirit Breaker wants to come charging on through. Team Spirit, well, camping on the middle lane at the moment. They are smoked up. Of course, it is kind of on Team Spirit to make their way back to the bottom side, over towards this Roche pit, but at the moment the base is being pushed in pretty damn hard. Yatoro, he doesn't care about smoking. He's not a subtle man. He's going to take down a tier 2 tower. He knows that Shopify ain't going to do anything about it. He's not a subtle man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Skeletons, they're hitting mid.
Yeah,
They're going for
once
the
again,
redemption.
making up for
Sorry,
them.
we're sorry for getting you. We'll take mid tower instead.
Look at Team Spirit, such a good position here. They're going onto the Chaos Knight. They want to start the fight onto Arteezy. Yatoro's on top of him. The damage is there. Where is the help? Where is the help? Arteezy's all alone and he is going to die. 100-0 with nothing to say about it. 3 heroes dead. This wasn't a fight. This was a murder. And now they come for the barracks on the bottom side. Team Spirit, they make it look so damn easy.
Shopify just weren't in position. The skeletons were hitting mid racks. Like, Spirit knew that they were out of base, so to even try and entertain that engagement, but yeah, Spirit utilizing this Wraith King beautifully, pressuring bot, pressuring mid, always forcing the map out, and they're just looking to even hit the tier 4s here. There's no buyback on the Sky, there's no buyback on the CK. They're forcing out the Glyph. Tier 2 in top lane is protecting Shopify from getting mega creeps right now. And that is going to be the issue for Shopify's lineup. They don't really push out the creeps that well. They don't really deal with the skeletons that well throughout the game. And it's why you see Spirit. They're not really playing that traditional form of Dota, which is smoke, get kills, and pickoffs. It's a lot of just that kind of macro play, death by 1,000 cuts, a lot of skeleton gameplay, helping Spirit just ignore how strong Shopify can be in the fights.
So we're already moving up to the top side to set up for this next Roshan as well. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, Yatoro just feels like a master on every hero he plays. Like, every single time, he's just utilizing every factor of the hero he plays beautifully, and then we'll do this exact same thing on the next one.
Spirit already positioned in top side of the map. Shopify are smoked up.
This could be the deciding
They lose
fight of the
this
game.
fight, it could be
Shopify
game,
want to come back into the series. It is now. Lalo going to pop everything, give them all the vision they need to start this one off. And once again, they're looking forwards. RTZ collapses on him once again, just like game one, staying on top of the CK. But they found a beautiful jump in the back lines. Your supports are just gone. Double buybacks from them straight off the bat. Yatora's taking hits as well. Large jumping around the fight. They're waiting for their supports to come back into this engagement. So Shopify, they will give them the space. They'll back themselves away and wave their resources to recover. Yatoro did die, though. He did get picked off, and actually Sableye is just back in on Maposhka. He wants to find the big targets. The rest of the team, they're rallying around him, jumping in. They've managed to catch out Lal as well. Lal stunned, silence for the time being, but the follow-up stun is not there. They see RTZ here. He's stunned up once again by the Spirit Breaker. Who's on top of him? Bash comes out. RTZ is dead. No buyback. They need to find a way to make this fight work without him, but I'm not sure it's possible. Sure, the Enchantress is getting low, but the Centaur's dead as well. A look all towards Crit. Crit is basically gone already. And once again, 3 dead. They do have the buybacks on the Centaur, on the Skywrath Mage, but meanwhile, Fly's desperately trying to defend the base.
For Shopify there, they felt pressured. They lost 2 lanes of racks. They knew that Roshan was available. So with the double support buyback on Spirit, if they waited for the CK ultimate to come back in, that's when you can take the fight. But without those big spells in play, Spirit are easily able to capitalize on that. And RTZ walks back into the fight just to instantly die off. Yeah, Spirit. Great positioning once again, reading the map so beautifully. Keeping the lanes pushed, never really allowing Shopify that entry to an engagement. And now they're going to get the second Roshan, Aegis and Cheese. This does feel like Spirit should be able to walk down top lane, take that tier 2 and try and close out this game with at least the mega creeps in the next within this Aegis window.
Well, moving down up the top lane, Collapse leading the charge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Team Spirit. I mean, how do you defend against this now? Enchantress picked up the Aegis, for God's sakes. Maposhka, the real carry of Team Spirit, now won't even be going down if you kill her. Oh man, I mean, I don't know how Shopify can do this.
They gotta hope that Spirit dives deep past the tier 2s, tier 3s, oh sorry, tier 3s, sorry, tier 4s.
Into the fountain.
Into the fountain. Oh, Collapse is trying.
Nice catch from RTZ. They managed to actually get their hands on the Spirit Breaker and stop him really connecting here. RTZ moving to the sidelines. I mean, they are bound up together, so they know the real one. Meanwhile, they're just trying to actually deal with the barracks, leaving Yatoro up front as a tasty piece of bait. Whilst they'll go for the buildings. Arbed getting controlled up, but they have brought down Yatoro twice, but Arbed's dead as well. They can't get their hands on that puck. They'll let him get away and move across towards Collapse. Chaos Knight doing the damage. It's very hard for the Enchantress to get up her damage from this low ground here. The mischance is going to be coming into effect here. Stance up into the Centaur. Centaur taking hits. The barracks kind of exposed at the moment. Shopify, they're taking a few seconds just to get their resources back and then get back to defending this, but the Mega Creeps are on the way. Maposhka is making sure of it right now. The real carry of Team Spirit doing their work. 4 staffs away, dodging out the CK. Stuns out from Collapse with the Inkswell as well. They're chaining it perfectly right now, and a bash comes through as well. Another charge. RTZ can't press his buttons. They're trying to just bring down this damn Enchantress, and they'll do it for the first time. But the task known is out onto RTZ again. He's dead. No buyback. No CK. Upper bracket bound Team Spirit taking out heroes left, right, and center. Shopify trying their hardest to stay in this game, but I'm just not sure there's a chance of buyback now coming out from the Wraith King. Sableye on the back ones, just trying to bring down Collapse, but he's gone. Charge across the map. He's out of here. Crit taking damage from the Enchantress as well. She silenced up, so you can't use the impetus once again. Just using that Hurricane Pike. Sableye trying to bring her down. Surely she will fall. Yatoro comes in from the side to bring down Crit. Stampede used. Maposhka is dead. The game might not be over yet, T.
You take that as a massive victory for Shopify, right? Like, Yatoro just bought back. You didn't really progress the game. You didn't get mega creeps, right? Like, you're one game, like, you're one ancient falling away from being in the lower bracket for the international. So, you take this if you're Shopify, but yeah, for Spirit.
17k damage dealt from the Centaur Warrunner. 12 inches off the double edge. What the hell?
I mean, with the shard as well, it builds up over time. And, this Enchantress, what's his scoreline? 13, 5, and 13 on Maposhka. Truly the carry in this game for Team Spirit. This is the nuisance of Collapse on the Spirit Breaker, the damage from Enchantress, the survivability of Yatoro. So many layers built into this lineup, and yeah, they got to be careful because there is going to be a window where Wraith King doesn't have buyback. And this does feel like the type of game that Shopify get a kill, run it down mid, hope to keep taking the fight in one great charge to get themselves out of this game. It doesn't sound promising, but it's maybe the only way Shopify can do it.
Say like just stepping it up here in the final moments of this game and making them no longer the final moments of the game, giving Shopify a second chance.
I think as well, like, once you get a team that's really good with Spirit Breaker, it does annoy you a lot throughout the game, because how do you buy BKB in this game and feel good? Because there's this Aghanim Spirit Breaker of Octarine with a 6-second charge who's just bashing throughout the fight, never striking you as well. Like, it's one of those items where I wish I had it to deal with everything else, but then Spirit Breaker. And obviously some games you're going to have to just ignore the fact and go for it. And it's not, I don't think it's too important right now anyway, but Spirit Breaker just really hurts his opponent's cause and how they want to itemize in the game.
Just becomes
I
very
feel like if
awkward.
anything, this is probably, I think CK kind of needed a blink in this game. Like, to be able to find that Grimstroke, to find that Enchantress, to stop them from free casting the spells, that could have probably been the key item difference in this game for me. But yeah, so far, Shopify, they are smoked up. I would say smoked up, they have ninja gears. But hoping to find a pick. Lol. Breaking the smoke quite nicely.
Yeah, as
The
always.
Spirit, though, how do they approach the next window of the game? 5 minutes now, Wraith King doesn't have buyback. Roshan might respawn in 3 minutes or so. Of course,
He
Dota Plus
doesn't have
heavily
his either,
favoring
though.
Spirit.
He's just buying out every single time. This man has no cares about his buybacks.
At this stage of the game, you need to just play for that one fight, and they're going for it.
Maposhka has been seen. Sans is out. The chase, it doesn't connect. Shopify, they're not willing to overextend. And there is just an army of skeletons pouring into the triangle right now. Day the dead around here.
Shopify's like, guys, didn't you help us at the Tormentor? Why are you now running at us? Come on.
Yeah. Whose side are they on? We don't know. Lal, by the way, looking to repurpose his build for the late game here. Picking up the Aghanim Scepter, going for Mjolnir. So going to be doing a bit of damage to these Dream Coils as well. I mean, this is an excellent tool for just killing supports. You jump in the backlines, drop a coil, get out, and your coil will just do the work for you.
Also helps with this additional procs of your Mjolnir down the line. Wraith King's already got one as well, so now you've got 2 Mjolnirs, the Radiance, these CK Illusions just passively gonna go down in the fight if it lasts a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And for Team Spirit, they are dodging Shopify here. They just moved to the top side of the map. They don't want to give Shopify this opportunity to take a fight outside of their base, give them the time to instantly knock on the tier 2 and the tier 3. And now they themselves smoke up, running deep here to maybe contest this Tormentor.
Tormentor at this point in the game. Pretty damn tough. They'll get Critter Shard. Jumped in though, onto Saberlight. The Saberlight is just taken out of the equation straight away. You get the Tormentor, you lose your Centaur. That is a trade which Shopify have been forced into. He does have the buyback. As Arteezy just continually buying more and more items, grabs the Harpoon now as well.
Just buying anything you can for this fight.
The final barrack under attack, and now the Chaos Knight being thrown up at the moment. They've got the coil coming out to turn. Utoro also taking a lot of damage in this at the moment. Once again, Saberlight in on the backlines, knows his job to clean up Maposhka here. They want to try and bring down the edge. She's even got a BKB now at the moment, so she's fighting through it for now. Big stun with the Inkswell coming up through. Utoro jumping on in, looking for Arteezy. Arteezy backs himself away under the cover of the Silver Edge, but they'll move on to Saberlight. Saberlight, he survives for the time being, turns around with the stun. They're on top of Utoro. They might be able to take him down. They have. Utoro's dead without buyback. A real opportunity here for Shopify. They found it, but they need to take out the rest, and the rest are going down. Arbed's on top of them as well. The damage is going to be there. Saberlight fighting up into everybody. They take down Maposhka. No buyback on the edge. They'll get Mirror as well. They needed a miracle, and they may have just found it. Saberlight continuing to chase, but they are on the run. How much can the Puck and the Spirit Breaker do to delay things right now? It might just be a Spirit Breaker. Lal still trying to play with them at the moment. Trying to move, jumping across, coil, blink, orb, everything being used from the Puck and these players just to be annoying. But they just need to get down the middle lane right now.
Finally, Shopify able to collect on their spells. They found Maposhka. Saberlight had to buy back, but it was the perfect buyback. And on top of that, just the damage came out. Spirit not really able to connect, and there's a window of 70 seconds without Wraith King buyback. We're not going to be expecting a lot from Shopify here, but it's the start of a potential comeback. They are able to win fights if they can execute, and for Spirit, maybe getting a little bit too carried away, a little bit too comfortable. How much can they get here?
The answer seems to be not a whole lot. I mean,
Wind Waker on collapse.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
nice
he's
Wind
just
Waker.
dancing around them.
Dire's top tower.
Middle tower is gone. Top tower also going to be falling as well.
Top tower.
They're opening themselves up for their own possibility of getting mega creeps at some point in the game. Oh my god, collapse.
So they're not going to get really anything from this. Like, I felt like that fight from Shopify was, as soon as Yotaro died without buyback, like, how quickly can they conclude the fight with enough resources to then run it down the lane and get a little bit of map pressure themselves? But because you have Puck, because you have Spirit Breaker, even when you do win the fight and have like, oh wait, we're doing it, there's so many things you have to do. And Mega Creeps, of course, were taken
honestly
from Team Spirit there.
The worst two heroes to be left alive after a fight.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. There's a TP coming in here from Yotaro. They might go for this. They're definitely going to go for this, throwing everything they've got onto the Wraith King. They're going to be able to take him down for the first time. He's coming back, though. The TP's coming through thick and fast. Beautiful call coming out from the Puck as well. Yotaro, his second life, he's going to BKB and walk away. So he will be fine for the time being, but lol, he's caught in the middle of it. He's going to go down, has the buyback available. Huge Ice Blast going to come on through as well. There's still plenty of health left available on the Shopify heroes as they try and get on top of Maposhka. Enchantress might be falling here. She is dead. Abed looking for more, probably not going to find it, but Roshan is now available. Flight, meanwhile, trying all by himself to defend this base. He's really struggling.
Spirit are making the end of this game quite spicy. You know, they get the Mega Creeps, lose a lot. Then they just, Yotaro just TP'd him blindly by himself into the Roshan area, and okay. Shopify, they're against Mega Creeps. The net worth isn't too crazy, but they're gonna get the third Aegis. This is an Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. This is going to be a game of buybacks now. Can they do it? We've already seen a Mega Creeps come back so far at the Road to International.
Are you starting to believe this is possible?
For the sake of the show, yes, I do believe.
I'm contractually obliged to say yes.
Yes, very. I do believe this is the beginning. They will win, though. But if anything, I think for Shopify, they will be kicking themselves a little bit because they could have done all of these actions 25 minutes ago, you know? Like, the fact it took them nearly 40 minutes to get to these types of fights, this construct of engagement, it's just a little bit too slow. And it's why Spirit are in such a dominating position. And you'd expect for Spirit now, okay, you know what? We're kind of getting a little bit volatile with our gameplay. Let's sit back for a second. You've got an Aegis, congratulations. They'll probably farm the map and just keep Shopify in their base, keep the Mega Creeps running towards their side of the map. Yep. And then we'll see a fresh new round of engagement. But
all right, so what you're telling me is we've got about 4.5 minutes to burn.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Going? How you feeling? Doing good?
Yeah, I'm all right, yeah. Don't really know what Shopify's cooking yet, but they are cooking something, or trying to cook something.
How you feeling? Doing good? Collapse is now warding duty as well. So if anybody misclicked and accidentally put Collapse in as wards placed on their fantasy, you'll be happy about this.
Just doing it like that. Yes, okay, I accidentally put Nisha wards placed, okay? I forgot to change it. I did my tech check for TI. I then started casting, and then it was like a game too late where I click on Nisha and was like, oh no.
Collapse. They've actually found him here. He's got the bulldoze, of course, so very hard to actually bring him down. And yeah, he's just gone. So balanced. Where's Hero in the super late game is just something else, man. So balanced. Is this the 25 talent you expected to see? Plus 20% greater bash chance versus the Bulldoze 500 all damage barrier?
Yeah, I mean, bashing is very good, and Bulldoze, like, it's basically just like a block of cheese, and we know how bad that is, so there could be some games where the left talent's warranted, but just getting that extra bash chance, especially when you've already got so many opportunities just to click through. Some Swift, what, 37%? Yeah, I'll take those odds.
Not as good as 17, but we'll take it.
Yeah, no, 17 of course is the superior number, but Lal.
Ooh. It's a scary time, especially with the double damage Arteezy sniffing you out. Well, you can tell he's thinking about it. He's always thinking about dropping the coil here, seeing if you can set up for something. And that's the thing, Spirit. Their communication is so crisp. They seem to be able to just be like yes or no as a team within like 0.5 seconds. If it's yes, you know everyone will be there. They found the silence, Lal's dead. They get him. 100 seconds without the puck could be something. He doesn't actually have the money for buyback at the moment, of course. They won't know that on Shopify, and it is very difficult to commit to a fight and then disengage if you see that buyback coming through. So see what the call is here from Shopify. Of course, Mega Creeps as well, going to create extra pressure, and they're actually clicking on Saberlight right now. He is the Aegis carrier.
Yeah, and the important thing here, the reason why Shopify are finding so many opportunities, but actually they're going to try and jump Saberlight.
They will find it. The gun is there, and oh my goodness, the damage is there as well. The post is going to blast through him. Life number 1 is gone. Abed stuns up Collapse. Managed to get the roll on him before he gets the charge, but they can't chase any further forward because guess what? There it is. The Salt Line coming through once again. And Arteezy gets thrown into the air, so no stun from you. No way they will make it out of this one.
Ooh.
They did. See you later.
So close to Shopify getting another kill to then be able to turn it around, but of course they trade the Aegis for that. And Shopify just utilizing the Ninja Gear so perfectly, right? CK plus Skyroth Mage. Arteezy goes for like a 50-minute Orchid to help with that Linken's Pop, to help try and control that puck. And if there ever was a time where neutral items are really helping their team stay in a game, it is right now. With this Ninja Gear item, even with a nerf in 7.34D, is giving them just enough opportunities. And now Maposhka, he stepped up. He wants to get
a really big target. They can bring it down. Crit. He sees him. Or does he? There he is. Silence is out. BKB immediately popped from the Maposhka so damn fast. Arteezy, he's not even doing any damage to him. What is this? Abed comes through though. BKB's over. They should finish it up with the A-Blast coming through as well, and that will be done. But in comes the Soul Bind once again from the Grimstroke, controlling up the two of them. Arteezy taking damage here. He is going to drop. And Abed, he needs to get out. He can't either. Turn to stone and taken down. 2 dead on the side of Shopify. Buyback's going to be forced, and they come out immediately.
Oh, this hurts. This hurts for sure. The fact they were trying to go for that pick-off in Enchantress, and Maposhka, beautiful positioning. He hugs the tree line, throws up the Observer Sentry, and in doing so, getting that BKB off, preventing the break, and then it just took too long. Spirit instantly able to get back into that area, and we saw the value of the Dream Coil Agnims with Mjolnir. CK just instantly going down. Shopify using 3 buybacks just in response for 1 edge pick-off. Their playstyle was keeping them against the Mega Creeps. It was very refreshing, but one mistake, and of course you were then instantly shoved back into your base. If you can keep chaining the pickoffs, you can keep playing the map. But as soon as it doesn't work out, and you don't have the buybacks, that confidence to leave your base is gonna, slowly disappear. And for Spirit, it does feel like they are just farming up, waiting for that next Aegis, and then hoping to try and close out the game that way. But yeah, Shopify shouldn't, in theory, be too confident now. I say that, they're now smoked.
You say that. The Crit's already hunting. I mean, they know they're not going to be let back into this game, so the opportunities need to come from them. Okay, another charge. Arteezy moving on to the Spirit Breaker here. Very scary for Arteezy here, don't forget. No buyback available on him. The charge through once again. Collapse. He is taking damage here, but they managed to get the connection onto Arteezy. The damage, though, is not really massive, and now they're refreshing, and Toro is the one kind of losing that. Oh my god, the Maposhka from the sidelines. Arteezy is gone. Team Spirit, they get the carry. Can they do it without him? They've taken down Crit as well. Collapse trying to fight up with Abed here. Maposhka from the sidelines just blasting out the impetuses. Lal with the ultra kill. Moving on to Saberlight. Saberlight trying to do what he can, but there's nothing left in the tank. Centaur's gonna drop a rampage for Lal to finish off this game. Sure, the buybacks are there, but they can't defend against this. There is no chance. Team Spirit running into the base to finish off Shopify Rebellion and send them down to the lower bracket. Saberlight jumping in, trying to do what he can, trying to fight up. I mean, he's got the cheese, they've got the damage onto Lal, maybe finishing him off with the Ice Blast, but look at them just take it through Saberlight. His cheese doing absolutely nothing, and they will be able to finish on the Centaur. And there it is, GG called. Game number 2, it goes to Team Spirit.
Yeah, what a victory as well. Such a clean performance from Spirit. Shopify, unfortunately, not able to put the pieces together and will be playing in the lower bracket.
Absolutely, and we can throw it straight over to Sir Action Slacks, who's going to be with the winning team.
Hey guys, thank you so much. We just had Team Spirit win this game. In fact, their managers are here and they have their victory bobas. Please get the victory bobas, everyone. Let's deliver them to the team. Come on, let's go into the room. Congratulations, boys. Your victory bobas. Well done, well done. How are we feeling? How's the game? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Great, was great game. Opponents was really strong. Now I feel that we should took other opponents actually, but we won.
What are you guys drinking for the victory boba? What do we have there? Mango strawberry, the drink of champions. Do you know how tormentors work, guys? No, we do not know how tormentors work.
Yeah, because like after this game, we know that we can die.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that was for the first time for them, but not for me. So I just like run away when I see that I'm low, because I died like a couple of times on techies and stuff. So now, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, as from one tormentor to another, thank you guys so much for coming in. Congratulations on your series, and the energy is good in here. Your victory bobas, gentlemen. Congratulations. Back to you on the panel. Woo!
Thank you so much, Slacks. A lot of information we wouldn't have known otherwise. Team Spirit did get something out of that, except for, going up a bracket. They now know how tormentors work. Who'd have thought?
I've died a couple of times to Tormentor, so I know.
I was surprised at how many times we saw your Dora die to the Tormentor in there. It was a long game, though. They put in the effort. Shopify definitely holding on. They didn't give up. They were fighting it till the end to try and get into that upper bracket, but ultimately, we see Team Spirit. They didn't need all three games in this best of three. It was a 2-0. And a great one for that. This Spirit Breaker, I want to have a big chat about because he had a rough lane. We didn't really know this idea behind the Spirit Breaker Grimstroke when we saw the lane going as tough as it was, but when it comes to late game fighting in that manner, it was a duo, a combo that you could not stand against.
Yeah, the hero, once it comes online, just seems to be a complete beast. I think there's a question, because even Maposhka said right at the end, it's like, oh, I'm not so sure about the opener. I wonder if they're going to keep first phasing the Spirit Breaker, because it did create some openings and weaknesses in the Spirit draft, because you can't just lose all these lanes and expect to just consistently win Dota games. I think they're much better than Shopify, so they were able to kind of drag this game out, because you can't just lose all these lanes and expect to just consistently win and scale games really well with Spirit Breaker, with the Grimstroke eventually getting an Aghanim Scepter. They bought time for Wraith King to get all his items, but it was just another game where I think Shopify, their draft, they got off to a strong start. They had their ways to win this game. They were just a bit too passive, which was kind of the similar story to last game in the mid game.
Yeah, in the last game, they had like a better late game draft, like in terms of the carry to carry matchup, terribly against Troll. This game, they had Chaos Knight against the Wraith King, which doesn't really favor the Chaos Knight as much if the game gets dragged out a long time, And I felt like the early game was kind of 50-50. They kind of won their bot lane a lot. Top lane was not as great as they were expected, but I think overall the early game went well for Shopify. They were able to run around with the other four heroes, but again, RTZ, he was really passive in the game. Like I wouldn't say he lost them the game, but he also didn't win them the game. He was like really focused on his own farm. Like you could see his farming pattern. Every time he goes to the Ancients, he makes sure that he clears the Ancients by the minute, and he goes to the left Ancients, then he moves back to the right Ancients. But it's costing his team opportunities to push towers, because we saw that. I think it was the first one where he came off his lane, he TP'd top, he farmed Ancients, and the Earth Spirit plus the Skyrim was taking the thing, and they had nothing to do because no one chose to take the top lane. So those are the kind of small little things that I feel like the way that he could have pushed the advantage forward. If he just decided to go top, maybe it would have affected his own net worth a lot, but it would have helped his team make moves and progress on the map,
Yeah, well, what is that balance then for Chaos Knight? Because we originally were really happy to see him on that active carry, but you're saying he wasn't active enough. So where is that fine line of wanting to farm up and be more proactive?
Very simple. If the enemy Wraith King with Midas is coming to the fights more...
If you see two Midases on two
and he's fighting more than the Chaos Knight, which has gone normal items, Armlet, Echo Saber, then something is wrong. I feel like he only started to fight when he finished his Echo Saber. But I feel like as a Chaos Knight with Armlet, you're like the strongest hero on the map. Like who's gonna touch you in the map, and you're not utilizing that window of opportunity to make the game easy for your team. Like I always talk about, when you look at carry players farm, you should also look at when they are farming, are they helping their team at the same time, or are they just focusing on I need to have this GPM at this point of time, or they are just thinking about what my teammates are doing. I have to help them when I'm farming.
Now, Gods, why weren't Team Spirit able to close this one out earlier? They were one racks off getting megas. That one took a little bit of time, and then even with the megas, there were still fights being won by Shopify.
The tormentors were a bit of a problem. You actually, unironically, like you lose your engine, your wraith.
Unlucky.
They can't buy. Unlucky. I don't know about that.
It happens.
Oh, that's unlucky. It won't be the last tormentor death we see at this tournament, though, I think. But I think it was just a bit of maybe overconfidence and sloppiness, because they're probably looking at this Shopify draft and like, okay, they've missed their timing. They have this Chaos Knight. We outscale, and they kind of rushed some of these high ground pushes, and then we saw just great initiations. I think Saberlight really showed up this entire series, back-to-back games where I think he played really well. First on the Dawnbreaker, now the Centaur, and then Arbet, 11-6-11. He was starting these fights and putting his team in a position to actually kind of claw their way back in. When you have supports like Sky and AA, the damage output you can dish out if you're landing, your initiations from Centaur and Earth Spirit is you can punish Team Spirit if they screw things up. And I think they did a really good job of recognizing that some of this late game damage isn't coming out of Yatora's Wraith Queen, it's actually coming out of heroes like Enchantress. So they were just focusing Miposhka every single team fight, and it wasn't actually until Mira got that Aghanim Scepter that it felt like Spirit actually had enough damage to start winning like 60-minute team fights once again, because that Dark Portrait was absolutely brutal.
After they threw like 2 team fights, they realized, okay, we need more weapons from the supports. We need to farm these eggs on the Grimstroke.
No, it was great. It starts off with 3 cores, but at the end, all 5 of them feeling like cores with the impact they had on Team Spirit. So a massive props to them. They will be going into the upper bracket when it does come to next weekend, when we start seeing the playoffs. Shopify going down to that lower bracket. And this time we're going to talk about our next matchup. TSM up against Virtus Pro. One of these 2 teams will be up there with Team Spirit in the upper bracket. And briefly talking about them, who do you favor a little bit more? Because TSM, slow start, but strong finish. Virtus Pro still kind of in that middle of the pack.
Yeah. I favor TSM. I think they've got a real kind of identity with how they want to play. They kind of struggled a bit, especially on day one, but they, got enough wins out of day one and put themselves, into a position where they aren't going to get a bad playoff matchup. And what I like about them is they just kind of realized they need to play this really aggressive style. They're picking like these tanky cores, even from the mid lane. They're playing Ogre mid, they're playing Ricky mid. They're just running around fighting. They played quite a bit of Bristleback as well. And I feel like they've really just figured out this is the style that works for them. And they've gotten some really nice wins out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very entertaining game for sure, but I would personally favor maybe TSM a little bit more. I feel like the team has a lot more depth in terms of like strategy, whereas if you look at VP, they've been maybe winning only with 1 or 2 strategies. It's hard to say whether they're going to be able to bring more to the table, but at the moment I feel like TSM is the stronger team.
Yeah, stop pulling those things out of the back pocket, but TSM being our favored, even if just slightly. Let's know a little bit more about them, as we do have a bit of content about TSM.
I guess when we play against Fnatic TI-10, I had to play him lower bracket. I was a little nervous because it was like a BO1, and I always hate BO1s because it just, in my head, it was really like, I don't want to get last place again. I don't want to get last place again, like my last TI. And I think I didn't play bad, but I also didn't play very well. And when you're a TI, you really gotta clutch the game through different angles. It's not just clicking the buttons at that point. It's like you have to contribute somewhere that's gonna be key and crucial to winning. And I didn't do it. I was very average. So I went to TI-7, and then I didn't go to TI until TI-10. It felt like 3 years had passed, the same result. It was really frustrating. I was really like sad towards myself because it meant like, well, this whole journey, to get to the same spot. But, that was really like, that's how I felt when I lost, at least. I think the one crucial thing I've learned from them is to remind myself why I play the game, and to every day just appreciate that I get to play Dota, and it's a game that I'm really passionate about. When I'm in that mindset, I really play my best, and I'm the best teammate that I can be.
Getting ready for the second series of the day for the road to the International. We're looking at something quite a little bit different than we just saw, but not too much because, again, it is going to be North America versus East Europe. However, TSM versus Virtus Pro here with T-Panda and, of course, Mr. Fear. How are we doing today, Fear? We just got to see Shopify not quite make it into the upper bracket, and you, as an NA expert, as an NA lover and enjoyer, we have to put our faith in TSM now, right?
I mean, I think we have a much more reasonable chance in this series. We've seen Team Spirit, right? They're behemoths right now. They look so good. And I don't know who's going to beat them, but we'll have to see. But carrying the torch for North America, it is TSM here going against Virtus Pro. A more manageable opponent, but not an easy opponent by any means here. And especially
for sure.
if we saw anything from the last series, that hero right there, pretty hard to beat. The Spirit Breaker, whether you play in the off lane or position 4, if it gets farm, this hero is a beast.
Hey, definitely a beast indeed. And building up a bit of a storyline in terms of the North American perspective, of course. We've been working with the region all year. I looked at some historics here. We can think about what's going on in the draft. 4 times has North America had 2 teams in the upper bracket. That's TI 9, 6, 5, and 2. Once they have had 3 teams, and that was in TI 8 with VGJ, Storm, Optic, and Evil Geniuses. But 3 times has North America not had a single team in the upper bracket. TI 1, TI 3, and TI 10. So TSM, they don't want to let NA sink that low. So obviously they're coming in hungry for this matchup. But Virtus Pro, you already said it's not going to be an easy block for TSM at all. These players, they've been grinding it out, making this roster work all the way. Well, I won't say all the way, but at least some of these additions to the team since the last year's DPC tour. We look at guys like Kiritich, for example. Division 2 DPC the entire last year. This year, he's playing in the first division, making waves, kind of showing that I'm a capable carry player. Pick me up for this team, guys. And of course, FNG, the OG Power Ranger, 2013 Power Rangers. I keep talking to you about this roster here so many times, but I am just happy to see FNG out here in TI. He's been there twice, and I'm happy he's here for a 3rd time on the road.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the veterans coming from the region. Very strong captain, and he's very smart as well about the game and the way he thinks about it. I had the pleasure of talking to him quite a few times. And moving on more to this game at this point, this is the first time TSM is going to get Invoker, which this hero, some people find it still OP, some find it balanced, but I think when you play against Spirit Breaker, it's just a great choice. Having ways to be able to get rid of that bulldoze, just dispel it, is super nice, and you can do that with the Tornado. So unsure, it is a flex pick right now on who will play this Invoker. Will it be Bryle playing in the mid lane? Will we see some support Invoker shenanigans? Time will tell.
Talking about that, Ari actually has 4 of the openers, the most openers for TSM. And when they have opened with Ari's hero, they have 2 wins and they have 2 losses. So yeah, we've already seen this pause for Invoker. We saw FY play it out before. Potentially Ari could be the one to do it. But we know Bryle also capable to bring out the Invoker if they want to. And, you know, I think we're really looking at meta here. We've seen how impactful Centaur is all over the board, mainly just the Stampede, but the little reworks here and there throughout this year, just making this hero much more stable and wanted.
Oh yeah, for sure. The meta right now is you pick these big strength tanky heroes. One that either buy Blade Mail into Heart, but Centaur kind of has like a built-in Blade Mail already just with the Retaliate there. So you kind of just go for those big powerful items early on. Get your Blink, maybe a transition in between, get the Heart, get the Shard. All of a sudden you've got like 9,000 HP in the team fights and you're unkillable, making a lot of space for your carries or mids to do more damage. I mean, even your supports can do a lot of damage depending on what they do. We did see the Invokers go for the Aghanims even in the support role, but still very curious to see what they're going to do here with this Invoker. Centaur, pretty much a stable pick all around in the off lane right now. You take it early and you can be pretty sure, as long as you lane it with a ranged position 4, that it's going to be very difficult for the enemy carry to get his farm.
Yeah, and also like the itemization that is the staple Vanguards and the pipes. You've got the option to just basically disassemble that Vanguard if you look like it's going to be a very magical heavy opponent team, going straight towards the pipe direction, or just make yourself a stronger frontliner, which definitely Kasane can be. He does love the farm. Centaur will enable him that early farm, get those big items up. Maybe it's an aura, maybe it's just the Vanguard for himself. That's going to help him out. And the matchup right now, we are looking potentially at a CK for Kiritich into the safe lane versus that Kasane Centaur. That's going to help him out.
Yeah, when you think about your carry picks, and you're going to pick it pretty early, it has to be a stable type of carry that can get his farm, plays into, well, most matchups because he's going to get counterpicked pretty hard here. But it is a good lane versus Centaur. You do have the ability to sustain the double edge spam or just right clicks because Centaur he's quite annoying with the fact he does go for that Vanguard. He has really high base HP regen, so having that lifesteal available for the CK is going to help a lot. And Omni Knight, this is a hero.
All right.
I mean, that's just a Dota hero, right? That we haven't seen too much of.
It's a Dota hero, all right?
Well, yeah, where does it go? That is the question. I've seen this hero as a core in the offlane. I've seen it not so much as support, but it could be played as support. I think if you're not playing around just the harassment in the lane, that the Purifying Hammer, what's that called again? You know, that spell. I'm not entirely sure if you can play this hero as support, but nonetheless, it is a bit of a surprise pick here.
He certainly is, as Slatums, Toby, and New are the only players who have brought up this Omni Knight, of which Slatums is the only one who hasn't got a victory. So the first time TSM going for this hero, and we discussed about TSM a lot in day 1 and day 2, that their drafts are kind of all over the place. You know, they're kind of hard to read where they want to take the direction of this. Maybe bait their opponents a bit into counter picking, and they will just shift roles with their flexibility that they have in these heroes. Omni Knight core support, Invoker core support, leaving a lot of question marks, but VP, I don't think they care too much about that. They have their own game plan. We bring up the Shaker, potentially looking like a mid-shaker, very strong against so many matchups, but there's one hero, Fear, especially when we look at TSM's perspective, they found an Ogre answer to this Earthshaker. Heroes that normally have pretty poor right-click damage, of course, he amplifies it with the Enchant Totem. Ogre does pretty well against those.
Yeah, it could be that. I'm still very curious on what direction TSM is going, because this is going to be their first Invoker game, first Centaur game, first Omni Knight game as well, and they have played Disruptor, so there you go. They have played one hero. Their damage is pretty minimal here, unless Omni is going to be that damage dealer. Still trying to figure out where they're putting what heroes. You did mention the Ogre. I don't think they're going to do it this game, because I'm pretty sure they needed just a real carry in this game.
I mean, that's what we really want to see.
Right. So I'm hoping they just like pick a carry here, and then the real question is going to be, where's this Omni and where is this Invoker going? Is it going to be Invoker mid? Is it going to be Omni mid? Is the other one going to be support? I think it might just be an Omni mid. Looking at this, I think Invoker probably just going to be your range support that's going to lane with the Centaur. You're going to have an Omni going into the mid lane, and then you just got your Disruptor pos 5, and you're just looking for some Tomato carry here. On the other side here for Virtus Pro, though, they pretty much just need a support. Yeah, I guess they just need a support at this point. They're going to ban out some of the strong ones, Enchantress being gone. Pos 4 is what I think they're most likely looking at. Getting something like that, as you mentioned, the Shaker probably going mid.
Yeah, they have opened up their draft as well with FNG's hero most of the time. We'll see if he wants to play the Spirit Breaker. Do we see something like, yeah, you talked about Nothing to Say, playing the mid Spirit Breaker? Yeah, I mean, it's an option if you want to. So they also have their flexibility with this Earthshaker. Spirit Breaker can still go all over the place. But Grimstroke, yeah, that's definitely an FNG hero. So we'll see how much they've adjusted since the first 2 days, if they have something up their in their pockets. Well, an ancient apparition. So I believe CK Shaker Spirit Breaker should be the cores, unless, you know, East Europe mids bringing up ancient apparition. You know, that I don't think we're going to go that route, but it has happened before.
Unlikely. I think Shakers just go mid. You're going to put the Grimstroke with the Spirit Breaker in the lane. You're going to lane up your AA with the Chaos Knight. And now Tomato's in a spot where, you know, he's got an Omni mid, potentially Invoker mid, not entirely sure which one. Probably Omni. Now he needs to make his selection for the carry. What is going to be the best matchup? We've seen a lot of the Terror Blades being picked up in these type of situations, so that could be an appealing option for him right now. Outside of that, you probably don't want to play the Naga too much against all of this spam available. But do you want to play TB into a position for Grimstroke, who's going to get that early Ags? It's kind of annoying to do this pick, actually, because you're playing versus AA and Grimstroke, even though they are just both supports. They slow down or they limit your hero pool by quite a lot. And they're just going to go for the Terrorblade. I think that was probably the best possible option here for them. It is a hero that can just carry this game, does very well versus Spirit Break in the lane, good versus CK, and of course against the supports, they can't really do too much to them unless you get that Aghanim Scepter online for Seiyu.
You know what? Ari's playing a support Centaur this game, as Kasane will bring the Omni Knight into the off lane. We would have really thought that Kasane likes to play heroes that like to farm a lot and bring up these big items that enables him to kind of join in fights, and maybe through auras or damage items or blinks, but he's bringing out the Omni Knight off lane, and Toby, I think, is the only off laner who's done it so far. That was also a win back when they were still playing that draft. However, I like the way that they brought the Omni Knight, mainly because of the ult and just soaking up CK's damage. Nobody can get nuked right away if you're fast with your fingers. You have the Shaker's damage kind of getting mitigated as well. But the Ancient Apparition is an answer to that. We can slowly bring you down despite all of our physical being reduced for some time period. So Tomato probably feeling that if we have an Omni Knight in our team, I can pick this Terrorblade.
What I'm most curious about to see how is the Centaur support going to function, because this is going to be an Omni Knight Centaur lane. Is that scary? I'm not entirely sure that's super scary, because you're going to have a lot of spam on the CK with the Omni Knight, because that's just what he does. He's throwing hammers at you. However, I don't think you mind too much, because you do have that Chaos Strike to keep bringing you back up if you do get low. And where does the Centaur fit into this? If he was a ranged hero, I'd get it. Like, you just keep spamming him down with just some right clicks and some nukes on top of it. But are you going to be able to get in there with the Centaur? Very curious and very interesting to see if the support Centaur as a dual lane with another melee hero being the Omni Knight is going to be successful or not.
What I've at least seen in this particular matchup versus the Centaur and the CK, I guess Ari, well, this is usually when we talk about a 3 Centaur, but you could bring up extra points into double edge and kind of surprise the CK. Oh, he's actually doing a lot more damage than just that level 1 120 nuke plus the strength gain. But it's probably not going to go quite that way. Actually, looking at Kasane's lined up the Midas. Omni Knight's not exactly the fastest farmer as well. He's probably going to need that extra going his way. Remember back in the day of Dota, like Omni Knight off lanes, bad on off lanes, it was the Radiance meta for off lane, right?
Sure, yeah.
I don't think we're going to see a Radiance, but it could benefit them this game to have these very expensive items coming through the Midas on your pause 3.
We'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure what the meta is right now for the Omni Knight, but I think Midas is fine, but Radiance might be slightly too greedy. And I think you want to get to a point where you're just like doing what most offlaners do, and you're just super tanky. And you just build up items that allow you to be just very, very tanky and unkillable. If you can get to the Radiance, then sure, that would be fine. It's just a little bit greedy. It doesn't really give you any HP until it's completed. I guess EHP with the evasion. But until then, his job is going to pretty much just run around with the team, make things happen. There's a lot is going to ride on Whitemon here, on his Disruptor, to be able to catch heroes, because your Blink Initiator was just demoted to pause 4, which is going to slow down your Blink Dagger quite a bit here. So they're going to play a bit more of a slower game here, but they do have the tools to get kills and catch. They just need a little bit of levels, and they need some farm.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe that's where the Disruptor and the Invoker really show. You have only Stampede to close in gaps. Disruptor is definitely going to help you out on that perspective. But looking from Virtus Pro's eyes as well, I kind of talked about, you know, Kiritich. He played back with an Amiga last year. Noticed he was in the original Bet Boom roster before the Bet Boom of this year that was able to get from Division 2 into TI in the same year. It was a miraculous run. The Hawk running the carry builds. But, you know, into VP they went. Kiritich, he's... I think right now he was ranked 5th among all of the players in TI-12 in average kills, which is, you know, it's a good statistic for sure. But the thing that I'm worried about is when he's played Spectre or Troll, he's won his games. If he's played any other carry, it's 0-5. Not a single win. But CK's meta, CK's strong. Maybe meta is the key for this one.
Maybe meta's better, you know what I mean? We'll have to see.
Yep.
But CK is the hero that definitely needs to have a good start. It's just how it is. I mean, he's going pretty greedy too. We don't often see the Midas on this hero, but he is going to go for it.
A very calm start from both of these two teams. We are talking about an entry to the upper bracket for either of these two teams in this best of three. Loser is going to have to take the way of the liquid quote all the way through the lower bracket and forward. And this Virtus Pro roster, you know, it is a very cherished organization. Also had their moments and had their vibes during these past few years. They are kind of riding off of these new, I wouldn't say youngsters, but of course it is a much younger roster than the previous VP. Squadix 20 of age, Kirtic is 20, Noticed also 21 years old, and then the veterans, you have Sayush at 26 and FNG at 28. So they've got that old experience combined with the rest. Well, Tomato has found Sayush for the first time, and a first blood going for TSM.
That's exactly what they needed there. Tomato getting off to a hot start here in the safe lane with the Terrorblade. This is a matchup that you can't really do much as a Spear Breaker. That's why we keep seeing this pop up over and over again. In the early game, majority of your damage is just going to be right-clicking. You're actually just a little bit of a potato, to be honest with you, in the hero, and they're going to go again. I don't know if they have the damage for this, but they might.
This one work out. I mean, a couple hits from Tomato might just do the trick with the help of the reflection. He's slowed up. Whitemon dropping low, and Sayush, oh, he can't go through the stick and the fairy fire, so Whitemon gets a little bit longer. Just an extra poke there from the Grim. Just not enough for a kill, but for TSM, that's another score. Tomato, 2 kills already, under 2 minutes on a TV. That's a great start. Top lane as well at the same time. Kirtic dropping fairly low. Centaur, that is the support Centaur that is bullying this CK.
We're gonna have to see how this lane matchup goes. I really want to keep a close eye on it. For now, it's going really well. They're harassing him. They're getting him low. They're completely free farming on the Omni Knight at this point of the game. So you've definitely got to be happy about that if you are Kasane here. And Ari on the Centaur. See what he's building up here. Just in the Tranquil Boots. Seeing some move speed, realizing that Blink won't really come online. You're not the core either, so you don't really need to build into like being tanky either. So many questions about the Centaur, but I'll have to just see it played out.
Yeah,
So I
think that's the smartest course of action, right? Because it's been a while since Centaur has last been played as a support in a pro game. We've sometimes, you know, we back in like the Tide 5s, and sometimes we saw the Centaur 4s and 5s. I believe most notoriously, maybe you could bring up Poppy, for example, but it's been a while since he's last pulled it off. Ari, the first and only British TI entrant on the road to the actual international, making waves as well with these kind of surprise picks. But then again, it also comes back to, did Moon decide that Centaur support is the way to go, or was this like, I want to play this? Because they also kind of, we talked to TSM at the start of this DPC tour, they kind of, you know, memed around a little bit.
They're going to go
Kasane, like it was a thing, but they are going to find an opening onto FNG. It seems like all of these ideas that they have, they can make them work in the laning stage at least.
And here I was like, yeah, Centaur Omni Knight lane. This lane doesn't sound very good against AACK lane, and they're crushing it up here.
The hopes of NA riding off of the 2 teams that could still make it to the upper bracket, TSM being one of them, and Nouns also later on. The 2 hopefuls at their home audience. He's kind of following the footsteps of Shopify with these international-ish type rosters. No
Ari might get charged though.
Tomato went top lane as well. Ari below 1 HP. Kirtic will take this one. Kasane forced away. And also the battle in the bottom lane kind of calms down or cools down at the same time as they tried to go on the Terrorblade, but Tomato gets to keep his life intact.
Yeah, and Tomato, interesting enough, he went to our 2 points in a reflection here, so not going to have that big metamorphosis at level 3 here, but he's going to be able to keep spamming reflections over and over again. That does slow attack speed down too, so you can just like trade very efficiently by using the spell in the game. And I kind of wanted to see how the mid lane was doing here, because you oftentimes don't see Shaker picked against ranged heroes. Or maybe they really thought that Omni was going to go mid and they wanted to try and punish it. And Brian was like, nah, I'm just going to play a ranged hero here, going in for that Invoker. That's a Glow of Haste already queued up with a Magic Wand. I wonder if that's going to be an early Midas or not, or if he's just getting that for the laning stage. Maybe he'll just get the treads as well. That would make a lot of sense.
Got a couple Midas thoughts here all over the place.
It's a good item.
Ryle. Talked about Kasane, talked about Kirtic having the Midas lined up, so maybe we'll just see mass Midas this game, you know? Let the gold flow.
I mean, most of the games that we have observed, like, they don't end very quickly. And it's very difficult to just go high ground right now, so it makes a lot of sense to just play the economy game. And Midas, what do you know? One of the best items you can do for that. So I am down for Midas purchases on pretty much any hero that can use the attack speed.
Yes, that's the key point right there. Anyone that can use the actual attack speed, if it's just for the extra gold, it feels, you know, it just feels like it falls into a pretty weird place.
Becomes
the bot lane. Oh, we got a bit of an attempt here with the Metamorph pop. Sayush dropped low. Tomato on a killing spree right now. Noticed throwing in the bash into the face of the TV. And Whitemon trying to go for some body blocks. But 10 seconds for Glimpse, and the reflection is slowing him down. It does look like they can close this kill. Just a few more seconds and they could bring him back. But Whitemon not going to dive under the tower. They will leave Noticed low.
Absolute disaster here for Virtus Pro in this bottom lane. The Spirit Breaker is unable to really get much of anything down here. Low on CS, has already died one time. Of course, the Grimstroke sitting with 2 deaths as well, not having very fun. But this top lane continues to be a problem right now. This AA is also having difficulties finding his place in this lane. If you just get walked upon and you're gonna just die to these heroes, you got to respect the damage output of this Omni. Kasane on this Omni Knight, he's hitting hard.
Yeah, you start to wonder, like, when you're looking at this top lane, is it more about the jitters of the TI debutantes? You've got Kasane playing the first time in the road to the international. You have Keratic playing his first as well. It's just, you know, a bit of shakiness, a bit of, you know, it's a seeding match. It's a pretty damn important seeding match because you could be in the top 6 if you won that first round in the upper bracket, as they are putting some pressure for the 6-minute rune. It's going to spawn on the top half, just an illusion. Ari will go there to secure it, so Squadix will not get the bottle refill for himself. Nothing else happens out of this. TSM going in mid with 3 heroes. Because the laning stage been going so well, they don't worry about it.
They're going to see the AA.
Oh, AA getting surprised here. They've got a charge coming in from Noticed. FNG low on HP. A couple more hits should do it. They can't get there. Tomato might be the one to drop here. Just a couple more to go. The Glimpse coming in. The high ground attacks are enough. And FNG with the Ice Vortex tick out of all things kills the TV. And FNG on the move away as Ari in between 2. Goes for the stun. Almost gets the kill on FNG as he gets a bit of healing in. Centaur finally finishes the job. Gets stuck with these cold feet. Notice charging onto Whitemon. Sayush will drop that ink explosion right on top of Ari for the kill. The Glimpse bringing him close with a stroke of fate connecting. And this is the first big fight Virtus Pro will capitalize on. But they will be able to get Whitemon with the bash. One more hit to go. And he cannot go that deep. And Tomato has already returned back to action. Even that level 1 stroke of fate, he's going to go for Notice with a charge, and that will be enough. Raindrops or not, Notice has got this one in the bag.
How'd they see him? Oh, that ward and planted on the twin gate there gave him vision of them to get that charge off. Maybe if they pay attention to those minor details there, Whitemon will be able to get that D ward. But what a fight, what a bloodbath by the twin gate.
Those are the ones that I think Virtus Pro kind of needs as well when you talk about their current draft in this game. They are kind of reliant on heavy brawling at some stage of the game. They gotta get experience for their supports with the help of Spirit Breaker, calling a lot of fights. They don't want to drop too far behind. And Keratic, he could use some backup here. They don't have any TPs except for the Shaker, but FNG's here just in time. Will force out Ari and Kasane. Noticed was also driven away from his tier 1 tower with the Metamorph popped by Tomato. So TSM keeping up the pressure as well.
They definitely are, and this has all been pretty much without Trial, right? He's kind of been very quiet this game, just farming up a Storm. #1 in that CS department. So he's having a great game himself, and you expect him to make some rotations at some point, but he's basically just keeping this Shaker staying glued to this mid lane because he has no mana. Just spamming this EMP over and over again, and now all of a sudden there's no rotations you can make as a Shaker in this game. If you don't have any mana, you don't have any runes, what can you do? And both mid laners do find an entry into this game. Imagine how more explosive it's going to get than it already is.
Oh, they're going to try and Kasane here at half HP, but suddenly as they do that, Centaur shows up out of nowhere. CK already down to half HP. Ari still tanking hits, but gets crit to the face by Kiritich. And Sayush has also TP'd in. Whitemon coming in for the back. Bryle has made his rotation as well. But as said, Shaker can't come to the help, so they're going to have to fight this with just 3 versus 3, and Kiritich will fall. Whitemon secures the kill. Bryle's going to be dropping low on HP, but FNG has no way of catching him. And the detection, it's on Sayush on the other side of the tier 1 tower, so they will have to let this Invoker go free. And everything, you know, all the pieces of the puzzle just kind of clicking in. Shaker can't come to help anybody else, and Bryle has free reign.
Very impressive here by Squadix here, just almost has a blink dagger already. He's actually winning in net worth against this Invoker at the current point in time. He's just farming up, he's realizing he won't be able to make these rotations, but...
They're attempting Kasane.
Kasane!
This one seems to be a kill for... Okay, it's the supports picking up the kills. FNG will take this one.
Gold is gold, you know? Of course, you want these kills on the CK, but it is what it is. You're going for a Midas anyway. He's getting free farm, so I think he's pretty happy regardless.
Oh, yeah. Money is still money.
And space is space.
Space is space, indeed.
All right, we got our Blink Dagger online. Yes, sir, we do.
Well, let's see what we can do here. Ari stunning up Squadix with the Ink Swell on top of him. Tornado onto 2. Bryle will be able to get Ari back to safety. And that Invoker really hurts this VP roster, and literally just the MVP, the EMP. Well, the EMP is the MVP in a way, as FNG is walking back home already. He just 20 mana, and they're going straight for Squadix. Whitemon has Glimpse level 3. He could just bring him back, and he will do so into the kinetic field. A couple more right clicks from Bryle, has another Urn Charge. Fissure thrown in though, and the silence. He had to pop as 1 to just barely get enough for Phantom's Embrace to interrupt Bryle.
Yeah, I mean, he's going... Oh, he cancels CP. He had like a Fairy Fire and a huge wand, so I don't think they had any chance killing that Shaker, unless they had Static Storm online, but he was like 2 creeps away from having Static Storm available, so unfortunate for him, not available, but it is now, so they're going to smoke up and they're going to go ahead and try to kill the Spirit Breaker.
Scan connects. Scanka does connect, but they're moving straight towards the lane. You see that it also now shows a green line, so probably some traffic in the bottom lane. That is a Radiant Sentry, and also a Dire place 1 Bryle's on the other side, and there we go, the instant echo into Whitemon, dropping the ulti to try and save Bryle, but here comes the counter initiation. Ice Blast does connect onto a couple. TV will pop the Metamorph as well to start hitting FNG. Squadix, he won't be able to get out instantly as he gets glimpsed back into the fight. TSM already lost 2 members and noticed 4 more seconds for the charge. Tomato wants to close in the gap. Squadix has to blink away as Tomato throws in a right click, and they will salvage this situation. They got the Invoker kill, so successful blink reveal.
Definitely successful. That was a really great rotation by Squadix there on this Shaker. He's been playing really well this game, I must say. He's been playing really, really well, considering he's in a bit of a tricky situation where you are playing versus Invoker, a very strong laner as he is a universal hero, and of course getting your mana burned all the time. Goes for Brown Boots Blink Dagger, and he gets his revenge right away. Just getting every single rune too, by the way. And also they might try to go.
See what they can do here. The Glimpse takes the Shaker away for the time being, and that Soulbind will not connect into any follow-up spells, at least. Notice trying to make a run for it, but the right click seemed to be too much for him to deal with, and that gank leads into a lost member of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it wasn't quite close enough, but against the Glimpse, that's pretty much never going to happen. So good positioning there by Whitemon to be able to just interrupt that there, as CK now has some Midas. Some interesting item choices coming out. CK Midas, not something you see a lot, but it is fine. You use attack speed, it can be good. But the more interesting item build is going to be Kasane on his Omni Knight. Midas queued up, Shard, Bots 2, Hex, BKB. That is what he's looking at for his item build.
I'm going to get all these items this game.
I talked about him being tanky, going straight for Bots 2, Midas. Not the tankiest build. We'll see if he continues to go for that build. It's interesting nonetheless, though.
He will be tanky soon, TM.
Yeah, tanky soon.
And talking about the last gank as well, as VP lost a member in that gank, TSM were able to push the bottom T1 tower for some damage, so the trade goes for them. FNG gonna get hit by the EMP once again, and Kasane looking to close in the gap with that glimpse again. Whitemon, he's been everywhere so far. 8 out of the 9 kills he's been a part of. Very high kill participation for him, and these glimpses are exactly the tools the tool in this early game to get TSM these kills.
And he needs to be part of these as well, because they don't really have much else for their initiation, as mentioned. You have maybe a tornado. Ari has to walk in the old school way right now until he gets his blink. He's not even halfway there yet. So you got to rely heavily on these glimpses. That's where we're seeing him max it out.
Squadix, they're setting up for him here. Tornado to set up for the Static Storm, and he needs Sayush to help him out. Buddy, I'm burning here, but there's nothing they can do. And they will even take Sayush into the arms of TSM. Ari ready for the stun in 2 seconds notice, trying to interrupt that ice wall. That space cow is like, I'm stuck in eternity or some kind of black hole, but no, it's just ice. Bryle with the second kill going for him. And there we go, the Guardian Angel from Bryle, and the turnaround for TSM to take even more. They've got 3. This looks like a 4th on Notice. He's trying to charge away. He will get out, but Heritage down. And Notice, that is a full-on team wipe. TSM, they took the broom, and they're scrubbing Virtus Pro with it.
Very nice by Tomato to just show up to that team fight as well, realizing his team needs help because they absolutely need Tomato to show up there, make things happen. That ice wall was so good though. It looked really funny, right? Him just charging through at slow speed, but slowing that charge down allowed them to get that a lot of extra damage into there, which helped turn that team fight in the favor of TSM here.
Just delayed damage even in a case because he wasn't able to interrupt as he was stuck inside the ice wall, and VP losing members slowly but surely.
And guess what? Just like that, I was talking about Ari, not even halfway to blink. One team wipe later, he's got a blink available on the center now. So now you have that type of initiation that is just stable and reliable.
Pretty sick net worth for a +4 Centaur 15 minutes in as this game's been going with a glimpse. Bringing in FNG, TSM coming out from multiple directions. All right, no second thoughts, just instant Static Storm. Notice can't cancel his charge either because got silenced momentarily there. Notice gonna get pummeled by Bryle, and a couple illusions from the TB. Ari thinking about going in, but it's playing some cooldown. And there we go, Whitemon with the glimpse. Man, Whitemon.
He's killing him with this disruptor. He's at a 14 kill participation right now out of the 16 kills. You're gonna have nightmares of after this game.
All I can say is, like, all these years of, you know, Mike and John casting Whitemon's games in SCA, man, they should be proud right now of what Whitemon's becoming. Again, such an impactful +5 support. Just love watching him play heroes like Disruptor.
Yeah, he's definitely a really good player, and his Disruptor is a beast. And it's a very good Disruptor game, too. If you think about what Spearbreaker does as a hero, it's a very hard game for him to play because Bulldoze can get purged by the Tornado, and then Disruptor, he's kind of like the anti-status resistance hero because Kinetic Field doesn't care about status resistance. Glimpse doesn't care about status resistance, neither does Static Storm. So he can just like lock him down when normally that's supposed to be Spearbreaker's strength. He's not supposed to be able to be locked down. But against Disruptor, he's one of the few heroes that can do it.
It's gonna surprise FNG here. AA taking a Sunday stroll inside their own, well, not very green jungle, at least on the side of the Dire map, but get surprised there by an Invoker walking into him. And VP, they were trying to respond with Squadix and Sayush both sitting next to the tier 2 tower. Shaker only now just started building that Agonins. He had an alright start, right? But their members are dying all over the map, and it's really hindering Virtus.pro's capabilities of really fighting TSM back.
At this point in the game. Okay.
What can they do with this? It's a very tough target.
I mean, he's got his Boots of Travel online now with the Midas. Kasane is going to really pick up the farm speed. And he's just fast, right? Like with these Boots of Travel giving 90 move speed.
Well, surprises noticed. Echo Sun coming up from Squadix and the Static Storm locking up this Shaker. And they are just a couple heroes here, but TSM, they've got more than just a couple. The whole team is here. And the Glimpse. Welcome into the loving arms of TSM. Another kill for them and a 7k lead built up.
Whitemon placed that Observer Ward to get the vision for the Glimpse there, to get that one extra kill there. But even...
It's going bottom. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over.
They want another kill. Hey, sitting at the tree line. VP, they're scared. They're scared right now. Where is that Disruptor?
Ari's coming in.
For the kills.
Looks like they want to fight on VP. Notice walking in with Heritage.
Want some vengeance, right? But is it foolhardiness? Is it courage that they're using here? They've got an AA blast to connect onto Bryle. It doesn't really connect with the debuff, but they've got the damage for Heritage for the kill. Ari Could blink in and stun if they have the follow-up damage, but it looks like VP are bringing in the numbers this time. Glimpse throwing back. Nice stun to follow up on the Glimpse as well by Ari, but he loses half of his HP. Look at those crits from Kiritich. Kasane has to intervene, and there we go. CK, I'm gonna TP out. Bye-bye. I ain't gonna stay here any longer as Tomatoes also showed up, but he's also losing some HP. Notice charges away. FNG and Sayush are trying to get away from the big evil Glimpse of Whitemon. But they will not get caught this time by the Disruptor. So a successful kill on Bryle, and VP gets away.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they need there. And it's pretty scary for Tomato as well. He walked in, his meta just expired, so he couldn't really do the damage that he wanted to do. But at the end, you saw an Inkswell hit him with a charge out. That took 70% of his health, which is 2 spells right now. So Tomato, after that, is probably realizing, yeah, maybe need a little more time to get some more items here. As it's just a dead FNG here.
Yeah, but maybe a dead Whitemon too. Is it enough? He's got just enough HP to survive that AA blast debuff.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's fine.
Still want to see if Kasane commits to Boots of Travel too, because if he does, that just means he wants to be ultra aggressive. And just like maybe you travel onto Centaur while he's initiating and just be there. I mean, he has ideas of doing it. We'll see if he commits to it.
Talk about new innovation drafts as well. We talked about this yesterday, that we don't really see these surprise, well, maybe it was surprise carries or in general cores that we were discussing about, but at least like it's not like this one hero shows up out of nowhere and just dominates the game in a way, because you don't really have those in this current meta.
Like cheese pigs?
Yeah, cheese pigs, exactly.
The days of cheese they've been gone for a long time now. The meta's pretty much been set. The objectives are in play. Speaking of objectives, you gotta do your tormentors for both teams.
Gotta do your chores.
Gotta do your chores. Gotta do your tormentors. FNG, he will not die to it, which is good. No tormentor deaths today, but tormentors supports worst nightmare.
Yep. Literally tormentors.
They literally are.
Name.
I mean, it's a torment for everyone. Like, carry players don't want to go back and hit him either. They'd rather just farm.
Yep, lack of TPM helping out the supports.
In fact, think of it as like a chore. Very much is.
Can we talk about Invoker Hurricane Pike?
What do you want to talk about? This item on Invoker is pretty good because he's a universal hero, right? A lot of stats. Get the force up out, get the Dragon Lance. It's going to be more of like a right-click type of force here. He's going to be able to keep his range. Speaking of being able to keep their range here, they're going to force a BKB.
Could just zone Kiritich here. Well, they say they see him TPing out. Just an armlet toggle with this BKB is going to get out. So,
I like how he just popped BKB, looked around for a minute, assessed the situation. I was like, okay, I'm out.
But yeah, like in general, always Hurricane Pike's Dragon Lances have been like the stat items for multiple specific heroes. It's not, maybe it is the meta for Invoker, but it is actually nice to see it in this particular game. Just being able to
Whitemon
we can do here. You've got 2 heroes in the Roche, 3 heroes in the Roche pit, while the others are fighting in top, and it's Bryle and Whitemon. The dynamic duo for TSM finding a kill on Sayush, making them know that not the entire team is in the Roche pit, indeed.
And Hurricane Pike is also kind of like a high skill way to deal Spirit Breaker too. If he charges in on you and you Hurricane Pike him back, they'll take him out of the charge. So that is a way of doing it instead of just going for the Lincolns.
That too. Pretty good game to have that item. Like, especially when CK is a gap closer with Reality Rift. Just push him away. That too.
Definitely everything will help here. As this map, it's slowed down a little bit for the side of TSM. They're still getting kills and all, but the net worth lead has been higher. Only at 4K right now. I think it was at 6K, close to 7K.
Yeah, it was 7K, yeah. If you look at the graphs, it has been slowly going in VP's favor, even though the lead's still on TSM.
Winning the economy game, well, maybe these Midases starting to really pay off here is maybe just the speed in which they farm too, because if the game gets slow, if you look, Kasane, he did it. The Madman has done it. He's looking at his inventory. This is like the most insane inventory I have seen in a long time. Midas bots too.
I mean,
he's definitely from NA, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely for sure. Like, this is some kind of NA mania that Kasane is kind of representing here with these builds on the offlane. Oh, poor Pubs right now. I saw this offlane Omni Knight, guys. And guess what? It's bots to rush with Midas, and I'm going to win the game with it. Not even looking at anybody else, what they're doing. Yeah.
As his net worth isn't like, he's had total free farm this game, right? As far as space. But his hero, one of the weaknesses of Omni, doesn't farm fast. If you compare that to the Spear Breaker, who's kind of had a rough game on all the chords, he's still managing to keep up on the farm as the Omni that has a free game. A little bit of difference in heroes in the farming speed. Really a high reliance on Tomato and his Terrorblade this game.
Bryle surprising FNG again.
Yeah.
And maybe even more, because Ari is chasing Sayush here. They do throw in the glimpse, and he's used into the air. This Ari build on Centaur is really enabling them set for kills. They've got glimpse, and then he has the Yules as well to make sure that they can definitely land hoof stops. So yeah, you're not getting out. You are not getting out. Off lane at the same time. Notice is right next to Bryle. He's on the high ground. This time it's 2v1. Is it fair enough for Bryle? Is it fair enough for Virtus Pro? Well, they're going to try, but that Stampede, and they do end up finding the Shaker. Ari is here, trying to get away with the jumps, but that is going to be his demise. Burning to the end, and Bryle another kill.
You know, they see one more hero, too. Glimpse in the Static Storm. And
yes, all over the map, unless Sunstrike is going to be enough to help them out. Notice barely gets out. Just a couple hundred left on the Spirit Breaker, but it's enough.
Yeah, it didn't have enough damage quite yet. And of course, Kasane, he's going for that Hex now. So next time that will be a definite kill with a Hex. And the whole map right now, it just belongs to TSM. It feels like they're able to farm right now.
And they get this one.
The Inkswell's
going to be connected, and Ice Blast is also their perfect combo. Kasane is here, though.
It's the bots too, baby.
Up. Does have Guardian Angel available. They also let him go. They see Tomato. He's frozen in the river. Here just pops his Phantasm, and they're going to target Bryle. Bryle actually going to get caught with the silence. Squadix, he's got the Fissure, and he's got them locked down. There goes the Guardian Angel, but the Echo Slam. That will go straight through. FNG will fall to Ari at the same time. Notice going to be charging onto Tomato, but Tomato, he's holding his ground, and Heritage is on the run. I need help, boys. Ari thrown into the air with his own Yules, but he will lose his life. Squadix will smack a big totem into his face. And Virtus Pro, you know, there's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel as they can get 3 for 1 out of this trade-off.
Yeah, and I think right now you're starting to see the Spear Breakers start to ramp up. These charges in and out of the fight, they're not able to cancel it. BKB's coming online soon. Actually, it's coming on the quarry right now, and this is the big one. If he can just go in with the Bulldoze, not really care about the glimpse, not care about being tornadoed, he will be a huge threat here, doing tons of damage. This is why this hero's first pick. Once you get to the state of the game where you have a lot of items, this hero does so much damage, pushes out every single lane, and perma-stuns you. What more could you ask for?
And so that 2K lead now remaining for TSM, despite all this ingenuity with their item builds and how they've been finding pickoffs all over the map. Virtus Pro's team fight power slowly starting to show, because we haven't really seen Virtus Pro as 5 since that team wipe happened in the mid lane. It feels like ages ago already at this point, because the game has taken a different course. Ari spotted by FNG. FNG will for the instant Ice Blast, prevent the Centaur from blinking forward, throws in for the Yules. FNG gonna get hit by the cold snap as Bryle is coming in. Kasane's deep it in. Squadix stuck on a cliff. Stuck on a cliff. Where are you gonna go? You've been clipped easy right now. And it's TSM that's gonna make sure that you're not getting out. And Squadix is just dead. Oh, poor VP. And Otis won't be able to run away either. Hit by the tornado. Pops this BKB. I gotta run, boys. And Sayush, I don't think he's going to be that lucky as Ari with the Yules. He's going to chase him down. We've seen this story before, and Kasane is high on his heels with the Somni Knight. Ari with the stun, Glimpse throwing in the Grimstroke all by himself, and TSM. It really just wasn't a proper fight at all for Virtus Pro.
You saw that Spearbreaker uses BKB in that fight. You do have the BKB available for CK, but CK's not there yet. He has to walk all the way back to base here, so this is going to be a considerable amount of damage to this tower that Tomato is going to put in here. And Lincoln Sphere was the choice by Kasane here, as he does finish that up. He's got the Repel plus Lincoln Sphere combination here. Should be able to bail Tomato out of a lot of trouble. And
the thing that I'm curious about
as well, he's going to be able to get so fast.
Here, did you see in that last fight, how did Squadix end up cliffed there?
I did not see.
Himself?
I think he may have enchant totemed up there and just got stuck. Unlucky. You do. Because there's no
There's
real
a replay of that
repositioning.
fight. Yeah, if there is a replay of that fight, I'd like to see what really happened with Squadix, because that was a crucial piece for TSM kind of just winning that team fight. They do have some forced movement on their team, but this Aegis, the first one, is going to be going in the arms of TSM. VP they can't do anything about it.
They're just going to harass them. Oh, there you go. The shard on A even delays it a bit further, but yeah, that's definitely going to be an Aegis going into the arms of Tomato. I feel like it's going to get to the point of the game where he's going to want to start frontlining for the team. Kasane, he definitely does not have a build that screams, I want to be in the front. He wants to be as far back as possible, getting his spells off, and we're going to get that replay just now to see what happens here. We're going to see Kasane come in for that boss 2 here, right onto Bryle. He's here, and then he just blinked to the high ground there on the Shaker. It's just a blink. But he, unfortunately, just the way the map is right there, he thought he probably blinked behind that cliff there, but just blinked on top of it into the loving arms of a static storm by Whitemon there. Really unfortunate. I don't know if it would have changed too much there. It's not like him going on that Centaur would have yielded too much. Potentially would have killed the Centaur, but you're definitely dying after that.
Well, that was not the outcome that was definitely waiting for out of that team fight. Just cliffing himself with a blink. Small, tiny miscalculation coming out from Squadix. But at least they're still in the game, and they're also smoking themselves up. They have a good high ground position, but you are fighting against an Aegis if you end up doing so. And the Radiant scan, it's on point. VP also realizing that probably we shouldn't fight this one. TSM on the hunt for a potential pickoff, though. They've got all they need for the catch. Whitebon, Ari, Bryle. These are the ones to find pickoffs with Ari. Smoke broken. Gets caught here. They actually will be able to blow up the Centaur with ease, but Kirtich, he popped his BKB so early. White notice with a beautiful charge in, though, but he's losing all the target. They can't see anything. They're just going away with their Glimmer Capes and their Ghost Walks.
Yeah, detection is probably going to be necessary for Spirit Breaker to pick up, as, yep, he's like, sorry guys, dust coming out in Courier now. I guess I'll put this race band in the backpack.
We've talked about cores carrying dust. You know, it is the, you know, the team MVP when your 2s and 3s are carrying dust as well into the team fight. And notice, yep, he's got 2 of them in his inventory now. Doesn't want to let that happen again.
I mean, I think VP's being incredibly greedy, to be honest with you, on their supports, because, like, it's very difficult to have space for dust, which makes this item really powerful. Like, Bryle hasn't had to buy any dust. Not necessarily, I mean, he does have some, but he doesn't really need it. I don't even know why he has dust, because there's no Glimmer Cape. Oh, there's a Shadow Blade on the CK. But Seiyuu did not buy the Glimmer Cape. He's going for the Ags Rush. F and G, of all items, went for a Rod of Atos, Mana Boots. So he also just dies instantly to Bryle, right? Because you can't just, like, get away with him with a Force Staff or some Glimmer Cape. A bit of greedy itemization here from Virtus Pro on the supports.
As we look at some of these items up here, we've got a multitude of Midases. I've seen more, but that at least has been a big impactor in this game, increasing some of the farm for at least a couple of these heroes, keeping at least Virtus Pro's 2 cores in the top 3. Omni Knight also a hero that kind of needs that extra Midas to keep up in item progress. You know, Boots of Travel to Panda Midas has Lincoln's.
Yeah, he is just chilling this game, honestly, on Kasane. He realizes his job is mainly just to keep Tomato alive with the GA. GA is supposed to be the counter to the CK ultimate, right? CK at some point might want to consider a Nullifier, but Nullifier... they
Oh, that's a big one. Jumping straight on top of Bryle with the Echo Slam. Kasane coming in with the Boots of Travel too. Notice actually hitting the Centaur on the way there, but Bryle going to be saved by the Guardian Angel and Tomato. He's ready for the action. BKB's already popped on the side of VP, and they got to make this count. They really need the kill on Bryle, but Whitemon, the Static Storm's placed down. Kirchix is going to be stuck inside of it. They've already lost a couple of heroes on the side of VP, but they're forcing the rest of them away. TSM, they might just be able to clean out the entire team. Squadix is trying to run, has his blink available. It's going to be able to dodge that blood grenade as well, so he can blink right after the enchant totem. So it's not VP losing 4 or 5, it's just the CK and the AA. They did get Bryle, And also forced out the Metamorph and a couple ultimates, but TSM still, they're fighting at a spot where they can straight up push to the high ground.
They got Ags on the Grimstroke right now, so they can make a copy of Tomato here if they want to go. I think they probably should. Here it is.
And they're going to try it. Inkswall coming in with the charge with the Ice Blast coming in as well. Tomato, he's going to get stunned, but the Sunder comes out just in time, and he dodges the Ice Blast too. Not going to get hit by it at all. Squadix is already down. Kasane tanking the front line, but he will lose his life. Sayush will claim that kill. Tomato still has the Aegis for 35 seconds, and he's on the run. Notice on the chase as well with this Inkswall. Has his BKB. Going to make sure that he can catch this TV, but they need some backup here because he will finish him off for the first time. And now realizing that he only has the supports on his high ground, I guess it's a smart idea to just let them stay behind, not lose too many heroes, trying to ult on Tomato, but just getting ulted by Ahri. The charge coming into the camp instead of the hero. Ahri blinks away. Whitemon getting caught by this one. FNT's right there. 6 more seconds for the Ice Blast. Stampede coming out as well. Notice very low in HP right now, but still continuing with the fight. Disruptor low in HP. Ahri down to half as well. Tomato's running away. Ahri, he's the last one here remaining as Whitemon is already down. But the Ice Blast is following Tomato. It's giving vision for Notice. Notice coming in with the charge. They do get the ulti to connect, but Bryle is also here. So what does VP decide to do? Do they continue with the chase because they're hungry for kills right now? Nanta to also avoid getting hit by the Nether Strike, and Ryle invis away with Ghost Walk. So that fight, that is finally done.
Notice is an absolute beast on this Spirit Breaker, man. He has zero fear, just charging in, running in. His aggression right there and presence of mind to keep running into these fights got them those 3 kills that they otherwise probably would not have gotten. So these fights do get scarier if this game goes on, because Grimstroke, we did see that Dark Portrait being used on the Terrorblade. All that net worth will be used against you, especially if you have the means to chain stun heroes. And boy, oh boy, they got a lot of stuns on their team here with the Spirit Breaker. They got the Earthshaker and even the Chaos Knight. If they can manage to lock down Tomato with this Dark Portrait hitting him, he will die, as there is no Aegis on him anymore.
That's something that we've talked a lot about during this entire year, DPC games with Grimstrokes and their Aghanims. When is it an impactful game for it? When it feels like, is it really going to do much of a change? You finally finish it when you're playing from behind. But this game is not like VP's like tens of thousands of gold behind an economy and just getting super out-leveled. They actually have more experience than TSM, thanks to these couple fights that they've won lately. You can see they're just, the graphs are sliding in their favor, but is the game going to slide in their favor? That's a bit of a difference maker.
I'm definitely a little worried if I'm TSM right now, compared to like the position they were in earlier on in the game. Spirit Breaker is hitting critical mass. This hero cannot be underestimated in the late game. It might be the strongest late game hero in Dota as far as I'm concerned right now, from what I've seen. So he's ramping up. CK is going to always be CK, pretty stable overall. This Dark Portrait is just never going to make Tomato feel good. He's going to always want to find a way to get rid of this illusion as soon as he possibly can. And then, of course, the questions of the Omni Knight. How much is this hero going to scale into the late game? The Centaur, he's just a glorified blink stun at the moment.
They see Bryle. No, they actually got the gem, but they finally spot him. But do they get the catch? Yes, they do. The other strikes there, and the Static Storm also plays down. The Guardian Angel was forced out very early. Notice popping the refresher for another charge. Ice Blast will connect into the middle. Omni are going to be hit to the Echo Slam as well, and they dual take down Ahri. They will take down Kasane. Tomato, he's running out of firepower in the front line, so he has to deal the damage, but he's getting stunned up on the spot with the frozen cold feet right now. And Virtus Pro yet to lose a member, forcing up the buyback off of Ahri.
That was really good. So far, still, Refresher was the choice for the Spirit Breaker, with the double charge in there, double Nether Strike, double BKB. And he's going back in. He's not done.
Charge onto Tomato. Nether Strike is ready. 700 HP to go through. A couple more hits. They've got Tomato. And Ahri also being controlled. Silenced at the time. CK
Ahri
bringing him in, but is disarmed. And Ahri just died back on the Centaur. And VP, they've got a ticket right now to claim this game back in their favor, or at least be the ones in the lead. TSM, you said you were a bit worried about them right now, and it is definitely worrying for TSM.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about right now. It's just the amount of stuns you have to be able to let this Dark Portrait do damage into the fights here. Even though that wasn't the most impactful Dark Portrait, it's mainly just a Spirit Breaker, man. He's going in and out over and over again, creating the openings, allowing that Ice Blast to hit, get a big Echo Slam on top of the Omni Knight there in that fight as well. It's tough. It's definitely tough.
And they're going to lose a lane of racks on top of that. This TV is not going to be buying back just quite yet. 20 seconds for him to return back into action. The rest of TSM just gonna have to, you know, play calm, accept their defeat for the mid lane. Rax and Virtus Pro almost 10k ahead now. These graphs have been slowly going in their favor, but now it's a big landslide right now. And VP they're in a very good shape as they warmed up to this game, because, you know, the first 20 minutes, you could have said by the base of this game that they don't seem like to be too much of a match for TSM. Things have changed.
They definitely have, and maybe you have to go back to itemization a little bit on, like, say, Kasane's Omni Knight. Has this item build really paid off for them? The boots of travel, playing around the map. I'm comparing him to Noticed right now, and it's like, it's a day and night difference in what these heroes are able to achieve on the map right now. You're just a glorified Repel / GA right now, and that's about it. You're a support. The damage isn't coming from your hero. You can't necessarily frontline very well either. And then your mid laner is an Evoker who, he's doing decent damage, but it's not enough. So you're putting all the eggs in Tomato here, being able to do the damage. And unfortunately, this basket of tomatoes here, it's falling apart. All the eggs are breaking here. He doesn't have the damage.
Also the fact that, you know, Nomad and Tigov in the last series, they were talking about the 6th player. Well, VP with Sayushin, Grimstrokes, Axe, and the Dark Portrait. That pierces BKB these days. Didn't used to back in the day, but at least now it does. It does bring them that 6th player, which is, you know, Tomato, the VP Tomato.
VP Tomato is the scariest Tomato, as he does extra damage as well with the Dark Portrait. He does more damage than Tomato's hero does. 150% damage, by the way.
Yep.
And when you are a hero that's high agility and you build all stat items, look at Tomato's items. He is built Butterfly, Manta, Hurricane Pipe, Scotty. These are all stat items. The only thing you can't steal is plus damage. And Tomato's only got plus 48 of that. The rest of that's 250 of base damage.
Heritage is going to already push onto the high ground. TSM going to have to ponder their options. Going to have to come back to the base as they don't get themselves into the high ground of VP's bottom lane. Heritage already done with the tier 3 tower. TSM haven't smoked up yet. Trying to look for an angle of engagement. Tomato has a DD rune, so that could work. Maybe that is stronger than the VP Tomato having a DD Tomato. TSM.
No VP Tomato, but DD TSM Tomato is stronger.
For the time being, at least. But for how long? TSM smoking up on 4. Tomato already pushing out the wave. VP, they're backing out. They also have Noticed on the other side of the map, defending that push. Taking away the outpost, have some vision.
They're smoked up. They want to go on something here, but... Oh, we're back to the old days. We're camping high ground and vision and wards. They just found Bryle.
Nice blink out, but the Echo stuff doesn't really connect either, neither does the Static Storm as he's popped this BKB. And notice that's a very early pop for him as well. Doesn't catch anyone with the charge. And he's going to end up getting stuck in the trees while Ari is fighting against the rest of these CK illusions and getting pummeled to death. And Ari will be gone for 60 seconds. VP looking for another opener here. Noticed in the front with the Ink Swell, but the charge is still on 5-second cooldown. Does get the Nether Strike. Whitemon all the way to the low ground. 4 staff save quickly to get back to safety. But the Fissure from the charge as well. And Whitemon's about to drop with this Disruptor. Low on HP. Meanwhile, Tomato, the Guardian Angel, will come out, but he's also going to get hit by the Soulbind. Heritage going to be in the front line with the CK, and they're fighting for basically just to the death as Tomato has to run away, realizing that maybe I can't beat this CK by myself. And Bryle has finished off Noticed with a deep dive, dropping the gem onto the ground. And Virtus Pro on the retreat, but Bryle's not going to let them get out. Squadix going to get hit by the Cold Snap Vessel combo, and Kasane is here, and Bryle will get the kill.
His corpse just went flying to the high ground. He's like, I'd rather die up on the cliff here.
Die up here.
I thought he might potentially cheese and try to get out of that, but with the Vessel, it wouldn't have healed very much, and he probably still would have died, so.
Talk about stopping at the top.
Yeah, quitting while you're ahead, but that fight in particular, Tomato was able to do lots of damage, and I'm not seeing where this Dark Portrait's going. It feels like either Tomato is eliminating it right away, which he should be, or it's getting blocked by these multiple Lincolns. They got triple Lincolns right now on TSM. All you're seeing is just Lincoln pop, Lincoln pop, Lincoln pop. It's hard to keep track of what spells are actually cracking these Lincolns open. We'll have to see, but they definitely do have to pop this Lincolns. multiple times potentially. Oh, Ari's deep.
They're going to go aggressive with the Stampede. FNG misses his ult, but Ari's going to lose his life here. Sunstrike is also on top of Kirtis. Kirtis slowly losing the fight, but has the Aegis.
Oh, there's the Dark
Tomato
Portrait.
on the
They
run
got
right
one.
now. Still has the BKB as well. That is not a Metamorph illusion, but it is something. And it will buff up them with the extra damage. Tomato is on the run. He's going to move away from the high ground. FNG dropping the jam voice line, which is kind of a, you know, you're not coming on our high ground for free.
Definitely not. And Ari, I think that was a little bit of impatience on his end there. He is a first-time TI attendee, right? These are plays that you got to be careful to make. Jumping past the tier 1 tower. Didn't really blink on anyone at all there. Just kind of got stuck there and ended up dying. Punished his team a little bit for it.
Not sure if you saw the Tormentor there, but Karatic was down to 40 HP with that armlet toggle as he did the last hit on the Tormentor, almost popping his Aegis, despite, might as well, you know, Aegis is running out. Doesn't look like they're going to get an actual benefit for a quick fight inside these next 10 seconds. They're all over the place. TSM in one spot of the map. So Aegis will be reclaimed.
It's hard to believe they actually had an Aegis throughout this entire engagements here, but
yep.
That's going to be gone now. We're going to move those boots back into the inventory here. And they decide, oh, Aegis is gone. Let's go fight. So they're going to smoke up instantly, even though they have lost their own Aegis. And this game has turned a little bit into some of the old patches, like just camping some high ground vision here, as we have entered the late game now.
Scans on top. Know exactly where TSM are right now. VP closing it again. Whitemon in the front line. Echo does connect on Tomato and Whitemon. Whitemon's going to be gone. And there we have it. The TV controlled for the time being. Ice Blast connects as well. Can they get a couple more hits? And Notice pops his BKB. Just needs vision, but there's no vision to be given. Heritage forced out as well.
Yeah, he popped Refresher for that second BKB, so that won't be available for them in this fight. Good job keeping Tomato alive. I think right now this all
coming back in.
Okay.
FNG gonna get hit by the Sunstrike down to 700.
They want to D-ward that really bad. And they'll go for it. They got it.
I like how TSM likes these quick snipe attempts, you know. Let's just try and throw a couple quick burst spells and see if we can still back out. But not enough to kill an AA. I mean, AA is not exactly squishy anymore with 2k HP.
Yeah, he's got some defensive capability now too. He's picked up the Force Staff and the Ghost Scepter, so he can get out of trouble a bit more than he used to. And level 25 coming online after this creep, maybe? No, a couple more creeps here for the Chaos Knight.
Yep, that'd be the first one.
And we'll see what choice he goes for, either Chaos Strike Chance or Phantasm Duration. I think both choices are pretty good. If your illusions can stay alive, I think you go for it, and he will go for it.
Illusions it is, by the looks of it. TV illusion kind of catching VP maybe a bit.
Well, they're weaker illusions, they just last longer. The other choice would actually make illusions do more damage because you're critting more.
Yeah.
But this is the long-term more damage, I guess.
40 seconds. Phantasms now into the base. Bryle and Whitemon using the Defender Gate. Go on the side. There is the Tormentor that noticed. He's going to go for the quick D-ward. Just the range racks lost in the top lane. One Lincoln's pop. Do they have another? Ice Blast will not connect. And the Stampede also used just in case. FNG still pretty low on HP. Hasn't really regenerated at all during this time. He's just standing his spot, standing his ground, throwing in more vortex, more vision. Hardys are doing the work. Doing the heavy lifting right now for VP. Heritage Ari going up with the blink stun. Does get hit by Noticed. And Tor now Yule's up into the air. Tomato can't find an angle to hit them and can't even pump his Metamorph right now. And Ari's gone. All buybacks are up for both teams, though.
They don't seem to be on the same page. Every time Ari goes in, it feels like they're just not committing. And he's just, like I mentioned before, he's like a glorified blink stun at this point, right? You just blink and you stun, and that's all you got. And they're just going to take this Rax with illusions. Very low committal. And what's going to stop them from doing that again? Maybe they want Roche. That'll be the only thing to stop them here, but your options as TSM, they're dwindling here. It's really got to be Tomato. He's got to do all the damage for the team. They're doing a good job keeping him alive, but the only issue we have right now is Tomato can't hit anyone freely because they're not getting stunned. Whitemon, he has not gone for the Aghanims, so there's plenty of options for them to get out of the Static Storm at this point in the game. Of course, Ari, he's that one stun. A lot of pressure on him to make something happen with these hoof stomps, but it's very difficult. He doesn't have a BKB. Once he's in, he's in. And of course, he can get stunned very easily during the process of blinking in. Like, he blinks in, right? Instant Orchid from the CK, and well, that's done. You don't have a BKB. So he's having a difficult time finding these initiations here.
And also, I think an interesting hero this game that could, you know, look very scary in the late game is usually like Refresher Invokers, but Ryle, he's decided to build a Daedalus on the Invokers, so that is something different for sure. But TSM, throughout this entire road to the International, they've been drafting differently, they've been itemizing differently, and they still believe it's gonna work. VP, they're around the area, they've got wards already inside the jungle, but TSM in front of the Roche pit, 50 seconds. SquadX is close.
That's too long when you're missing the two sides.
They got the vision, they see Ari. Ari's gonna get stunned up by the fissure, but Kirtich just going for the Watcher instead of any other heroes. Phantasm quickly popped up as well. TSM still not phased by that. They couldn't really go that deep onto Ari. Afraid of this Invoker just tornadoing the whole squad. Yamato scouting up with information. Kirtich is just cleaning out more and more of these illusions, bringing in more of his. This Chaos Bolt shard. Waves are pushing in. Creeps are inside TSM's base. The creeps are inside TSM's base right now, so you gotta do something. And this is what VP's happy with. Stampede is going to be popped as Ari charges in. Fissure on 2. Echo on 2 by SquadX. Disrupt is going to be low on HP. Can't get this Static Storm off at all. Notice is low on HP too. He's going to have to move himself over with the Wind Waker. But Waypon is down. Tomatoes popped his BKB. And Kasane and Brawl, they're going to be chasing onto Notice. FNG is also on the run. Kirtish down to half HP. Notice going to be found. He's going to charge away. And Invoker's been found as well with the stuff from Kirtish. Kirtish takes him down. Looks for Kasane as well. The Omni Knight down for the double kill for this one. And Tomato is down too. They're forcing out buybacks off of TSM and Ari. He's all by himself right now. I wish I had friends, but all your friends are dead. As Virtus Pro clean house and force out a lot of buybacks off of TSM. It could just go down to one more team fight, Fear.
It definitely can. And when you have no buybacks available here, you have no meta. Roshan just spawns, and I think TSM, they're actually going to get Kirtich here.
Oh no, not that as well. The CK, did they maybe extend themselves a bit too much? TSM, they got a freebie out of the pockets of a Virtus Pro. It's, you know, balls are being dropped all over the court. Both teams.
I mean, you just have to have balls to steal there, honestly, to make that play. If you are TSM, that's playing to win right there.
That's his buyback. That's his buyback as well for this one.
The plot thickens here.
Gracious, and TSM get the jump as well. VP Sayush is going to be the one to drop first. Notice has to run away on the Spirit Breaker, and Sayush just forced this buyback, and they're so scattered right now. SquadX, no echo, no nothing for another 15 seconds at least as he's walking away, jumping around. Sunstrike for vision, won't find anyone in the area.
What's been happening right now?
They've scattered all over the place. Creeps again inside TSM's
Look at
space.
CK, he's behind enemy lines now too. Okay. I mean, this is a blessing for TSM. Getting that kill, getting the multiple buybacks. By the way, there was no meta during any of this.
That too.
So now meta's going to be back up for the next fight. It might be 22k gold lead for VP, but one moment in this game from either side can decide it instantly.
Yeah, if we want to talk money, that's almost a 10k swing. Just a couple buybacks and a couple deaths. Sprawls inside the base to cover the creeps pushing. Roshan has an Aghanim Scepter that both teams are kind of curious about. Anyone would like to pick that one up, especially Noticed, who's played such a great Spirit Breaker game. If he gets an axe for himself.
He already has an axe in his backpack.
Oh, he actually does have an axe in his backpack. Never mind.
He just wants to, he just needs detection. He realized how much he needs detection that he has to hold the gym for now. And he has dreams of getting the recipe of Aghanim's Blessing. But it's just going to be another Roshan stalemate here, which so far has been favoring VP. Because they do have the advantage of having top and mid lane of barracks exposed here, as the creeps will come marching in very shortly here.
And player number 6, the TB of VP. The charge onto Ari. Beautiful connection from Notice. Ice Blast will connect on Tomato. He's going to have to reset for a little bit longer. Ari is moving away. Brawl sniping FNG on the side at the same time. That's going to be one hero that's not going to be returning. Echo slap fall out by Squadix onto Tomato. And Whitemon's going to be low 1 HP, but the Guardian is going to keep him alive. Kasane chasing Sayush at the same time as Whitemon's being pummeled by Squadix. But Brawl is here. They're taking 1v1s all over the place, but they will take down the Shaker. He's got a buyback. Ari being chased by Notice. That's the same as Kirtis fighting versus Kasane. They're kiting them. TSM, but they're also losing members. They've lost 2 that cannot return back onto the field.
Tier 4s right now too, by the way.
Looks like they are the ones that emerge victorious out of this fight, despite Squadix having to buy back. But Roche is up. They're going to go for it.
All right, you know there's no buyback on Tomato.
Well, this is a different NA versus East Europe game compared to the last series.
Definitely. All right, they're going to do the safe play. Maybe they have time for both, but I don't think they have time for both. They chose to get Roche over trying to end the game with 2 cores being dead. They could have bought back the A and maybe went for it, but this is TI. They're going to play it safe. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the ass later when the heroes are respawning. But they still have a window here. It is 40 seconds for the Terrorblade. More importantly, the Omni Knight as well has a longer timer. And it looks like they're just going to play it super safe here and try to get these mega creeps.
Also, big benefit coming out of the Ags on CK with that Phantasm on the entire global team. Very nice to have. Bit of extra chaos versus TSM. But can they hold? Can they hold this base alive a little bit longer? There's the Phantasm. Illusions from, you know, all over the world are going into TSM space. And Mega Creeps looming in the horizon. Range Rack's gone, and the final melee, and the Ancient exposed. Can TSM hold 4 versus 5? It's a difficult task, but it's a one that they're going to have to face, as that Ancient is already down to half HP. Ari stunning up here, just a CK's right there, but they're focusing full on. Notice is buying the space on the time. Static Zone, Echo into the back line, and a beautiful catch from Kirtis as well. And TSM is out from game 1. Virtus Pro, they claim game number 1.
In a very unexpected fashion as well. This game was like all TSM at the beginning of the game, but the resilience from Virtus Pro to be able to just hold the game for as long as they possibly did, get the team fights, wait for that Grimstroke Ags, and once they got that Grimstroke Ags, that game actually took a turn all the way in the favor of VP.
Slowly but surely, the Turtle wins the race by the looks of it, as VP halfway into the game kind of found their openings. We saw them getting team wiped at 15-ish minutes on their own side of the map. TSM controlling the map. We see interesting item builds coming up. Virtus Pro suddenly finding a couple of victorious fights, and the scaling playing in their favor, but it also did come through some very heavy individual effort, man. I'm just looking at this Spirit Breaker that Notice played out. But, I mean, maybe just ask the panel what they thought. Nat T and the gang, take it over.
What a phenomenal showing from Virtus Pro there. They had their backs against the wall, but they were able to come back in game 1 for this best of 3. So let's break it down and have a chat, because we thought that Tomato's Terrorblade, he was being active, he was pushing up against the tier 2s. They were looking at going high ground as well, and I thought that this game was very clearly going to go in the way of TSM's favor, especially with Spirit Breaker having a bit of a rough one for them.
It seems to be the story of just hold on with Spirit Breaker. He's the new late game carry winter. I don't know what it is. This hero just gets out of control once you get some items and levels. Same for the Grimstroke. That's 2 games in a row where the Dark Portrait suddenly comes out and like swings the tide of the games as well. But yeah, it really felt like TSM. To me, the biggest issue for them was like this Omni Knight who was in the offlane took a lot of farm and wasn't able to like contribute in a way that maybe a core hero should.
Yeah, his build was something we were questioning. We also
2 question marks, you know.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can talk about it, Wendell. Let's talk about his item inventory and maybe why this Omni offlane didn't have the impact a lot of other offlane Omnis have so far at the road to TI.
I mean, one word, scaling. Like, VP just has better scaling with their heroes late game, like with the AA, with the Grimstroke, the Spirit Breaker especially. And whenever they had an advantage early game with the Terrorblade, you get a lot of kills, right, with the team. They were hit by so many kills, but the kills didn't really matter because they didn't get a Midas on Evoker. I felt like Brawl should have gotten a Midas because he needed to actually scale. Like he had to foresee that they couldn't really end the game, even though Timado was so huge the game. And they gave a lot of gold, like you guys were just talking about how Kasane built, like he had a very peculiar item build, Midas into level 2 boost of travel. Like even then after that, then he built like Lincolns and BKB, which I feel like it's definitely not right for the game. Because no matter what he builds, he's not going to be able to frontline. You're building BKB because you need to frontline and do damage. But that game I felt like his job is actually to stay behind the TB. You just need to protect him in the team fight. And I don't know. The Lincolns was fine, but BKB was a little bit too much.
Yeah, and that became his job, but I feel like that's also a problem in itself because you've given this hero like 25k of net worth, and all he's doing is trying to sit behind your cores and keep them alive. But then there's an AA on the other side, so it's like he couldn't even fulfill his job, which was already maybe like too small of a job for how much farm priority you get. Because I always feel like there's this balance where the more farm you get, the more you're meant to impact the game. You know, and if the impact he was having on the game was more like a support.
No, that's true. They gave money to the wrong hero. They needed to give money to the hero that can change the game, which is Brawl, because he's an invoker. Like he's the one that has a lot of power. His spells work so well against the Spirit Breaker, you know. And Omni Knight, even your farm, what are you gonna do when the Spirit Breaker is charging over? You can't do anything.
Yeah, so a mix of a little bit too much farm, maybe on Kasane on the Omni Knight in the off lane there. He did end up with 24k for himself. Itemization maybe a little bit off as well. I do even remember seeing briefly Bryle on that Invoker doing a lot of damage to Chaos Knight. Obviously could not 1v1, couldn't stand up there against himself, but he had a good showing. Virtus Pro though coming out on top. That Chaos Knight, Kiritich, 16 and 4. Great stats for himself. The Earthshaker as well. A couple of missed ults, but ultimately a really good showing. And then I want to circle back to what Fear was talking about too, because when they got that Ags on the Grimstroke, that felt like a really big turning point. Do you think that was the main one? Or maybe there was something a little bit more in that Spirit Breaker too?
Definitely, I mean, the game was starting to already look pretty good for them, but it's one of those things where it's such a power spike for, like a late game power spike, even though it is a support here, because all of a sudden, you just get like this extra hero in team fights that your other team, you just like put it on a support. It doesn't even have to go on a support, like put it on anyone other than maybe Tomato's TB, and they just got to run away. They're just melting to it.
I mean, it kind of sealed the game for them. That's why you could see that they were paying so much emphasis on putting the Lincolns on Timado, making sure he doesn't get the Dark Fortune on him. So, I mean, it was hard, you know, when you get to that stage. I feel like what I would do this game if I'm the Omni is I would actually try to play less greedy. Maybe in the early game you could try to build like drums or Solar Crest and you support the TB, because Timado had such a good game, you know. Maybe if you build more aura items, you could have actually pressed and pressure the map more and just let the Invoker get the Midas and keep scaling, you know.
Some drums and like even pipe like against the Shaker plus AA, like and suddenly, because they were like pushing high ground almost at various points.
Imagine if he had a drums pipe at that point when Timado was so strong. Maybe he didn't die that fight and they were able to push high ground.
A couple of misplays for them, but ultimately you really did still like the draft. You thought both teams were able to draft quite well for themselves, and it just came down to that itemization and execution. So moving forward, do you want to look at maybe taking out some of these heroes? This Chaos Knight is getting picked up a lot, the Spirit Breaker we highlighted too, or anything that you want to fall back on where TSM have found success in the past that you want them to really focus and try and getting their hands on?
I'm pretty okay with most of what, like, I mean, like you say, draft-wise, I don't think was necessarily the issue. Even like, the way it played out, we had a great game of Dota. Like, that was a game that either team could have won at various points, maybe with different decisions they made. So I don't think they have to shake things up entirely. I think you can definitely target some of those bans. Like, I think the idea of taking away the Spirit Breaker, that hero just looks so dominant, particularly once you get past the mid game. You know, the hero struggles in lane, but then it seems to just get away with so much in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even though the hero is strong, I think that it's not necessary you have to ban it, but maybe you have better supports that can deal with it. Like Shadow Demon comes to mind. I know the hero has a terrible win rate right now, but he's like
wait, maybe they're not picking it at right moments, like Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, because Spirit Breaker can do nothing against Shadow Demon Purge, so maybe that could be a solution against the Spirit Breaker. If you feel like you could not use your bans to deal with the SD, then you can use maybe one of the picks to deal with him.
Yeah. What else sort of eliminates just how strong Spirit Breaker is late game and in team fights? You said that Shadow Demon, just anything that tries to remove him?
I mean, or just do what they did, you know, just try to group up early, because if the game doesn't go long, then...
Oh, you just think end early?
Yeah, just end the game early. I feel like they had the draft to do it with the Omni Knight, just the items were not really on point, which didn't really allow the Terrabit to hit his timing.
Yeah. Is that a similar way to be able to shut down a Chaos Knight as well? Because when we looked at those stats, the KDA, Chaos Knight was also able to come back pretty farmed up in this game too.
Yeah, I don't think Chaos Knight's some hero that's just easily countered. It's kind of good at all phases. We're seeing the scaling potential as well. They had the game early with Shopify where the hero does fall off a bit in the late game compared to some of the other carries, but it's not like a fall off where, oh, if it goes late game, you've lost. You have to win before 30 minutes. So the hero is very strong lane, great in the mid game if you're making those rotations, and just pairs well with so many different supports. I mean, you have the CKA combo. It's great with the Grimstroke. I don't think you can necessarily counter the CK. It's just one of those heroes that you're going to have to maybe deal with. Or, I mean, you can ban it, but I don't necessarily think it's strong enough that you have to ban it.
Okay. The other thing on that TSM lineup that happened throughout the game was we highlighted our issues with the Omni offlane. It did also see Centaur in a position that a lot of people probably wouldn't have expected. Did you like it? Did you think that that ultimate is valuable enough to have it in the game as a support?
They kind of got away with it. I felt like the laning went a little too good for Omni Knight plus Centaur against CKA. I think the CK and AA lane they got bullied too much at the first couple of waves of creeps, when I feel like the AA maybe should have just focused on pulling creeps, because I think he underestimated how strong the Omni and Centaur was, and he died twice. I think it was twice in the lane, and it kind of snowballed the lane for the Omni, and the Omni was like bullying the CK all the way. If they got past the first two levels, like say the AA was able to pull, like he just tries to pull the wave, get his level 2, their heroes are going to be stronger than them when they get to that phase. But unfortunately, he fed like once or twice, and then the lane became really difficult for the CK.
Mm-hmm. How much of a trap do you feel players fall into that when you get a couple kills in lane, when your laning phase does go so well, you're like, oh, I can continue going greedy?
It depends on the team's vision. I feel like TSM as a team, they have a very different vision compared to the other teams. I feel like they see the game in a very unique way, not necessarily bad way, but they just have their own vision on how the game should play out. And the heroes have different power spikes if they go for different items. So maybe sometimes a little bit too much. They're trying to do too much, trying to think of two different ideas to play the game, when maybe they could have just kept everything simple, go for normal items and just play the game. Because I feel like Centaur going pause 4 might still be alright. He went blink, you just play the initiating role, your Omni just builds the team items, and they just play together. Everything could have just worked out.
It was very mid-game centric. Like, they weren't trying to go for this late game TB to carry the game. We saw Bryle join all these fights early on. Like, we were really impressed by how active and involved he was. And then, as a result, they were winning these fights. They got the fast Centaur blink. So it almost felt like TSM went all in on this mid-game. And then once they couldn't close the game at that point, suddenly the game kept dragging, and it was like, oh, Invoker doesn't have Midas. Omni Knights, isn't really itemizing. And maybe that's where the Omni itemization, if it was more drums, pipes, centric.
These are the things that could ruin a team's momentum in the game, because sometimes you lose the game, you feel like you're doing the right thing, right? But then you lose the game, so then you second guess yourself. Then the next game you're supposed to play, like you mentioned, Timado, he's doing the right moves, he's coming to the fights, and then maybe the next game, if he gets into the same situation, he feels like, oh, maybe I shouldn't come, I should farm.
He's like, oh, this is actually not a good time.
But then when he does that in that game, then it actually made it hard for his team, So all these kind of things is very difficult, It might affect the team in a very different way. And so it comes down to the coach whether he has to come to the team after the loss and try to tell them, okay, this is what went wrong, blah, 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 and keep everybody in the right mindset so that they don't focus on just the result. You have to focus on what you have to do in the game, your job. If you're doing your job, that's all that matters. Whether you win or lose, that's after the game you have to decide.
Yeah, and look, that's something that Moon is really good at. He's done the morale, and last year as well when TSM made it to the Stockholm Major and they had their documentary sort of come out. That was something that Moon really did, and they have a second coach, so maybe that's something Moon's also focusing on here for the road to the international. But their opponent's VP, it's only been 3 days. Are you guys impressed with the progress already from this team?
Yeah, they felt kind of one-dimensional. I think they had 1 or 2 strats they looked good on, a couple different Spectre games. So to see, a kind of different look for them here, and the fact that they were able to kind of hold on and kind of claw their way back into a game, that's something we hadn't really seen from them.
Yeah.
So honestly, I feel like this is the best game VP played all tournament because, I think coming into today, this was 2 teams where, I don't think compared to like some of the other series where it's like, but these teams probably happy they got maybe one of the easier matchups, but they both played incredibly well here.
Yeah, and the other aspect is that for 3 players on this team, this is actually their first showing, at an international, road to international, so people might not know a lot about them, and we do have a little bit of a video, some information on the Virtus Pro team.
was coaching VP at last TI, right? And I joined also right before TI, if I remember correctly, maybe like 3 months prior to TI. And before that, I wasn't playing. I would say every player, or not even player, every human being goes through the time of your life where you just need to take some pause from things you were doing before, right? Just and a mental breakdown happens. You're like, okay, I just need some time to be with myself and just live a life. And then you're like, okay, that's enough. Time to come back to good stuff. The biggest lesson, or like the biggest thing that might win us a lot of games, is confidence. Is actually confidence, especially in our team. It's not like we are not confident in ourselves, but we are not showing this confidence to other teams, or like we are not bringing this confidence into the game. And we can play 10 scrims, 2,000 Dota games, and then we come into official game and like, yeah, what to do? We're like chickens running around. Come on, guys, we did it. We did it a lot of times. That's why we played this game. That's why we love this game. Let's have fun, etc. And this is, I would say, what is like the biggest thing in this team. And that's what I hope we will bring into TI.
And as we return from the break, we are basically heading over to game number 2 and an important spot for Virtus Pro to claim a spot into the upper bracket if they can take game number 2 for themselves. Otherwise, the thing is, Fear, the last time these two teams met in Riyadh, it was a tie, 1-1 in a best of 2. It's a best of 3 this time, so we'll finally get a victor between these two and their grudges between each other.
That's the beauty of best of 3s, right? Nothing goes unsettled. As you 2-0, you're just the better team. In game 3, that's when things get really hype. I personally am hoping for a game number 3 here, but we'll have to see, especially at TI and Road to International. These games get very tense. We even saw it in game number 1 there. Both teams making some uncharacteristic mistakes, I would say. Playing a bit more stiff, but it leads to some really high quality and high skill Dota.
Even Virtus Pro at the start, we're probably playing very, very safe, maybe a bit scared to some extent, where TSM felt like we're on home turf here. We're going to dictate the pace, do what we want to do, and make Virtus Pro answer. And they did have one team fight early on, which led to a full-on team wipe for Virtus Pro. So that probably didn't do any good for their morale. But it did take some time until they got their courage back, started winning some fights, and slowly but surely winning the game, one fight after the other. But how does that impact our drafts? Because I think itemization-wise, well, we've already kind of discussed that a couple times through, and also the panel talked about, like, I mean, at least you can pump some extra damage here and there. Maybe if someone had a bit more farm than the other, that probably didn't benefit a lot on TSM. Maybe hero picks as well might be changing here, Fear. What do you think?
It definitely was a combination of both for TSM. Like, to have the lead that they had, but then at some point feel like the game is unplayable, has to do with itemization and heroes. The Centaur Boss 4, it did great in the landing stage, and it looked okay for the most part, but it still ran into that situation where you're a Centaur in the late game, and what are you doing, right? Like, Ari just couldn't find any initiations, because like you just have to get in there, and if you're not tanky on a Centaur, it doesn't really work out. So Ari kind of like fell off the face of the map when he started getting into that late game scenario, and it goes to the same thing when you also look at heroes like the Omni Knight. This hero isn't meta. They came up with an idea, it just didn't hit. You know, you go bots, you go Midas, and then you go bots too, and then you're in a situation where you have to be so much stronger than them. It just had no scaling whatsoever, and we saw the difference in like the scaling here. There is a primal in the game here, which is a very strong hero right now at this tournament, but that's probably why they picked Dazzle to pick it, because that is a matchup that is very difficult for the Primal Beast. But I was just looking a little bit at like the stats of the Primal Beast and what hero's able to bring to the table, and he's got a 72% win rate at this tournament with a 67% contention rate. So very powerful hero, but against the Dazzle, maybe you don't want to bust it out. And AA, this is a classic against Dazzle.
And also, talking about Dazzle, guess who has a better win rate? Well, it's actually him. He's currently at 75% win rate. His win rate in the tournament currently out of Euro. So, relying on the plus or core options, there's This is going to be a very heavily contested hero. They love to play the Dazzle. The TSM, they also got two who play it. It's not for the mid lane core. Whitemon.'s already owned this +5 Dazzle can be to deal with, even in the laning stage.
Yeah, it was very strong in the laning stage, and it was an AA. The kills weren't as nice man mode moments where he end up diving mid laners with Grave to get some kills as well after having good laning. But yeah, they have the flex potential there, and I think if you are Virtus Pro now, it is deep enough into the tournament where they've seen this. They've done their homework. They knew they were playing TSM today, so they had all night to prepare and kind of like figure this one out. And that's a very early pick. I mean, sure, if you're really looking at AA and, it might be FMG, he might just be an old school type, like, hey, I'm playing AA, means you have to play Sven, C, or, Wraith King, because I want to stun in my lane, and CK was banned. So maybe they just decided we just want to have AA +1, make this happen. Even in the last game, the CK wasn't even enough to make that lane win, so we'll see if this move here of picking the Wraith King this early on will have the desired impact that they're hoping for.
Well, at least following the footsteps of their East European compatriot from the last series, Team Spirit, were able to beat game number 2 versus another North American team, as TSM. It's, region versus region multiplied once again. Will it be another solo, though? And is Team going to be leading the charge? Someone could say a bit of a deja vu. But we have TSM bringing up the Tusk and the Lone Druid, and we saw, if I take Shopify for example, they made, not in just that series, you talked about it before, that in previous Dream League seasons, or at least the latest one, they got the Striker Tusk to work so well, the lane duo. So maybe TSM's kind of caught that, like, kind of copycat idea. We compare which Lone Druid can. They've got coming out of these 3 heroes.
Kasane has really been enjoying the Druid in the offlane, so that's probably just going to be position 3 and position 4 already on the Tusk. The Lone Druid, see where this Dazzle is going. Any surprises for us with this Wraith? Generally, it's normally just a carry. Potentially, I've seen it in the offlane, but in the offlane, not entirely sure. Worth it, but it is a stable carry. But King will go. The matchup versus Lone Druid, it's fine as a Wraith King. It's not great, I think, because you have an AA in your lane, but it should be fine. You definitely want to be a ranged hero, ideally, against Lone Druid, but yeah, not much you can do about that one. Phoenix, that is a hero that destroys Lone Druid. Just, you cannot attack the egg with the bear. You have percentage-based damage against this very tanky heroes. It's AoE damage on top of it. And all their heroes in general now aren't good at hitting the egg. They've only got a Dazzle for the most part right now. Really good pick this one on that team fight that we saw in game number 1 from Virtus Pro. It's not a Grimstroke this time around, but it's another big tire. You got the Phoenix, you got the AA, and Wraith King looks like it's gonna be an offlaner, and they're just gonna pick up the Spectre.
Spectre brought up, only mixing things up a little bit here with Virtus Pro. Having a bit of flex in their draft. Phoenix and Spectre still, Spectre very likely is the carry, but Phoenix and the Wraith King probably still waiting to be locked in where they're going to end up going. And TSM, do they have a curveball of their own? Probably tell us where this Dazzle is going. They have played it two different roles. I love how kind of enthusiastic a Lone Druid.
Oh, I love my boy Lone Druid here.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, the hero has changed from a carry to like an offlaner, and there was like a phase where it was a mid. He's having a hard time figuring out where he wants to go. I think more times than not, we're seeing me playing the offlane here, so I'm not surprised at all to just see this Lifestealer being picked up. And this is a classic response to the Spectre, where you just can sustain through the damage. You have the Feast to help you with that one. You can buy a Silver Edge. You can get the Egg. Probably a good lane matchup versus the Wraith King too, as this Wraith King most likely will be in that offlane position here. Only annoying thing for Lifesteal is you really do enjoy life stealing. It's his name. He is choices in AA. So generally your feast won't work in the team fights. So not a free lifestealer by meeting KMB. How we'll see what we can pull off with it.
Well, he's looking at the draft at the moment. They've yet to pick Phoenix in these last 3 days. Not a single pickup during the group stages. Now here see just will be there to that one up. And the Spectre, Kiritic, is one of his winning heroes. The both games that he has played, Beast Coast versus LGD, wins on the board. And yes, they took the only loss LGD had during the group stage, which was the big difference maker that they got into this phase, because below them it's just one game. It was Beast Coast that got knocked out in that group. So beating the top team of the group, LGD with the Spectre, it's a good indicator for them.
Most certainly is here, and I think both of these teams right now are kind of looking at similar things right now. I think if you're on the side of VP, of course you do have, I believe, last pick here, so the option to just counter pick what they see, but what they really think is done, and they need more, because you have a Wraithfire Blast, and that's it right now. And heroes like Phoenix and A, they really enjoy having stuns. We saw in that last game, you have these two support do a lot of damage, but you had a stun every single corner. You had a Shaker, you had a Spear Breaker, you even had a Seeking. This time you're putting in a Spectre, you have a stun with the Wraith King, but you need one more here. And TSM, they get to decide what they're doing with this Dazzle. Like, are we just gonna put, is this our mid laner? Is it gonna be our boss 5? Choice is theirs right now to pick what they find to be best for the game here.
Yes.
Now I'm trying to think maybe something else I can little hit might be not.
Good work, good work. You talked about early on, it was banned in the last phase, so went all the way through to this part. And TSM, it's gonna be a Braille puck by the looks of it. Going to the lane, and now VP, what is the reply to it? The puck, it doesn't really seem like your traditional hitter, but it is something that can help out the Lifestealer.
And it really messes them up. Like
this Lifestealer.
Yeah, and that is another way of dealing with it. And we're gonna pick up the Earth Spirit here. This is what they needed. They need some type of stun control for their lineup here. Silences are especially good against heroes like Lone Druid and Lifestealer, where you can just like you kind of force them into a situation where Lone Druid has to use his ult really early on, and Lifestealer might have to buy a Manta or something to get out of these silences.
Talk about the Earth Spirit for a bit, as well as this hero has been a lot, has phase pick material, also in the second phase locked in a lot, like early for a lot of these teams. But the thing is, it has been living a Viper theory. Win the lane, lose the game, because it's been like 13 minutes, 11 minutes, you've seen godlike sprees, you've seen dominating sprees, unkilled Earth Spirits, but just hasn't seemed to be able to close out the game. And then you had one Somnus performance where he just kind of popped off. Earth Spirit carried the whole game by himself together. So Pro, do you think this is a 2-0 with the draft that they have? Can TSM fight back, and what are the timings looking like?
Oh, TSM can definitely sure here, but as far as the line, it's to say who I favor more in here. I'm if this game ends up going to Ultra Lake Cages, his lineup is super scary. I imagine this Wraith King buying prolonging the team fights. You're gonna have Phoenix.
Oh.
No drop. Might just be the target first. Benji's gonna as well with that off lane Wraith. G target